We going raw. We're going hard. We're going potentially even a little crazy. We're going real. We're going raw. We're going Reddit. Going gaming. Let's hit it.
And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly
For a white guy.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis.
You know it's kinda hard just to get along today. Our subject isn't cool, but he thinks it
It's going-
anyway.
it's go-
He may
it's
not
going
have
nutty.
fluid, he may not have style, but everything he lacks, well, he makes up in denial. Don't debate, play us straight. You know it doesn't get it anyway. Gotta play that field. Keep it real. For you, no way. For you, no way. So if you don't break, just overcompensate. At least you know you can always go on Ricky Lake.
I don't even know. I do not know the lyrics to this at all. I know the funny haha parts.
And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly.
He needs some cool tunes, not just
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. That goes wrong. I can't play any more of that or I'll get AIDS. We going monkey mode. It's Monkey Monday. Show me that monkey. Gaming, we did it, Reddit. Better not get your stream removed again. I only did it once. Well, I did it once and like 100 other times. My other channel got deleted, but that's fine. We don't care. We don't talk about that. Thumbnail goes hard. Low key, yeah. I really wanted to use that Wojak of the of the guy with the guy with the note. You can see the original image of that. Let me see if I can find it. This one. Like, why does he look like that? Jesus Christ. Just the the face this guy makes is so funny. It's Monkey Monday. Show me that monkey. Oh, this is crazy. I love it. That's me. That's how me was born. That's how you were born. You were born by with a smug Wojak. I feel like Wojaks have peaked. We have reached peak Wojak. Wojaks are currently like pornography, in the sense that we have enough of that. There's enough Wojaks now. You know what I mean? We could just stop making those, and we'll be okay as a society. Like there's just enough. We have enough. We don't need to make any more. Every base has been touched at this point. Like, have you guys seen that new Wojak going around where it's like it's like this it's like the doomer, like not even the doomer, it's like the NP, not even the NPC. It's like a regular looking Wojak guy, and then he's just like he's hitting it from behind. He's hitting a fat chick from behind. And it's like, we've all been here or something like that. It's like, no, we have not. Disheveled soy. I have you know I'm just regular soy. We going Reddit mode. You know what I'm talking about? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. Alright. See, I was gonna play Dark Souls for the stream. However, SCMG Wojak when we cannot do that. Listen, it has to be, if there's gonna be a Wojak of me, it has to be fully ironic. Because if it's not ironic, then we lose. We lose as a society. Like, let me. Like, there's this. You ever see? Like, someone made one of Nick is not green. That commentary, soy boy. I don't know who made this. But it's like if I get something like this made about me, it's over. It would be so over. Like, society should end. I'd have to leave the internet if something like this got made of me. I went the extra mile and bought a ton of V-Bucks and used your creator code, so as someone who pays you, I'm your boss. Pretty sure that's not how it works. What was that? What was that bar from Sonic Flow? Where he's like, they pay me. Have you guys seen Sonic Flow? It's like it's a parody of Dracula Flow, but made by Super Mega's editor. I don't want to show the whole thing. I don't want to get de-dicked in the butt. So, but anyways, so because it's Monkey Monday, show me that monkey. I think we take a little break from Dark Souls. Briefly, take a brief break from Dark Souls, and I think we play some Monkey Ball. How about that, y'all? Trying to see some Monkey Ball? It's Monkey Monday. Show me that monkey. Trying to see some Monkey Ball. Oh, if we're gonna play Monkey Ball, I have to grab, regardless of what game I'm doing, I have to grab a controller. Whoops. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. All the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy. I need a haircut bad. What should I do with this? What should I do with this absolute mess? Because here's the deal. Because here's the problem. I started using hair loss stuff like a year ago. And bro left his toy on the floor. Fuck you. It's a dog toy. It's a dog toy. I also chew on it, but that's what... If you're into monkey balls with microplastic, oh hell yeah. It's microplastics in my sack. Anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah, I've been on like hair loss stuff for like a year. And it was working for a while. My hair was getting thicker, and it's still thick everywhere else. But it's like the receding has gotten like back to normal. So like I can't get it cut yet because I don't know what to do with it. It's a problem. We're gonna play some Monkey Ball. We're gonna play Monkey Ball. I have a new work schedule now, so we might low-key be doing 2 streams a week. So I think I can manage 2 games at once. So I think I'm gonna try doing Mondays and Wednesdays for streams. That's gonna be the goal. It's gonna be the vibe. I also might do like 1 week I'll do one day, 1 week I'll do another day. I don't know. I've been on heroin. That's true. That's also true. Those 2 things are simultaneously true. All right, please tell me Monkey Ball has ultra ride support. All right, shut up. Okay, can I... So our settings... Options. Oh, wait. What's my resolution? Oh, let's go as high as it goes. Hang on. Still too loud for me. Turn that V-Sync off. Alright. Alright, this is gonna be scuffed for like 10 seconds. Actually, let's use this layout. I haven't used this layout in a while. I really have not used this layout in a while. I don't like this layout. Let's not use this one. There you go. The fuck? Wholesome. Finally got all the Walking Dead comics, and I'm planning on reading it for the first time. Pretty excited despite knowing a lot of spoilers already. Oh, the comics are so goated. If you've seen the show, the comics are gonna be like... You're gonna know what to expect, but it's also gonna be like... very different. I know that's a very like generic way of putting it, but... Oh yeah, we got the monkey ball lore. I don't want this too loud. This is wholesome and epic. I'm on them wholesome epics. Oh, it does have ultra wide support. Pause. All right. Her dare he steal net. What? KB, are you having a stroke? Are you okay mentally? Actually, this game I might be better off with a mouse. I'm the monkey ball goat. Forehead got ultra wide support. You're damn right it does, bro. I'm rocking a Cinco head, dude. A Cinco cabeza. It's the new term for 5 head that all the kids are using. Bro has a Cinco cabeza. He's got that Cinco cabeza, dude. Bro got that Cinco cabeza. Autocorrect. Yeah. It do be doing that sometimes. What the fuck? All right, we're still on baby mode. How dare he steal the nanners? This is literally the. Why is every monkey-based game like? Every chimp-based game is like always based on the premise of like their bananas get stolen. Because what Donkey Kong Country's like that. Monkey Testicles is like that. I can't think of many other monkey-based games. A monkey-type game. Kojima moment. I've not played this game since I was young, and it was on my babysitter's BlackBerry phone. That's crazy. They made Monkey Ball on a BlackBerry, bro. My only knowledge of Monkey Ball, I started following a Monkey Ball Twitter account. They just post like they're like Monkey Ball obsessed. They're awesome. That and then like bro can only name 2 games. Yeah, I have brain damage. And my other Monkey Ball, my only preconceived notion of Monkey Ball is that Super Mega playthrough where they play Monkey. I think it was Monkey Ball 2. And then they're screaming about like monkey pussies and shit. Bloons Tower Defense is a goated monkey. Oh yeah, Bloons Tower Defense, that's also goated. I was playing that a little bit the other day. I used to play it a lot a couple years back, like during the pandemic. Like that was my pandemic game for a bit. Like I have very distinct memories of like this was during like when I was making Nickelodeon sitcom videos. So this is back when I was like rediscovering all the music from like Victorious and Big Time Rush. I rediscovered all that, and I would be doing that as I was playing like Bloons Tower Defense 5. Like the old one, and then I bought 6 when it was like on sale for $2, and I've been addicted to 6. Then I got my new PC, the PC that I'm using now. I built that, and then I lost my save file because that game doesn't have cloud saves on Steam, so I had to like. I only just recently like went back to my old PC and like grabbed the save file, and putting it in. So I was playing that a little bit the other day. That could be a fun stream game actually, low key. It's just kind of like chill. It's kind of a chill vibe. Don't have to think very much, very passive. Interact with chat. Alright, come on, this is fucking amateur hour. This isn't Sonic 06. It's close enough. It's got chimps in it. It's Monkey Monday, Chris. I don't know what to tell you.
Ready?
What the fuck is a kilometer? Look at how fast he's going, dude. Whoa, whoa. TikTok. What do you mean by that, Chris? I'll do Sonic 06 at some point. Maybe. I have a million other things I want to get to. I want to finish Dark Souls at some point. I have to finish that. I'm adding this on top of it, which probably wasn't a great idea. Fuck. And it's Sega. Every time I think about the Sega logo, I always think of the one that says the N-word. The way he fucking dies when he falls off. He dies inside the ball. The centripetal force just kills him. Would you guys do this in real life? I would. Oh, look at me. Oh, fuck you. Oh. Oh. Could have sworn you did a 6. I did a version of 06. I didn't play 06 proper. Basically, I played all the speed levels from 06 because that's all Project 06 the remake had at the time. I didn't play any like the open world shit. I didn't play any of the like I know open world, quote unquote. It's not really open world. I didn't play all that. I missed like basically all the cutscenes. Clearing a stage will be easier. No, we're not doing that. I'm not using the helper function. I'm not a baby. I'm not going baby mode. Can I turn it off? You're gonna hit the walls too. You need to play Sonic when you're young and supple. What does that mean? I would want to be in some of those giant balls you run inside. Oh yeah, they have those like real life hamster balls. Bro can't make sharp turns. I can only make dull turns. Fuck. There's also a very early version of us. Yeah, it was not the optimal version to play. I'll do it eventually, because I want to finish Dark Souls. I guess I'm finishing this because I'm starting it. I want to do this Dark Souls. I want to get into Metal Gear. Too many games, bro. I'm so busy gaming. Is this the one with the Baka Mitai guy? Is it? This is the remake. This is Banana Mania. So this is a remake of 1 and 2, plus it has like extra stages, I think. What the fuck is that? That was baby mode, dude. That'd be awesome though. I beat a monkey ball Baka Mitai moment. Dame dane. That was one of the best memes from back in the day. Dame dane. Remember the explosion happened in Beirut, like that thing exploded or killed a bunch of people. Like almost within like 10 minutes, some guy made like a Baka Mitai edit of the explosion. That was awesome. That proved to me that if 9/11/2 happened, within 5 minutes there would be meme edits of it. Come on, you dumb chimp. I swear to God, I swear on gosh, if I fall down from that.
10, 9, 8.
I would draw fan art if you do Sonic 06. I'll get to Sonic 06 eventually. One day. Ooh, that's the sound he makes. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of those... You guys remember that episode of SpongeBob with the chimps? Well, like Sandy had friends that were chimps. That came down to Bikini Bottom. And they were big chillin'. We're already on fucking Lethal Lava Land. What is this? Who got topics? What's been in the haps list? For the next Monkey Ball game, Sega should market it by putting actual monkeys and apes in those giant hamster balls. They should have. There is a Monkey Ball game coming out. There's like a Battle Royale Monkey Ball game that they're coming out with. It's like basically Fall Guys, but it's Monkey Ball. Assuming the first 9/11 wasn't memed, that's true. It probably was. There were probably jokes about 9/11 like within minutes. I'm sure somebody was like, "Ha, that's hilarious." I remember those high-level chimps. They were high-level chimps. You bastard bitch. NFT's nuts. Got him. I am so retarded. I'm actually a mentally retarded person. I'm mentally retarded. Oi, bruv. I'm mentally fucking retarded. That monkey getting steamed. 9/11/2, The Squeakquel. September 11th, 2000 and fun. You know what I was laughing at earlier today? As you might expect, Dracula Flow. I was at work today. I was laughing at that bit where he's like, that one bar where he's like, they said I wouldn't shit on him, so I spread my cheeks and let out an absolute screamer. I had to like stop myself from laughing out loud like a maniac at work today. Totally original joke. 1822. Double 9/11. 9/11 squared. Two 9 to 11. Has anybody done that? Has anybody done like the Fast and the Furious titles with 9/11? That'd be awesome. I'm too fucking retarded to do that. Man has never heard of Norm Macdonald's 9/11 jokes from the 2000s. Oh, of course I have. Maybe not the 2000s. I'm not that old school of a Norm fan, but I walked through blood and bones in the streets of Manhattan trying to find my brother. He was in northern Canada. 9/11 Airlines. What a horrible name for an airline. Reminds me of that tragedy. Everybody's seen that Norm Macdonald 9/11 compilation. Norm is the GOAT. It was what was the roast? It was the roast of somebody. I forget who the roast was. Whatever. He was at a roast. He was at somebody's roast. And he just went up there and he bombed for 8 minutes straight on purpose. The audience was not having it, but all the comics were like dying. He was the GOAT. Norm was the fucking GOAT. I wish I was a bigger fan of Norm before he fucking died, because now I feel like a normie. It's like I knew about him before he died, but then like after he died, I'm like, oh, I feel like I feel like I owe it to get more into this comedian, this comic, this feller, this goofy little guy that a bunch of people that I think are funny also think is funny. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, now I feel obligated. Norm could get it. He's a piece of ass. I'm not touching a single button right now. Norm of the North, when that cold brew hits, dude. Come break me down. Speaking of Norm of the North, the Norm of the North Twitter account just came back after like months of inactivity. And it was to comment on like some fucking dumb bullshit. This game is so fucking easy, dude. Like this game is on absolute X Games right now. What the fuck? Let out an absolute screamer. Blackula Flow. What's in the news lately? There were probably topics that I had, but I'm fucking stupid. Didn't somebody die recently? Somebody important? Somebody not important. Is there a 9/11 porn? Dark Souls prepared you for this. Low key, yeah. This is Dark Souls, but for based people. Holy shit. There has to be like a 9/11 porn. Or like a porn that was filmed on 9/11. And there's like behind the scenes footage of them having the sex. This isn't technically 9/11, but this is that joke from the TED show. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but there's a joke in like the last episode. We're not doing that. There's a joke from the last episode where like the main kid John is gonna get laid, but like as they're about to start, the fucking what is it? It's not OJ. No, maybe it is OJ. Yeah, no, it's like the OJ Simpson car chase happened. You got cock blocked by OJ. Doge died recently. Oh yeah, the Doge from the Doge memes. I can't do dead dog shit these days, man. I can't. Cause my dog is old as shit. She's like 16. She's gonna fucking perish. One of these days. It fucking fucks me up. So I'm gonna try to cancel Wendigoon again, but failed miserably. I've heard of that. We gotta talk about that. Maybe actually, you know what? Let's do this later. Let's watch the We have to watch this segment of the video. Because somebody uploaded just the Wendigoon segment on its own. Where he like tries to cancel him, and he's like, he hangs out with Turkey Tom, who allegedly said the N-word. You bastard bitch. Some guy mourning while in a thong. a dude mourning 9/11 while wearing a thong. That's awesome. That's like Master of Disguise turtle type shit. Cause he was in the turtle suit on 9/11. What the fuck? Speaking of bits that I've stolen from Oni Plays, did you guys see that fucking Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic himself, was on Smiling Friends? Fuck off. This is technically not my first Monkey Ball game, now that I think about it. I used to play Super Monkey Ball Adventure on the PS2. I don't think I ever got past the first level. Fuck. There's a lot of footage in 9/11. Like, it's insane no one has ever questioned government officials ceasing footage. Well, they have, but they're called skits. Oh, yeah. There's some fishy shit going on there. So what? Let's talk about 9/11. Let's keep it on a light topic today. 9/11. The 9/11 terrorist attacks. Oh, you bastard. You bastard bitch. My thing with 9/11 is I always go back and forth on it. Because there's so much evidence, like, oh, there's so much evidence for conspiracy, like, there's so much shit down that just so happened to go right and or wrong on that specific day. So much coincidence going on that it doesn't add up. But at the same time, like, a lot of the, like, rational explanations, not necessarily the official explanations, but, like, the rational explanations make a lot of sense. Why the fuck? Oh, you know what it is? I'm tilting. I should keep him flat. I don't get why they don't just interrogate the people piloting the plane that crashed into the building. If only. Oh, you bastard. Most footage probably didn't even catch what happened. It's not like people recording it knew it was going to happen. That's true, but there is a lot of footage. There's a lot of, like, even cell phone footage from back then. It was 2001, so cell phones weren't really like a common thing, but there were, like, video phones out there. There were people recording and shit. I got recommended 2 different Twin Tower ads from the 90s recently. What is that? What do you mean Twin Tower ads? Like ads for the Twin Towers? My favorite thing about the Twin Towers is referring to them as the 9/11 towers. What the fuck? The whole Wendigoon controversy is just some bread tuber being jealous of the fact that Wendigoon found success at 19 and just hates him. That could have been me. That was almost me. If I was like more of a libtard, that would have totally been me. That's what scares me about that guy. I want to get into that. I want to totally get into that video. I want to get into the lore. Listen, as an early adopter of the Wendigoon lore, Haven't seen Smiling Friends yet, but I'm thankful they got Doug. Oh, it's awesome. Smiling Friends is so goated. The camcord was widely available. Oh, that's true. You get camcorders were a thing. The thing that always gets me about 9/11 is like the Pentagon. The fact that there's no footage at all of the Pentagon. There's so much footage of like the planes hitting the towers, but like nothing of the plane hitting the Pentagon. There's like one video of the plane hitting the Pentagon, you can't even see anything. Because it's like so low frame rate that it's just like Pentagon's there, next frame's an explosion. After that, there's nothing there. Oh. You bastard. It's too sussy. Yeah, the Pentagon. They hit the fucking Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon live! Turn on TV, doesn't matter what channel. Right. That's my least favorite. My least favorite thing about Smiling Friends is all the people like, Oni plays reference? And it's like, no, that's just what Zach finds funny. No, that's the thing that fucks me up is the Pentagon. Because like the big conspiracy theory is like it was a missile that hit the Pentagon, which makes a lot of sense because there's no footage or like anything of like an actual plane there. There's footage somewhere in some vault. Yeah, probably the Disney vault. I know people fucking died of that shit. You know what I'm talking? 9/11 beard, baby. I love 9/11 beard. You can technically make a video about what? What are we making a video about? 9/11 or Wendigoon? Or both? Let's do a Wendigoon 9/11 video. What the fuck? Who was the missile guy? The missile guy? The family guy? I got really into watching Family Guy video essays the other night. Maybe don't hit the button. Maybe if I hit the button, it fucks me up. Let's try not hitting the button. You monkey bastard. Oh, you mean the Wendigoon stuff. I could make a video about it, yeah. Problem is I take too long to make videos. Fuck, I didn't even hit the switch. Like, I have a video I'm working on right now that's, like, almost kind of done. I filmed it, like, fucking 3 weeks ago. Probably a month ago at this point. It's partially because, like, I filmed another video that day that I was also working on, but, like... I also just wasn't feeling the vibe. I feel like the vibe was kind of off, and I'm, like, gonna try to work with the footage anyways. Like, alright, whatever. I'll work with it. So it's been, like, a bit... It was, like, a bitch to get into editing it. Like, I just didn't want to edit it. So the concept of me doing a Wendigoon video in a timely manner is absurd. That's not going to happen. I really do want to do... If I had the time for this, if I didn't work like a fucking semi-normal job, I would totally love to, like, just on this channel, like the second channel, just do, like, bullshit commentary videos with no effort. But I don't have the time for that. Holy fucking shit. That fucking... That level was harder than it had any right to be. Monkey Ball is honestly for the real hardcores. Dark Souls is for pussies, dude. I could fucking play Dark Souls all day. I could fucking murk Dark Souls all day. Monkey Ball, we're having trouble. I will say, I'm not a huge fan of the aesthetic of this game. Like, I haven't played the original, but, like, I've seen footage of, like, the original Monkey Ball on, like, the GameCube. Aesthetically, those games are way more charming. Oh, holy fuck! What the hell is going on? No! I wonder if a Nintendo version of Monkey Ball has any DK stuff in it. They could do that. I could see that happening. Put Diddy in a ball and roll him around. Did you guys hear that they put Diddy Kong in a fucking... Diddy Kong died in one of those space training things that where they spin you around really fast? They put Diddy Kong in one of those and he fucking died. I once played an arcade version of Monkey Ball. Yeah, that's true. They have arcade versions. I've never played them. I never played an arcade version. Actually, doesn't this game have like a character creator? Can't you? Oh no, maybe that's the new one that's coming out. There's a Monkey Ball game where you can create your own chimp. What the fuck? Oh, the fucking... The goal is in one of those. I hate that. Oh no, it's in the middle. What the fuck is this? Diddy Kong's the antagonist of the Planet of the Apes movies. I've been meaning to watch those. I saw what is it? Dawn of the Planet of the Apes when it like was like semi-new. Or was it Rise of the Planet of the Apes? It was the first one. The first one that came out. The first, like, the reboot ones. Or, like, the prequels, whatever the fuck you call them. I didn't even touch it. The burden of success. How love turns into envy. When envy turns into wrath. That's the thing that scares me about the whole Wendigoon shit. Is, like, that could have been me. That was very close to being me. Because Chris, you know, you literally introduced me to Wendigoon when he was at, like, 900 subs. I remember this. This was on stream. Way back in the day. And we literally watched him slowly blow up. And you saw me get a little envious. Some of you be like, what the fuck? Why does this guy get to talk about shit like this? But I make significantly better videos with better effort, with better editing and shit. And I don't get shit. I know people who fucking died at that shit. Early adopters of Wendigoon watching their favorite content creators find success but realizing that they're gonna be left in the dust. I hate that's I will fully admit that I am 100% a bitter person like that. Caesar goes hard. He kind of does though. Something kind of psychosocial. And the gays will kill us all. Fuck my ass against the wall. I subbed him when it was like 100 subs. We're very close when it comes to this. Chris is a true OG. There are very few content creators out there that I sub to like really early on in their careers. Fucking Noggin was one of them. I subbed to him when he was like literally less than 1,000 subs. This was like right after the Matt Pat fucking crossover video. This level fucking sucks pecker, dude. How was the lava level easier than this? It's Monkey Monday. Show me that monkey. Fuck you. But I will fully admit, this is something I know is a flaw. I have a flaw. This is a personal human flaw of my fucking boner. I don't know what I'm saying. That I am 100% a bitter person. 100%. Fully admit that. I will fully admit that I'm a bitter human being. I will see people more successful than me for things that I know I could do better. And then be mad about that. I wanted to breed that man before the success. Chris, you want to breed him now. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not mince words here. You want to breed him currently, as he is now, as a married man. Fuck. So the newer plant. Noggin and Mr. Buddy. Mr. Buddy was literally my first YouTube collab ever. That video is still up on the channel. I refuse to. I still have all the raw files for that too. I refuse to delete them. As gay as it is, it's kind of like sentimental in a gay kind of way. Not that like me and Mr. Buddy are like friends or anything really. Like I'm sure we're chill. I'm sure we could like hop in a Discord call and talk or whatever. But like, and have a nice time. But like I have not watched his content in years. We have not interacted in years. Get in there, get in there. You fucking absolute chimp, get in there. They all hold on. So the new Planet of the Apes movies last year, they all go both ironically and unironically harder than I ever expected. So the new one too. I heard the new one was good. My mom watched all of them recently. She was like, should we go watch the new one? I'm like, no, I'm busy. I saw it and I thought it was silly. Smelly and silly. Fuck you. This thing is bullshit, dude. Dark Souls my ass. Remember when it took me 3 weeks to beat Sans Undertale? That was awesome.
Homie, it's Sans Undertale.
Marge! Marge, my butthole it is. But yeah, no, I'll fully admit I'm a bitter person like that. I'm fully a bitter person, fueled by jealousy. Watching a lot of analysis reaction videos on the movies. Planet of the Apes. I gotta get into them. I know. That's my thing. Is like I know I will like them. I know that I will. I'm just like fucking. I have too much shit on my fucking plate. I just gotta get really lucky and guess this thing when it stops. Fuck. Also, Mr. Buddy is cringe now, I guess. Last thing I remember is him still doing that Pokemon fan game he's trying to make for 14 years. 14 years is a bit of a stretch, but yeah, that's pretty much all he does. He just streams and does that now. He doesn't do like videos proper anymore. I mean, that's cool. I understand it. I get the vibe. Alright, I don't think there's any way to, like, big brain this. I think I just have to fucking... Bitch. But I think I've done two collabs total in my years on YouTube.org. It was the Mr. Buddy video way back in the day. I think the video was like how to be a Pokemon master or something like that. There's that, and then I had I'll review anything cameo in my aliens video from like a year ago, back when I was still balding. Well, I guess I still am balding, but back when my balding was more obvious. You fucking monkey bitch. This is gonna get taken out of context. I did see the very first one too, and it was pretty good. But I say by the time the next movie came out, I will watch all the old and new ones and the sequels before getting to as sequels to the first getting very weird. What do you mean by that? I feel like you could have easily blown up at being like, look guys, haha, I'm an items clone, and make that your entire personality. I gotta respect you didn't go that path. I was always more of a Chris Ray gun guy than an items guy, truthfully. You gotta collaborate with a barber. Yo, Loki, yeah. I'm also mean and bitter. I will heal in hell. However, now that I'm older, I just kind of let things bounce off me, or at least I stop caring. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm not emotionally mature enough for any of this shit. I'm not emotionally mature enough to handle being an adult, really. You know what I mean? Like I literally have a child's brain. I'm like Chris Chan. I have like a child in the sense that I have like a child's brain. Fuck off, you bitch! You can count the Antoine clubs. Oh, that's technically true. Yeah, going on Antoine streams. I did do Over Vanity Things podcast too. I did Wanny's podcast back before he rebooted his podcast, and I don't think that episode is public anymore. But yeah, I've done. We gotta come up with a better name for AvaTubers. avatar YouTubers. I'm actually working on an avatar video right now. It's gonna be something different. It's gonna be crazy. You're not gonna expect it. Let me put it that way. You fucking cunt. Better to be selfish. Low key, yeah. That's been my vibe for the past like 7 years. Is like stick. But no, I was like that in fucking like my thing is like, at least with the YouTube shit, is like I make videos that, not to suck my own dick, but I think are better than a lot of other people of my caliber, but I feel like I don't get the recognition for it. And there's a lot of communities I fall right into that I'm just not a part of. And like this kind of stems from like fucking being like a loser in school and shit. But like I was always kind of like this, where I just always felt like I was like fucking left out and shit when I wasn't invited to things, even though I would have been goated in those contexts. You know what I mean? Sounds kind of edgy and emo to say that. Like I feel nothing, but I mean, like I guess with all my experiences, you kind of know that it's better to let go. That's fair. That's wholesome. That's a very emotionally intelligent thing to do. I am an extremely bitter human being. Ang tubers. They're kind of emotionally mature, but it's still better than being gay and cringe. Yeah. No, I'm a little bit edgy, like emo, kind of gay in the in the sense that like. But no, like I see things where like I would fit right into this group, but like I'm not a part of that group, so I'm like fucking mad and angry. You don't get the recognition because you're gay. They're trying to keep you down. That's true. But like I see like YouTubers on stream or whatever. Like I'll watch, like sometimes I watch Tricky Tom streams. Cause like I like his model of content. His personality is pretty funny. Ever since he started doing personality stuff, I think he's funny. But I watch some of his streams sometimes. They just put him on the background while I'm doing shit. Whenever he's streaming, and like I always like every time he's talking to like some other YouTuber on there about like a topic I'm familiar with, I'm like, dude, I could add so much to this conversation right now. Like there's a lot of YouTuber like groups and like fucking genres, like communities I feel like I'd fall right into, but I'm just like not in them. Oh, fucking bitch. Alright, come on. I'm waiting. Well, we're waiting. Get in there, you motherfucker! Let's go! I hate this level. I never want to play this level ever again. Whoever invented this level should be killed violently with a fucking flamethrower and a fucking pipe. Somebody... Whoever invented this level needs to get fucking pipe bombed. What the fuck? But here's the thing is, like, I hear like a lot of other YouTubers I hear give advice to like people in my, not quite in my position, because I'm pretty established by now, but like, or at least I'm established in my own kind of weird fucking autistic niche of like Avatar / Pokemon / Walking Dead guys. But like the whole thing is like, oh yeah, just if you want to make friends with other YouTubers, just like DM them, hit them up, start talking to them. I'm like, that's the other thing. I'm socially awkward and retarded. You're too edgy and not PC enough for them. No, not even. Maybe for the Avatar people, yeah. I see what a lot of the Avatar community doesn't associate with me, even if they have every reason to. Because, like, I'm edgy. They aren't. Especially in, like, the chorus side of things. Like... Like, I know a lot of people probably saw that original Korra video. The white one. And were like, wow, this guy's right, but he's gay. And cringe. Fuck that guy. What the hell is this? What the fuck is going on? Oh. I did a pooper and a fart. I did a doo-doo and a fart. You bastard. You effing bastard. The video was too white-coated. What do you mean by this? Until that before that, I seem emotionally mature. I appreciate that I come off like that. I guess it's better I don't know that I'm still soft and mushy inside. That's yeah. This is getting kind of gay. This is getting a little homosexual. Oh, warm and gooey innards. That sounds fucking hot, dude. Fuck you. Love that you refer to core videos by color. Yeah, it's like they're like Weezer albums. Cause like every Weezer, they have like the blue album, the white album, the green album, the teal album. I'm like the my core videos are like the Weezer of Avatar YouTube. Cause like they're all the same kind of thumbnails, right? The three core videos that I did do basically all the same thumbnail. One of them's brown, one of them's white, one of them's green. I am the Weezer of Avatar YouTube, which means like I'm goated, but I don't get my flowers. You know what I'm talking about? Eat a dick. Please don't flirt with me. Chris, you know I love pussy. All right. I need to become more socially normal. I need to become like a socially normal person. I have no clue how to fucking talk to regular people. Like at all. Because at some point when I move out of this fucking my parents' house, I gotta fucking get pussy. I gotta get on the apps. I gotta start getting pussy. I could do that now, technically. I don't have the social skills for that shit. I need to get better social skills. I don't know how to do that. All the fucking social skill gay guy gurus are like, you're gay. I freaking love Weezer. I fuck with Weezer. Make that a thing. The Avatar of Virgin music. How the fuck do I get past that bitch? Just look at other people as your YouTube chat. You should fix your social skills. Just start talking to people like, hey chat, what are we doing? I can't even talk to people like at work shit, dude. The Avatar. Oh, I see the Avatar of Virgin music, like fucking Weezer, Radiohead. I don't know what's another Virgin band. I'd say Arctic Monkeys, but that's kind of like. They're kind of like in the same tier as like Tame Impala, where they have like a fan base of like teenage girls. Of like fucking BPD art hose. You know what I mean? And that reminds me, we should check back up on Dualicious today. I haven't touched it like since the last stream, which was like, when was that? 2 weeks ago? Not even. It's been too long. It's been so long. And I tug my fucking schlong. Green Day. Green Day is not quite Virgin. I see Green Day is more political than like Lonely Sad Boy. Maybe like fucking Midwest emo bands. Not bands, like it's like a what's the most popular Midwest emo? It's not like a genre I listen to, so I don't know shit. But or like fucking just regular emo, like fucking like trap emo. Fuck off. Arctic Monkeys are for male manipulators. Game OSTs. That's true. That is Virgin music right there. That is white guy Virgin music. Bitch. This level sucks. I hate. This level's a biatch, dude. I gotta do that in under a minute, dude. Bro, I can't even bust in under a minute. Fuck you. Game OST. That's literally my that might be my least favorite type of person. Or like the music elitists who like they don't actually listen to real music, they listen to like fucking only video game OSTs. Like it's fine if you listen to video game OSTs. Like I don't have a problem with that. Like I'll throw those on every now and again. Not on like my fucking Spotify or whatever, but like I'll throw on a game OST, you know what I mean? There's some bangers out there. Like I'm cool with that. Like, if you're gonna come at me as like a music elitist being like, pop music is objectively bad, here's something objectively good, and it's like fucking Final Fantasy soundtrack, it's like, okay, that's a banger, but like, you're also a douche. You know what I mean? Like, you also just suck majorly. Fuck off. Speaking of punk, have you seen that punk band Industry Planet that was trending like a few weeks ago? I have not. I have not heard of this. This is giving me Vietnam flashbacks to the remember that one obviously Industry Plant that we watched on stream that one time? What the fuck were they called? It was like the three chicks, the three BPD art hoes. I don't remember the band. I don't remember what the band was called. But they had like the song was like, I'd rather fucking. I can't remember the last time. I remember more of the song than I reasonably should, after only having listened to it like twice. I can't remember the last time I had gay sex with a guy. I'd rather die than hook up with another straight right guy. I'd rather die. What were they fucking called? Chris, you know this. This is driving me nucking futs. Bitch. My favorite thing about Monkey Ball is that when you fall off the stage, the speed on the bottom left just goes insane. You're looking at a gaming TV movie OC guy. I guess you should get into music on its own, just haven't yet. I'm looking to get into music. Literally, movies and TV are probably like some of the best gateways into getting into like music. Because like most of the shit I listen to, it's either from a movie or TV show, or like I got into that band or genre because of that movie or TV show. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I wouldn't be as big of a Kanye fan if he wasn't in every Hangover movie. Christian and the Hedgehog voice. Hell yeah. So what is it called? And I never want to hear you say I have a boyfriend. I was mostly annoyed by music as a kid is part of the reason. That's fucking weird. My dad and sisters listening to stuff in their car and I just wanted it to be quiet. That's autism right there. That's just being autistic. No, KB, listen to Weezer. You'd like listen to Weezer's Blue album. Guarantee you like it. Guaranteed. Hope you guys like Weezer. Weezer. I'd be thinking about the riff to Buddy Holly all the time. I'll admit, Rick and Morty introduced me to a lot of great songs. Like that one song in the Spaghetti episode is so goated. In the Spaghetti episode? What? Did you make that up? What is the Spaghetti episode of Rick and Morty? Oh, that episode. Okay. No, but like actually that seriously, Rick and Morty, unironically, that's what got me into like DMX. Because they used X Gon Give It To You in that one episode. And I'm like, oh, this goes hard. And that's how I found out about DMX. Nostalgic Critics of the Wall. Yeah, listen to Nostalgic Critics of the Wall. with the furry characters and mother-bearing hips or child-bearing hips. We go get takeout, but we will continue this discussion on F-slur bands later. Hell yeah. I recently got into what are they called? Falling in Reverse. Partially because they did that. Literally because they had that, like, My Life is Like a Video Game song from the meme. It's from the meme. My life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage, all while I am still collecting coins. I've lost my fucking mind. I like to suck off guys. I'd rather suck and fuck every gay guy. But no, like movies, TV shows, great way to find music. That being said, there are also some songs in my playlist that I added to it specifically because, like, oh, this was in a show and I liked it when it was used in the show, but then, like, devoid of the context of the show, I don't like it. Eat butthole, eat bunghole, consume bunghole. Like, there's a song they used in Rick and Morty. It was in, like, the first season. It was like a chaos song or something like that. And I was like, oh, this song's kind of good. I put it in my playlist. I think I've skipped it every single time it's come on in the past 5 years, and I just haven't gotten around to taking it out. That should be a stream. It could be a stream an activity I do on stream. Is cleaning out my Spotify playlist, and then, like, making actual playlists instead of just putting it all into one big playlist where nothing matches anything. Suck the penis and it's not in a cum, so much cum. Bed too fast. I'm gonna be on this one for a while. Jesus Christ. What's up, Danger from Spider-Verse on its own is different from the movie version. I find the movie version better. Yeah, the movie version is pretty goated. Because it's, like, orchestral and shit. It's got, like, the movies. It's got, like, the act. It's, like, integrated into the score. I like that. I like it when movies do that. Or TV shows, for that matter. Like Stranger Things, when they did that in the most recent season with the running up that hill, they, like, integrated it into the score. They did, like, an epic version for that one scene. For that Kate Bush song. That went hard. And I know this is going to be gay to say this, but sometimes anime openings can make you can get you into shit. Like Maximum the Hormone, they go hard because they did that song for the Frieza movie. Frieza, 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 Frieza. You know what I'm talking about? Then I think they did a Death Note opening. They're probably going to be in Chainsaw Man in season 2. It's going to be awesome. Maybe season 3 by the time they get to it. It's going to be awesome. Oh, I'm gay. So seeing, like, in season 4, episode 13 of The Walking Dead, I think where Daryl's laying in the coffin while Beth's playing the piano. I love that scene so much. I want to find that song. Yeah, Walking Dead's got some good shit too. I like a lot of songs off the Walking Dead soundtrack, especially like the early seasons. Like the early seasons had really good song choice. I think only because I like that scene. I like that song. Otherwise, I don't think I would have cared for it. Oh yeah, same vibe for me. Because like a lot of Walking Dead stuff is like kind of country adjacent. I don't really like country music, but like the context it's used in, it goes hard. Like I don't know what genre Clutch is really, but Regulator goes hard. Oh, I see that lantern, trim low, burning in our home. And how many times am I gay? And I would suck balls along the way. Eat balls. Like if I don't know, like when I was editing the AMVs for the Walking Dead video, I literally planned those AMVs out specifically because I'm like, I want to use a lot of these songs because a lot of these songs are so goated. But like I'm like trying to find a song from each specific season that would fit, but a lot of them just like didn't. A lot of the later seasons just didn't have iconic music. Like the only one I could think of is like Heaven I Know from season 10. That goes raw. So I used that for the ending as I'm like, oh, that works. That goes raw. Eat bunghole. Eat bunghole. Eat bunghole, dude. I'm out here eating bunghole. You know what I'm talking about? I hate this level. I really do. I hate this with so much anger. AMVs and we're goated. I really, yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna do fear AMVs, honestly. I might just do like, I'm contemplating just doing like two big AMVs for like each era. I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm not gonna spoil any song choices or anything, but I don't know how I'm gonna do it yet. Because the Walking Dead video I was planning for years, partially because I'm like, oh, I wanted to use a lot of these songs. So I had a lot of time to think about it. The Fear video, I didn't really. I wasn't as familiar with it at the time. So I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I still don't really know what I'm doing. I also might just do one big one at the end of the video. I'm not sure. Do a dumb AMV like Peaches. Peaches AMV. That's fucking awesome. Alright, how do I get past this asshole? Like that, apparently. No! Penis, 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 I love you. Oh, you just know for a fact Jack Black is gonna do something crazy for the Minecraft movie. You know he's gonna go absolutely nutty mode. He's gonna go absolutely Sigma mode for the Minecraft movie. He's totally gonna do like a Minecraft song. He can't not. He's Jack Black. He's done a song for like every movie he's been in the past few years. Like he did one. He did the Peaches song for Boozer in the Super Mario. He did the freaking that Britney Spears cover for some reason for Kung Fu Panda 4. Jack Black's gonna get ball surgery to make his balls square for the movie. I would do that. I would do that. I would go full method for it. I would live box mode. I'd become the box ghost. Minecraft movie did finish filming, so hopefully soon we get a trailer. I don't think that's gonna happen, but yeah. I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. Like soon. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happening. What the hell happened? Go on. Oh, you know it's got some good. You know it's got some good fucking bangers in it, dude. Family Guy. Family Guy unironically has some good ass songs in it. I am the cox ghost. Gay box ghost be like, I am the cock ghost. I love the box ghost. He's so stupid. I love him. What was I talking about? What was I talking about before I was interrupted by the cock ghost? Oh yeah, Family Guy. Family Guy has some good ass fucking tracks in it, dude. Thank the Whites, Down Syndrome Girl. I throw on Thank the Whites every so often. Oh, you know what it was? I was actually learning to play a song for Family Guy on the guitar. You know the episode where Peter and Quagmire form like a Simon and Garfunkel duo. They have like all those comedy songs. I try to learn the one about pooping. It's pretty easy to play for the most part. There's just like one chord that fucks me up. I suck ass at bar chords. I don't know if you guys know anything about guitar. There's some chords that are bar chords. I suck at them. I can't do them for the life of me. Or rather, I can do them, but I can't do them quickly. You were talking about how you're going to give Chris an hour segment of your fear video because of how goated he is. Yeah. No. Yeah. Possibly. You know what's crazy? I think my seasons 4 and 5 segments are going to be like an hour each. Because they're like some of the long... Like, I had so many complaints. But then, like, I feel a little bit bad because, like, my stuff about the good seasons is, like, rather short in comparison. I'm not done with the script yet. I finished season 7 since the last stream. I haven't started 8 yet. I might start it next week. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I might watch it next week in lieu of doing streams. But I watched the last season. But most of the season 7 segment written. And like, oh bitch! At this rate, I think this video might be longer. It's probably good. By the time I'm done with it, it's gonna probably be longer than the main show video. It's either gonna be just as long it's gonna be just as long if I restrain myself. But it's probably gonna be even longer. I don't know how much longer. But for reference, the main Walking Dead video is 99 pages. It's a 99-page script. Fuck off. The Fear video currently is at 88 pages. So bitch tit. Better be at least 8. It's definitely gonna be 6. I don't know how long it's gonna be yet. It's gonna be a longer feller. And I'm glad I'm the one doing it. Because there isn't much intelligent discussion about Fear the Walking Dead. There really is not. Nobody can explain why it's bad. You know what I mean? Like, everybody knows that, like, at least the reboot seasons are, like, really bad. Nobody can explain why they're bad. I guess kind of similar thing with the good seasons, too, is, like, People know that they're really good. They can tell they're really good, but I've never seen anybody be able to actually explain intelligently why they're good. Same thing with the bad seasons. We all know that they're bad, but everybody's argument for why they're bad is like not really an argument. It's just like, wow, lol. Writer's bad? Crazy. Writer's dumb. Why writers do that? Logical inconsistency. The other show didn't do that, even though it did. I'm trying to up my gamer score. You a bitch. That's why I'm excited for it. See, it's gonna be the only good. I've said this before. I will continue to say it. It's gonna be the only good Fear the Walking Dead video on the internet. Oh, if they drop right on top of you, they don't fling you. I say as I get fucking mollywopped up my ass. You guys ever get mollywopped gay style? You know what I'm talking about? There's gotta be a way to, like, cheese this. I'm not skilled enough to be able to cheese this. I'm going big Reddit mode. Why did I do that? Monkey. I don't know how controversial this is. My favorite part of season 2 is the downfall of Chris throughout the season. Yeah, I'm not to spoil the video, but like I originally hated him, and I feel like a lot of other fans also really hated him. But like looking at his arc as a whole, like with hindsight and shit, he's actually low-key kind of goated. He's low-key kind of one of the best written characters in terms of like his arc. In terms of being like a likable character, nah, he sucks. He's not a very likable character. But his arc is goated. Alright. It's Monkey Monday. How do you fucking get through that? Oh, unless I have to like get a fucking running start and just speed through it. I think I have to get a running start. What time is it? That was queer. That was gay of me. No, you bastard. You bastard! You bastard! I'm Stewie Griffin. I've been on a Family Guy kick lately. I've been on my Family Guy shit. I was watching Family Guy video essays the other night. I don't know why. I just stumbled across them. I don't know what I was watching that led me to this, but I was watching Family Guy video essays. I was watching one about like Quagmire's love life. Like the whole arc of Quagmire, how he was like molested as a child, and that's why he's like a rapist. I'm seeing a lot of Family Guy discourse in the timeline lately. Oh, I'm God. I'm God. I'm literally God. I'm literally gosh almighty. No! Alright, at least I know how to get it. Trial and error. That's how we win. I'm going monkey mode. I'm going straight up gorilla mode. Is there like a lore reason for why they're in a ball? They just do that. Hunt. Holy shit.
I'm gonna fuck it up.
Yo, I was at work today. I'm fucking Not Like Us came on my fucking playlist. I forgot I added it in there, and I was like, I'm just sitting there, or I'm walking around working, and I just hear fucking, what's it called? Not Like Us start playing. I'm like, why? What? I was confused, and I'm like, okay, I'm into it though. Let's get it. 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 Lil Pump. Or as Donald J. Trump would say, Little Pimp. Con. You know, I've been thinking about this. Here's a shower thought for you. Unforgivable. You guys know Unforgivable? You know that video? Classic YouTube. Unforgivable was a kind of low-key Dracula flow before Dracula flow. Know what I'm saying? Because it's just a guy saying insane shit to a camera for seemingly no reason.
What's the matter, dog? Ain't you tired?
Something by a minor. I'm talking about. You guys ever just hit him with an ooh-ah? You know what I'm talking about? Ooh-ah. Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. It bothers me. Oh. Whoa, I went absolutely fucking gorilla mode on that. Look at that shit. Eat pussy. Eat pussy. Eat a big old fucking pussy. You know what I'm talking about? Monkey mode. Going big monkey mode. I'm gay. I went to MacPens.com. Turned out I was fucking gay. You know what I'm talking about? Bitch. Fallout boy. One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so gay. He tastes like you and your penis. I should do that. I should do gay Fallout Boy. That'd be awesome. I wonder somebody's probably done that before, but I wonder which song nobody's done. I bet nobody's done 27. That's like the most underrated Fallout song in my opinion. Or the most underrated Fallout Boy song. It's so underrated they don't even play it live. It's crazy. I'm fucking stupid. Absolute fucking S, dude. If home is where the heart is, then we're all just fucked. I can't remember. I can't remember. I'll make you bend and come. Say your prayers and let the liquid flow. What the fuck? Has your Better Call Soy Funko Pop collection been going? Oh, it's going good. I just got Mike Ehrmantraut, fucking shot ear version. I just got my Huel Babineau Funko Pop. He needs that spin-off, Bitter Fuel Huel. Better Rim Kim. I need a Kim Sexler fucking spin-off, dude. Kim Sexler the GOAT. Those were thanks for the memories. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I'm gonna make you bend and come. Say your prayers and let the liquid flow. That's not bad. I'm gonna make you bend and gape. Say your prayers and let the cum shot flow. In case you're not homo. We know I'm gay, you're a homo. And I want my... I'd have to think about the rest of this. It's my schlongs that make my turds stand up. My turds? It's the schlongs that make my fucking... It's the schlongs that make my hair stand up right. Who does he think he is? If that's the worst you got, put your fucking dick on my tip. One night and one more guy. What rhymes with memories? What that? Or at least sounds vaguely like memories. That's like a gay term. Memories? No, that's boobs though. That's not gonna work. Thanks for the memory. Guy who's really appreciative about boobies. I've wanted to do this. I've had the idea of doing retarded covers. Or like covers that are gay covers. Like a Down syndrome cover. Obviously you do System of a Down, call it Syndrome of a Down. Herpes. Thanks for the gay herpes. Maybe. Not enough syllables is the problem. Thanks for the penis, please. That doesn't make any sense though. Grammatically, it doesn't make sense. It does not make a grammatical sense. What, mate? I'm black. Oh, unrelated, completely unrelated. I don't know if you guys are big Shane Gillis heads, and if there's any dogs in the audience. I don't know if you guys saw his show came out, Tires. It's very funny. Very funny. Would recommend. Go check it out. It's on Netflix. A cancer cover. I've had ideas for like random non-gay covers, non-gay parody covers before, in like the shower. But then the more I think about it, the more that's just Weird Al. You know what I mean? Because like that's Weird Al's thing is just taking a random topic and making that a cover of some other different song. Like I Want It That Way. I bought it on eBay. Like bro did an eBay cover. He did an eBay parody. Or like Amish Paradise. Like, how do you do... Like, the more I think about it, this is just Weird Al. As I walk through the valley where I harvest my AIDS, I take a look at my wife and realize he's very gay. Oh, that's so funny. What if we did what's a song I could do a cancer cover of? How would you even do a cancer cover? There's not many words you could like rhyme with other words to make it sound like it's cancer. No. Like what if we did what if we did like Dream On cancer cover. Chemo. I don't know about that one. Slow and steady makes me gape, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, I'm gaping and I'm farting. Oh, I'm hurting. Oh, I'm fucking farting and shitting and turning. You know what I'm talking about? An AIDS cover. Well, that's just a gay cover, but significantly more homophobic. You know what I mean? Bitch nuts. Cunt. This level sucks, dude. I've been on this one for like a solid 45 minutes, I bet. Are you dicking me? Are you cunting me? Are you absolutely plapping my ass? I'm getting absolutely fucking ass plapped right now, dude. This is some hardcore anal plappage, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Has anybody done a gay cover of Not Like Us? I'm sure. No, dude, there's no way this hasn't been done. Somebody has to have done that already. If not, I have to be the guy that makes it. Wah, 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 wah. I'm gonna fuck his butt. Wah, 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 wah. I'm gonna suck his cum. What's the matter, dog? Ain't you tired? You took my balls because I am a minor. That's not even gay. That's just a pedophile cover. Pedophile covers. That's a good. Actually, that's already been done before. That guy, Mr. Girl. He's like that guy who's like openly a pedophile or whatever. He did a cover of Criminal by Eminem, but he called it Pedophile. And now every time I listen to Criminal, I can't help but think of that. He kind of goes a little bit raw, I'm not gonna lie. Because I'm a pedophile. Yeah, I'm a pedophile. I bet I could easily do a gay cover of that. My words are like a dagger with a jagged edge. Oh, like edge? You could do something with like edging there. A gooning cover. A gooning cover would just be like a gay cover, but about regular straight things. Actually, when you think about it, regular music is just like regular songs are just like straight parodies of themselves. You know what I mean? Like half of all hip hop is like I fucked the pussy. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, you could just replace pussy with bussy, and that's the gay version. Cunt. Wah. I'ma fuck it up. Wah. I'ma do my stuff. What if we did a Reddit cover? We are the Lizard Squad. You guys remember the Lizard Squad? They were low-key kind of goated. That was the smoothest shit of all time until right there. Cunt. He gets you at the last second with that. You have to like... I guess you have to like speed through it. You just gotta time it really well. Like I've been timing these pretty well lately. Well, not that time. The past couple of attempts I've been timing this really well. This game is so like cute and lighthearted that I can't even bring myself to like pretend to be mad at it. Either that or it's the tired brain, but... What's the matter, dog? Ain't you tired? I struck a chord, but it's probably a minor. They call me school shooter, but not with the gun. Was the funniest line in that parody. Wait, what? They call me school shooter, but not with the gun. Oh, was that in the fucking Mr. Girl pedophile thing? I actually don't even know the lyrics to that beyond the hook, which is just I'm a pedophile. that's the hook. That's all I remember. They call me a school shooter, but not with a gun. That's insane. That's a crazy bar. I'm balls. My monkey balls. Oh, I'm gay. Okay. Ow! Oh, I got overzealous there. Alright, so yeah, the key is timing, because they bounce at different intervals. But the idea is if you do it in the first interval, that's the easiest. Well, not like that. Not like that either. That was good. That was almost... Okay. Alright, I'm getting the hang of this. I'm going to sauce this. I'm going to absolutely sauce this. I'm saucing on dudes. It reminds me of the time my school thought it would have a shooting because they heard a student saying, shooting up the schoolyard, when it was in a reference to basketball. That's actually hilarious. My school, you know, I remember back in like, I think this was like 2018. Had to have been, yeah. It was either like 2017, 2018, when that like Florida school shooting happened. Everybody was scared. I remember in my high school, everybody was scared shitless Or at least all the girls were scared shitless, and the guys didn't really give a fuck because we're fucking goated. They were all like scared shitless. They're like, I don't feel safe. And then the school was like, we're gonna organize a walkout, which is like, okay, firstly that defeats the purpose. The whole point of a walkout is to protest the school's administration, so it doesn't make any sense if they're like fucking allowing it or fucking mandating it. And secondly, I think I've talked about this on a really, really old stream. But I'll talk about it again. It's back when all the school shooting hysteria was at like its peak. My school had like a school shooter drill. Or they had like a lockdown drill. So like here's what here's what you do when if there's a school shooting or active shooter, whatever the fuck. They tell you what to do or whatever. But the idea is like, oh, these can catch you by surprise and can happen at any moment. There's like an unpredictability to them that you need to also account for. But instead of that, they just like announced when it was going to happen. They're like, there's going to be a lockdown drill at 8th period or whatever. When everyone's like, well, we know when that's going to be, so we're just going to like hide by a classroom if we're on like our off period and just fucking go right there. So they did the same thing with the fire drills. They would like kind of like, they wouldn't announce it, but they would like the rumors would somehow spread. They're like, oh, there's gonna be a fire drill on Friday, and then lo and behold, Friday comes out and there's a fire drill. What the fuck? How do you know that? You know what they thought that kid was gonna shoot up the school, KB? It's probably because he was black. Like, I'm shooting up the schoolyard. They're like, oh, he's black. He probably has a gun on him right now. Stop rapping at me and fucking... Ah, shit. I let these bounce too many times anyways.
What's the matter, dog? Ain't you tired? I tried a horn, but that's probably A minor.
Cunt. Absolute cunt. I love the word cunt. It's such a good word. I mean, it's a bad word. You shouldn't say it. But it's a good word. It's funny. No! My armpits are like rubbing up against each other because of the way I'm sitting. Because I have to hold the controller. It's driving me knuckin' futs. I feel like they don't allow mouse controls because I feel like if you were using a mouse with this, it'd be way too accurate. Maybe it'd be the other way around. Because I caught a peek at the keyboard controls though, like they make you use WASD. And I think that would probably fucking be a death sentence for this game. If you played Monkey Ball with a fucking mouse and keyboard, you're insane. I'm fucking gay. iDubbbz. Swag like iDubbbz. Bitch, 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 bitch. I want to suck your tits. I like the premise of a horny vampire. I want to suck your cock. And balls.
Ready, go. Fall out. Ready, go.
This game reminds me of like those old school Flash games on like the Wonka website. You guys remember those? You remember the Wonka Flash game? I don't remember if it was Wonka, but there was a Flash game very similar to Monkey Ball on one of those
Ready, go.
one of those Flash games. Might have been. I don't think it was. I don't know if it was Wonka. It might have been like some third party thing. I don't remember. It was like candy adjacent.
Fall out. Ready, go.
But it was like very similar to Monkey Ball, but it wasn't like there was no ball. And there wasn't really a monkey. I don't think there was a monkey either. I don't. It might have just been like a random generic thing. Bitch. Absolute bitch. Absolute bitch.
Fall out.
I hate life. I hate being alive. I hate interacting with humans. Can I talk? Let's get wholesome. Let's not get wholesome. Let's get edgy and emo and gay for a second. The act of engaging with other people is insane. Can we as a society collectively agree? This is crazy. This is wild. Why is the UPS driver talking to me about fucking whatever homosexual act he was doing that day? I don't give a fuck, dude. They fucking talk to me, eh? I'm trying to fucking suck toes, dude. Could be your toes, but they sure as hell ain't gonna be mine. I ain't gonna be the one getting sucked, yeah. Alright.
Fall out.
Oh, there's a big one in the middle that you have to like skate right by. Oh, I see the one. Okay, at least okay, it's like a really weird interval. Oh, I could clap that. Ah, fuck. Okay, I fucked up. Bitch!
Fall out.
Alright. I'm going absolute Sigma mode right now. Would you have a gay sex with iDubbbz if it meant your channel would blow up? Absolutely. Absolutely. Only if it's like his old fans, though. Only if his old fans like are like, wow, this guy had gay sex with iDubbbz for the bit. Because like a lot of his new fans are like just kind of like as boring as he is. No! Okay. I can do this. I will do this in the next half hour. It will happen. All right then. Oh, I wasn't fast enough. That was so. I just like stopped in the middle of that for no reason. All right, I'm going hard. See this dog in your front yard? Just know upstairs I'm going hard. Bing bong. I'm like a magic god would make your channel blow up from the algorithm and not iDubbbz giving you a shout out or having gay sex with you. He would do it though. I would still get a. I feel like okay. All right, the algorithm does it. Sure. Okay, I'll take that. But like. Also, I'm probably getting a decent boost from iDubbbz' fans. You know what I mean? Or maybe like the commentary community at large, right? They'd probably be like, yo, this guy has sex with idubs, yeah? I thought idubs liked women. Granted, his wife is kind of... more on the masculine side, I should say. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Bitch, 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 bitch. Every so often, a video gets picked up by the algorithm, and it fucking bothers shit into me. Or rather, so this is something you'll learn if you ever become a YouTuber, if you ever make any kind of content, really. Something you will quickly learn is that the thing you put the least effort into, or even things that you like in hindsight, you're like, oh, I worded that poorly, or like, I don't like how I did that. Those are always going to be the things that blow up. Every single time without fail. Oh, that one's a pain in the D, dude. I was almost there. Shit. Oh, I was gay for a second. Okay. I don't know how I did that. I really have no clue I did that. Chat, this is it. Chat, this is it. I'm literally God. I'm literally Gosh himself. Did I say half hour? Oh, I meant like 5 minutes. I'm never playing that stage ever again. For any reason at all. Do you like Chinese food? I'm autistic as shit. So I'd be fucking with some like sweet and sour chicken, dude. I know it's like the basic bitch autistic answer, but like yeah. I'd be fucking with that low key. I'll be fucking with some sweet sour chicken, yeah. And I don't even be using the sweet and sour sauce like that, yeah. Wow, still on this level. What the fuck is this? What are these blue motherfuckers? The Golski's right there, yay. I don't know how I... What? We're gonna blaze through the next, like, 5 of these, I guarantee. There's just one that's a bitch and a half, and then there's just the... Oh, fuck my fucking throat. Okay. No! Alright, let's go thin mode. Is this a good idea? Totally not. Yeah, no, we're not doing that one. Okay, we're not going super thin mode. It is raining real fucking hard out there. If this stream happens to go down for whatever reason, it's probably because I lost power. Don't think that's gonna happen. I noticed that they had a new cook at this place in the wall nearby. The orange chicken my dad got looked actually immaculate. Wholesome. Fucking gaming. Chinese food. Why was that funny? That wasn't funny at all. It's just saying a sentence. Yeah, I'd be fucking with a little bit of Chinese food on the DL. Though if I was taken to a Chinese restaurant in like a social setting, I would be ostracized by whatever group I was in. They'd be like, ew, you're a fucking weird autistic fucking homo cretin. I think hearing hail hitting the roof right now. You hear hail hitting the roof? We don't get hail around here, especially not this time of year. It was too nice tonight. I offered everyone an egg roll, expecting them to also be nice and say, "Oh no, mo. Oh no, amigo." They ate all of my egg rolls. That's fucking cringe, dude. They can't be eating all your shit. This is why I don't offer people anything. It's like, nah, motherfucker, this is my food. You ordered your own food for a goddamn reason, dude. You ain't having no my shit, yo. Oh. Oh, yeah. I'm probably doing this in the most counterintuitive way. Like, you're probably supposed to go around, like, this way. Grab the banana. I fall off at that very end. Oh, I meant on my end. Oh, on your end. Oh, that's true. I'm gay and retarded. Do you have buffets near you? Probably. I don't know. I don't really go outside. I don't go outside, and I don't really like order food. My mom orders food sometimes, but like I don't really order it myself because I was just like subconsciously raised as a child. That's like, you know, there's no fucking need for that. But now my mom just like orders food all the time. Sounds silly, but I ask because I know buffet are more associated with Southerners. Yeah, it's definitely more of a Southern thing. There are probably a few up here, but definitely not like it's never not like a common thing. And there's like one that I know of, but it's like a half-hour drive away. There used to be a Chinese buffet in my town, but I think it got shut down. Replaced with something else. I don't know, maybe it is still there. I haven't been to that plaza in a long time. It pains me to know that my family in California doesn't have a buffet. Sad, almost pity of the That's good, dude. Marijuana. All right.
Ready? Go!
What the dick? Oh, this level is gay, dude. I think I fucking missed a button. Oh, wait, what is that? Shut up.
9, 8, 7, 6. Out.
Back to what I was saying. Wholesome.
Ready? Go! Fall out.
How the fuck?
Ready? Go!
Oh, you have to time it. Alright, let me go get hit by this one.
Fall out. Ready? Go!
Shit. Alright. Yee.
Ready? Go!
Get in there, you monkey ball bastard. Get the fuck in there. I was about to punch a wall. I almost punch a child. I'd hunt down a child and punch him in the skull.
Ready? Go!
I was about to say the goal to level. There's this queer punk band that sounds and looks like what you'd expect if you were if you were from the right. They seem like industry plants because they came out of nowhere and they're super clean. I mean, you can't really be punk and clean at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, in order to be punk, you kind of got to be like inherently a little bit grungy. It's always been a counterculture vibe. Yeah, you gotta send me that shit later. Next, fucking the America's Next Top 30 Minutes. How the flying dick? It's a comb. I should probably. And it brought up something interesting on Twitter, on the twatters. Is punk music actually dead? It is a good question. I'm not educated enough to have an answer about that, but Twitter world be going crazy with that shit. You know what I'm talking about? You can't be punk and counterculture when you heavily align with today's culture. I'm too small brained to have like a nuanced take on this, but like, I mean, being punk has always been just being anti-authority in any context. It's always been like kind of inherently like pro freedom. Anti-authority. Why does the fucking end of this comb always get me? You fucking comb ass bitch. But the thing about punk is that it's not necessarily always a counterculture type beat. No! Like, it doesn't always have to be like specifically counterculture. It doesn't have to be challenging the fucking social norms or whatever. Because there have been like punk artists and punk bands in like both types of administrations. Because it's pretty inherently like bipartisan. Not to be like political or anything, but like the way I understand it, it's always just been anti-authority. Regardless of if it's left or right. But do I think is punk actually dead? I don't know. I'd leave that to fucking... I'll leave that to the music intelligent people to fucking talk about, because I'm not that fucking smart. I couldn't tell you a punk band today, though. Any punk bands that, like... I can't even think of a punk band off the top of my head. I can think of pop punk bands, but they don't really count. Because they're pop punk. I'm shitting. You say that, but when the norm is already anti-authority, then how would it be even considered edgy as edgy and grunge? Well, that's the thing. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be against the norm. Like if the norm is already anti-government or whatever. Which, by the way, it should be fuck the government. Then you're not. It's still punk to be like, hey, fuck the government. That just means more people are that. Punk band talks about ACAB a lot and how roidoids are fascist. I mean, that is kind of like, yeah. I mean, punk has always kind of been inherently liberal to some degree. Granted, there are probably, like, also right-wing applications of it. Again, I'm not qualified to talk about any of this. I'm fucking stupid and retarded and gay. This is fucking easy baby mode. Come on, bitch. You bastard. You fucking bastard. All right. Get that motherfucker. Shut up. My last comment got muted. I know nothing about that. You know, I don't touch. I didn't touch your shit. Fuck the police. That was baby mode. That was fucking. Skibbity. So many of my messages get blocked too. It took me like 4 minutes to send that one from the Eminem parody. Yeah, YouTube is weird. I don't know how the fuck it works. Could just be YouTube is being gay today. That's entirely possible. Joe Rogan moment. Only wanted to make an announcement. I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch ass motherfucker. I turned into Chris Chan for a second there. It was awesome. Oh, I'm gay. All right. No YouTube, just hating on freedom of speech. True. Oh, this level's gonna make me fucking screech and cum. Non-sexually. This is fucking gay. I hate this. Alright. Hit me, baby, come inside. All right. Your lonely dick is killing me. Killing me. I must confess, I still love deez. Still love deez. I love pussy. Ready for my new girlfriend story? Oh, hell yeah. Drop that shit. We drop that hard lore, dude. We need the hard Unami fucking girlfriend lore. You know what I'm talking about? I will not use baby mode. I will not play this baby game in baby mode. What the fuck launched me? It didn't even touch me. Bitch. Oh. I almost went Mike Pence mode real quick. Fuck. Shut up. Don't you fucking count me down.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Fall out.
Cunt. I met this new girl. First thing she said, she was an orphan. Ask her if she knew the new daddy. That's hard. That's a hard ass bar. This bitch says she an orphan. I say I could be your daddy. It's like a Dracula flow bar. Oh. There's got to be some kind of strategy to this. She had a roommate with a boyfriend. Did you ask her if she was looking for a boyfriend? I see that. Give me time, you know I'm gonna be that. Don't be scared to go, but you trust in me. Can't you see all I really wanna be?
Fall out. Ready, go.
And then, like they all do, she had the audacity to just go right ahead and ask me for money. That's crazy. You be meet. I don't know where you be meeting these psycho bitches, dude. I really don't know. I have no explanation for this. My only explanation is that either you're making all this shit up, or that there's something about you that just attracts fucking gold digging whores. As the great Bill Burr once said, there's an epidemic of gold digging whores.
Fall out.
It's like a button.
Go.
Fuck. Who fucking put this here? Who invented this level? Oh, I almost Mike Penced it, dude. I almost went in Mike Pence mode. I feel like if it's happening this often, though, you know what I mean? I feel like if it's happening this often, where women just straight up ask you for money, straight up, I feel like it's not them at that point. I feel like it's you, probably. It's probably you misinterpreting it. It's probably you misinterpreting a basic social cue.
Fall out. Ready,
Either that or you're lying and making it up. Both of them are believable. Okay, don't do it that way. I'll get my fucking pussy slapped open. My fucking monkey pussy, dude. I'm trying to slap that 8 pussy, dude. He secretly... She said she barely had much to eat. I'm like, why don't you ask your roommate to help you? Well, that's not a very gentlemanly thing to say. No wonder these women are just like, they tell you to go fuck yourself. Because you say things like that. You know, there's a thing. Women like to complain about menial things. That's how they work. If you want pussy, you have to entertain that. You have to entertain their complaints. That's how it works. Not even if you want pussy, even. Just universally. Secretly document and record your next date and send it for the video segment. Of course, blurring your face. I found the band, but I have someone else I might want to show. Some Jewish license plate narc. What? You don't just ask for his money. Ask someone for money on day literal 1. Yeah, but how are they asking you for money? Are they saying, "Give me money, I'm a broke bitch"? Or are they like being like, oh hey, can you are you picking up the bill for this? Or hey, can you buy me this? Not, hey, I'm low on rent this fucking month. Give me fucking money now. I landed on it. Why didn't it go? I'm screeching. I'm reeing, dude. Oh my god, I almost did it twice. You don't ask people for money, like, ever. That's just like a social norm that most people, I think, follow. Money, 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 money. Money, my pussy. Jesus Christ.
Ready, go!
Oh. I just made a poo-poo out of my ass.
Ready, go!
Oh. No. I'm fucking losing it, dude. I want to jump out a window. IRL. Oh. 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 What is happening? This is completely random. This is like a Plinko machine. Well, not literally like a Plinko machine, but it's just completely random. This is fucking heinous. It should be a crime in several countries. What the fuck is going on? Oh, that's right. I have to remember I'm tilting the stage when I do shit like this. Not the ball. I have fucking stupid disease. Alright. We'll give this another couple attempts and then we'll fucking... Alright. 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 I think I feel the vibe. Oh, okay. Alright, alright, alright. I think I've discovered a strategy. Fuck. Fuck my ass sideways. Fuck me around the asshole. I need a fucking haircut so bad. I don't want to get one though. 'Cause I want to remind people that I'm goated. Which, by the way, is true. Throwing the game gets me hard. Call me the came thrower. They call me the came thrower. Bro just threw his cane everywhere, dude. What if that's what people called calm? They called it their came. Dude, my came is everywhere. Look at all my came all over the place.
Fall out. Ready, go.
Sometimes I open my urethra until a man's butthole come out of my ass. You know what I'm talking about?
Fall out. Ready, go. Fall out.
These bitches in there's bitches in Fortnite. I tell you, there's bitches in Fortnite. He canes is mid, but I think their dog mascot is cute. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ready, go.
What? What are you guys talking about? Am I missing something? Am I missing something heterosexual going on here?
Fall out.
Who made this level? They should be shot.
Fall out.
He's too bouncy.
Ready, go.
This is literally like a slot machine. This is literally a game of chance. I'm sure there's a strategy to it. I think I've discovered some level of strategy to it. I just did that completely by accident. No! Alright, can we do that again?
Fall out. Ready,
If I can land on the top, then I'd be goated. I think I've discovered the strategy. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I just have to hope that gravity fucking eats my own ass. You know what I mean? Oh, he needs some milk. What are we doing, dude?
ready, go.
I'm gonna boot this game up in like a fucking week or two, and I'm gonna not know what the hell I was doing. I'm gonna be so damn confused. Oh, monkey man, pussy man. What up, Reddit? I'm pussy. What the dick? Imagine once you're done with this game, Fallout will be like a Winter Soldier code word for you, putting you in a murderous haze. Probably, it already is. It's already coming close. No, this is honestly kind of a hard game to get mad at, because it's just adorable. Alright, I have to somehow angle it
Ready, go.
so that it shoots me straight up. Because staying still doesn't do that. staying still throws me at an angle. And apparently so does whatever that is.
Fall out.
Alright, I'm gonna try this one more time, and then we gotta stop. I think I have to fucking go the other way.
Fall out.
Alright.
Ready, go.
Ugh. Alright, chat. I'm white. That theme song kind of goes a little bit raw. Sounds like some Puffy Ami Yumi shit, you know what I'm talking about? This that knick-knack paddywhack give a dog a bone type shit. Bruh. I'm on them Nashville nibblers. I'm on that. I'm on that diabetic dookie. You know what I'm talking about, dude? I thought we were talking about canes. I heard it in a feeding my doges. Canes, like raising canes. Every day I wake up, I shit my pants, then I get out of bed. Raising canes all day. Oh, alright, I'm gonna go take a piss. Grab some snacks, 'cause I'm a grown man. In the meantime, send me videos on the Discord. You know the rules. I'm just look up TFS cereal mascots. I think we did that one, didn't we? Sounds cringe, but you VC more often. Helps with speaking. Yeah, I'm a little bit retarded. My mush mouth. I like mush mouth. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss. BRB. I should put this controller back. I should just get a second one of these without a battery. This fucking thing blinks it. Going Reddit mode. Hey yo.
Hey yo. Hey yo. We all ready. What I ready? I'm ready. Ready now.
No. I wish this camera had like a wider lens or like could zoom back farther. That'd be funny to get like a. That'd be funny just to get full body shots for a stream. Yeah. Let me move. Can I move this without the camera falling down? It jiggled a little bit. Do it jiggle? Okay. What the fuck? Oh hell yeah. Okay, we got some good shit. All right. we pull all these up. Maybe not all of them, but I'll go down the line.
Hey, it's Gersh Kunzman, and I'm...
Shut up. All right. We'll start with the 9/11 Twin Towers memes. What up, tigers? Send the ad. You send them ads. Why don't you look up TFS cereal mascots? I think we did that already, but I'll look. I'll do it. It was the cereal mascots they wanted to fuck, right? Oh no, they did the fast food mascots. No, but they did the cereal ones. Cause I remember them talking about Count Dicula. Count Dicula. The Multiverses trailer. I mean, I don't really have much to say about that, but. Awesome. The Big Fapple.
Twin Towers has been renamed Bill and Bill. Now we can finally tell them apart. I love this. Rugrats Movie Madness, changing the world one camera at a time.
Al Qaeda killed the Rugrats, dude.
Pictures so real you won't believe your eyes. Dolby Prologic surround sound so exciting your eyes won't believe your ears. The ultimate home cinema televisions from Philips, including 100 Hz flicker-free pictures and widescreens. Philips, let's make things better.
Oh my god, there's a plane flying towards. I didn't even pick up on that. I'm playing the new Like a Dragon game. It's so full of testosterone that I need to watch this stream to get my estrogen levels back in order. Man, fuck you. You think I'm soy? Y'all crackers think I'm soy? Y'all think I'm soy? Could a soy boy do this? You know what I'm talking about? Y'all think I'm soy? Come on. Alright. Reddit. Lemon. I'm on 11. Need Ichiban. You would. Bought the entire Yaga series a couple months back and I haven't gotten to play them yet. I've considered getting into it. Show your pits. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go. You know what? Sun's out, guns out. The sun's not out. It's actually raining. It's nighttime and it's raining. Scary video game Easter eggs iceberg. All right, let me put that in the. All right. Enough of this coping. I'm not coping for shit. All right, what's this thing Chris sent? A fitting end to Gersh Kunz. This guy's name is Kunzman. Gersh Kunzman's criminal mischief.
I know criminal mischief is over, but my fans will recognize the red pickup truck
I
behind
love
me.
Ichiban have a thing for autists. I could tell, Chris.
Belongs to Leaf Man, but as you can see, no leaves on Leaf Man's car at all today. And I consider that a victory. And so as I close out Criminal Mischief finally, and let you listen to the song one more time all the way through, I celebrate the small victories.
You want your tits.
it's
You want your
nice to
big
know.
fucking man tits.
At the end of the day,
Big floppy
Man.
fucking man milkers.
has embraced our little relationship. Play us out, Jimmy, with the greatest hits of Criminal Mischief.
What the hell is this?
A friend I know was back into work. He noticed something really untoward.
So that the guy does, he like
Ahead he saw a total jerk who had done something totally
he just fucks with
absurd.
people's license plates.
A piece of tape had covered his plate. He turned a letter.
You know what's so
into a
crazy?
key.
He could do this to my license plate and I would not notice.
Couldn't abdicate.
Do you know how often I look at my license plate?
No, he
Not at all.
couldn't let that scofflaw go free. But the cops call it criminal mischief. They'll charge you in the 4th degree. The cops call it criminal mischief. It's whatever they decree. The driver saw my friend make the fix. He said that he was calling the cops.
Jewish man that defaces people's cars because he's a bootlegger. How does it make him? What does it make him a bootlegger? Why is he doing this?
But the driver had some friends in high places. The popo put my friend in the can.
He low-key has a bit of a banger
They
there.
took away his belt and his laces, 'cause you simply cannot battle the man. But the cops call it criminal mischief. They simply do not want to hear. The
This kinda
cops
slaps a
call
little
it
bit.
criminal mischief.
If this song had better production, it would go really hard.
Motives are so clear. Motives are so clear.
You also come on my license plate. Yeah, every day, whenever I beat off, before I come, I have to go right outside. Rain, shine, snow, doesn't matter. Go to my license plate and come on it.
Truth is paper thin. Come on, Jimmy.
People intentionally cover their plates because they don't want to pay $200 toll fines in New York, and he thinks that's not fair for the government. Oh, that's 100%. Yeah, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy for helping the internet, or for helping the government. He can suck my dick. You know, my brother had that recently. I don't talk to my brother at all. We don't talk at all. But I happened to see his mail on the table. And they like caught his car going through a fucking, because he drives out of state all the time for like fucking whatever he does. I don't know what he does, like hanging out with his friends or whatever. But like goes out of state all the time, so he goes to, like on like the turnpikes and shit, and like through the toll booths. He like apparently he got caught. I don't know if I might just be defaming his name here, but he got caught going through like a fucking toll booth. They had like a picture of his license plate that he didn't even know that they took. They just caught him driving by. That's crazy. But yeah, I fuck the government. They don't deserve money. They can suck my dick. Steal from the government any potential possible time you can. Fuck the government. In the words of Eminem, I'm white. I'm all for America. Fuck the government. Yeah, this guy can suck my dick. There's no way this guy's name is actually Gershwin Kunstman. That's the exact kind of name that this fucking that this kind of person would have. Not Jew, not Jewish. I mean literal asshole who fucking does this bullshit. He went in the news and said he cried in the fetal position when he touched a guy. Wait, a GU. What did he GU? Be a gun or guy? They're missing a letter for the first. That's crazy. All right. Oh, we got a nice fucking Walking Dead video. Hell yeah.
So this is where you plan.
What if Shane won? That's a concept. I'd be fucking with this. This is definitely the biggest like Walking Dead what if. Oh, gun. He cried in the fetal position when he touched a gun for the first time. That's pussy shit. That's literally beta shit. You're literally a beta male if you do that. That's crazy. I touched a gun and I fucking cried like a pussy. Fucking homo. Alright? I'm literally Rick Grimes. Let's talk about Rick Grimes. Rick Grimes. But that is definitely the biggest what if in Walking Dead. Is probably like there are a lot of big what ifs. There's like what if Shane won, Rick died instead. Spoilers, by the way. Or like what if Negan killed somebody else instead of Glenn. Or like what if Glenn lived type beat. Those are like definitely the two biggest ones that I've seen running around. Let's go with this. What if Shane won?
And to do it,
Good places, ain't it?
needs to have the balls to call this what it is. Murder.
I'm Rick Grimes. I'm literally Rick Grimes. Toll roads are cancer. Yeah, it's literally fucking bullshit. Like, oh, I'm driving. I'm driving between states. That means I have to pay money. Or like, oh, this highway is slightly like 2 minutes faster than the other highway. That means I have to pay a fucking toll. You can suck my ass. That kind of makes me sound like a Giga Chad in comparison. Literally, yes. Literally.
The cops will side with perps if they
I could blow on this guy and he'd fucking fall down and perish. I could just go fucking knock him down a flight of steps. You know what I'm talking about? Just fucking. There should be if I had like a ballistic dummy that looked exactly like this guy, I would shoot it in the head with a .50 caliber rifle just to see what would happen, you know? The Walking Dead, what if? What if Shane copped the dubski?
The bone-rattling echo of a gunshot resonates throughout the wide expanse of the Georgia wilderness as Rick looks at his chest,
Have I seen this guy?
only to notice an
I might have seen this guy's videos before. Hang on, Captain Gold. Have I seen this? I might have seen one of these guys' videos before. I think I saw one of his other Shane videos. I think it was this one. Yeah, with Shane Wright. It was either that one or a different Shane one. Yeah, I've seen this guy's videos before. He makes good shit. Oh no, this one. It was this one that I saw. No One Understands Shane. This is definitely one of the best Walking Dead video essays. Definitely for sure, ski. Anyway. My message don't show up. Yeah, I don't know what fucking YouTube must be gay today.
expanding splotch of red. Then suddenly, a sharp and burning pain could be felt as he looked at Shane.
I enjoy his
with
videos. I've seen a
shocked
couple of them. They're pretty good.
expression. Rick then falls to his knees.
He's
as
one of
he
like the
felt his
he's one of those people who like. See, I like his video. I like them because like he actually does analysis in them instead of just repeating things. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Shame is a good video. Yeah, that's one of the best Walking Dead videos I've seen. Granted, I haven't seen a whole lot of them aside from my own.
his consciousness slipping away. His
Armor
final
grabs.
thoughts were of Lori, Carl, his yet-to-be-born infant, and how his best friend betrayed him. He then falls to the ground, face first, as Shane stands there, clearly emotionally torn over his decision to kill his childhood friend. He then quickly notices his hands are trembling. He then comes to the realization that there's no coming back from this. He killed Rick, and if Lori ever found out, she'd never forgive him. But there wasn't any time left to think. Shane had to get moving. He grabs Rick's gun and his knife, and he begins to head towards the direction of the farmhouse. But then,
It is raining so fucking hard. I'm a Grimes.
it happened. He hears a soft growl as the sound of grass rustling behind him grabs his attention. It's Rick. and he's
I'm
up
Rick
on his
Grimes.
feet. To
I'm
Shane's
zombie Rick
surprise.
Grimes. I'm a walker.
Shane
Coral.
blazes-
I'm a walker, Coral. 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 I'm a walker, Coral. I'm the Walking Dead, Coral. 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 Coral, you don't understand. You have to stop hitting the gritty or the walkers.
Gazes into Rick's eyes, and he realizes the truth. Rick is
Ricky
now a
Dicky
walker,
Doodah Grimes.
despite not being bit. After slapping himself in the
Oh,
face,
that's big brain. He turns not. Oh, that's actually the good reveal. That's how you. Okay, that's I like the twist. That's how he finds out everyone's infected because he didn't get bit. I like that. I never would have thought of that. I feel like we take for granted. I feel like Walking Dead, like theory channels, kind of take for granted the idea that people outside of Rick's group had to figure out on their own that you don't have to get bit to turn. Nobody really acknowledges that. It's interesting.
reaches for his gun and shoots the zombie Rick in the head.
Blam. That's what I want to
the
do to
hell
myself
is
with a
going
gun.
on?
I'm
Shane
schizophrenic
thinks
and
to
have a
himself.
gun.
Dad?
Carl asks with a gasp, taking Shane by surprise. Carl had found Shane just as he was shooting zombie Rick. Carl begins to cry as he attempts to get closer to his father's corpse, but Shane grabs him and explains to him that Rick was bit. Carl saw
Carl,
that his
you're
dad was
gay.
a zombie, but being the child that he wasn't yet ready to see his dad as a walker, and he certainly wasn't ready to see his dad get domed. Carl wanted
To
closer,
see him get
but Shane
domed.
insisted they return to the house.
That's like
To
the
Shane,
least
this came as a massive relief.
sympathetic way to
He now
word
has an
that.
excuse for shooting Rick, and that excuse can be backed by the eyewitness testimony of his son. Meanwhile, back at Herschel's home, Daryl and Glenn return from their trek in the woods. Daryl asks everyone where Rick and Shane are, to which Lori explains that they have yet to return. Daryl explains that they heard a gunshot. Lori hypothesizes that it might be Shane or Rick shooting at Randall, but Daryl explains that Randall had his neck snapped, and that he turned without being bit.
Where's
Most
Rick?
concerning of all, Dixon explains that Shane's tracks were right next to Randall's the entire way, meaning that Shane was there when Randall had died. This causes Lori to worry for Rick, as she then asks Daryl to find the two missing men. As all of this was happening,
Oh, they're gonna find out
Shane
Rick,
and
or not
Carl
Rick,
were
but
walking
they're gonna
at
find
brisk
out that what Shane. They're gonna find out what Shane did, and they're gonna turn on him, and he's gonna go sicko mode.
pace back to the farmhouse.
Because there's no way he's leaving
Shane,
the group
being
after this.
paranoid about what had just transpired,
Ain't no
checks
way.
his six routinely. What if Daryl or Glenn saw what happened? What if people know the truth? These worries immediately take a backseat to what Shane notices off in the far distance. A massive herd of walkers can be seen headed for the farm. Instead of running to the nearby barn and lighting it up on fire like Rick did in the main timeline, Shane picks up Carl and runs towards the house. He wants to prioritize Lori's safety first. On the other hand, the Atlanta group steps outside and sees the herd coming. They debate whether leaving or fighting is the best option, but Herschel is resolute in his desire to defend his home, a home that was passed down many generations. Hence, the group opts to fight until such a defense is no longer tenable.
They ain't got
But
the
without
bullets
a
for that
burning
shit.
barn, the herd remains
actually, maybe Herschel does. He has that
undistracted,
infinite
and a
ammo
larger number
shotgun.
of walkers begins to descend on the
That shit's
farmhouse.
crazy.
The group mounts an admirable but desperate defense, but it becomes obvious to everyone that the farm will be lost to the undead. Shane quickly grabs Lori and gets her and Carl into a truck. He then tells Herschel to leave, but Herschel refuses, and Shane doesn't waste any time trying to save him. As Shane gets back into the truck, Lori asks him where Rick is. But before Shane can
I like
say
this
anything,
shitty Photoshop.
Carl states
Right on top
that
of
his
T-Dog.
dad was bit, and that Shane shot the zombified Rick Grimes.
I'm a
In a moment
Grimes.
of disbelief, Lori asks Carl if she saw Rick as a walker, to which Carl nods his head with tears flowing down his eyes. This admission
I'm
shocks
Rick
Lori,
Grimes.
but then what Daryl told her about Randall starts to replay itself in her mind, over and over again. Randall was killed, neck snapped, no bites, yet he turned,
Oh, Daryl's gonna
What if
turn on.
Rick was
Daryl's gonna
shot
be the
by
one to figure it out.
Shane?
It's gonna be Daryl versus
no
Shane.
bites, and then he turned.
Significantly less
She
emotional
decides to
impact because
stay
Daryl and
silent
Shane have had
about
no
the issue out of
interaction
fear of Shane.
by this point
As
in the
farm
story.
gets overwhelmed, Herschel
They don't really
gets
interact much at
overrun,
all. Daryl
along
doesn't really
with
interact with a whole
Andrea
lot of
and
people
Beth's
and doesn't
mom.
really
Maggie,
interact with people
Glenn, and Beth make
in
it out
seasons
in the
1 and
vehicle,
2.
whereas Daryl saves Carol. They all opt to head back to the highway, as they did in the canonical timeline. Laurie begs Shane to wait at the highway, and so does Carl, but he refuses. That is until Laurie threatens to jump out of the moving truck. After this bold gambit, Shane capitulates to Laurie's desires. Eventually, the group reunites beside the highway where they left Sophia a care package. As the group embraces and mourns the loss of multiple survivors, Daryl approaches Shane but keeps his distance. He then verbally confronts Shane about Randall. As he does this, he raises his crossbow and asks him why his tracks were next to a dead Randall. Why was his neck snapped? What was the origin of the gunshot? Why does he have Rick's
That's some
gun,
hardcore
and why
Daryl
is
right
Rick
there.
missing? Laurie also reaches for her sidearm, finally feeling safe to voice her concerns. Shane attempts to claim that Rick was bit, but Laurie and Daryl just aren't buying the story. Shane then breaks, explaining that he had to kill Rick to keep the group safe and to keep Laurie and Carl safe. But this makes Laurie snap, as she yells to Shane.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Laurie would not take that from Shane the same way she did from Rick. Because like when Rick's like in the actual show when he's like, I killed Shane, she freaks out, but she's like, all right, I kind of get it. Like, this is fucked. This whole situation is fucked, and I don't really like you right now, but like, I get it. She would not do the same thing if Shane killed Rick. She'd be like, oh, you killed my fucking husband? Fuck you. Dead.
That Rick always tried to work things out with him. She screams at him that her son and upcoming baby will never be his, especially after this. Daryl then adds to this verbal scuffle that Shane's gunshot is precisely what drew the herd to the farm, that had he not killed Rick, they'd all be safe right now. Shane can tell he's about to lose everything, so he reaches for his pistol only to be shot in the chest by Daryl's crossbow.
I'm Daryl.
As Shane bleeds out,
What's about Glenn
Daryl
and Carol
kicks
have
the
no
gun out of
interactions?
his
Wait,
hand and
really?
stands on
I
his
never even
chest.
considered that.
Everyone is shocked, but Daryl explains that the group wouldn't be safe with a murderer in their ranks. Not long after, Shane reanimates, shocking everyone. He is then quickly re-killed, and the group learns a harsh truth about the new world. Everyone turns, even when they die without being bitten. And just like that, the curtain closes on this what if. It is now up to Daryl to lead the group. A group that is down 2 cops, a medic/farmer, and a group that lost Andrea permanently. A harsh winter is coming, and their odds of survival are grim without Rick Grimes at the helm. My guess would be that most
Wait,
of the
why is
people
Andrea not there? Did Michonne not pull up?
perish this winter, until some of them make it to and join Woodbury. Anyone who makes a what if where Shane kills Rick and gets away with it somehow is just not writing a logical story. Shane was never going to make it, even if he killed Rick at that
Oh
moment.
yeah,
And
100%.
without Rick,
There's no avoiding
the group
that.
pretty much gets cooked during the winter. For Shane to make it past season 2 in any what if, he either has to leave the group or he has to be redeemed. Shane winning over Rick means everyone loses, including Shane. Anyways, that pretty much concludes.
That's big facts. I fuck with that. I'm Rick Grimes. No, I like hypothetical shit like that. I like what ifs. The Walking Dead is one of those. It's one of those shows where you could very easily do so many what if situations that I feel like is like completely untapped. Like that's why that Walking Dead Destiny's game was such a disappointment. Granted, it is really funny. Is like that's literally what people have wanted for years. Literally a what if Walking Dead game where you could do all your fancy what if scenarios, and then it just whiffed because it's shitty. Crazy. All right, this one is top 10.
Hello, everyone.
Actually,
and
I think
welcome-
I've seen this video. 10 dumbest Fear the Walking Dead moments. Is it going to have season 8? I might. I don't know.
Good. In this
Spoilers for
video,
Fear the
I'll be
Walking Dead if you
detailing
somehow
the
want to
10
watch that
dumbest
show.
moments from Fear the Walking Dead. The entries in this video are in no particular order besides
think I
the
have
number
seen
1
this.
spot. This video does contain spoilers from the show, so please do keep that in mind. Anyway, without further ado, let's begin. In Fear's Season 5 premiere, the protagonists leave their home via a plane and crash-landed attempting to save someone who had asked for their help over the radio. Luciana nearly dies in the process, getting impaled on a broken part of the plane, and they almost crash the plane into some unsuspecting kids who were roaming around in the woods below. When the protagonists do eventually arrive at the location to help the person who reached out to them via the radio, said person is nowhere to be seen.
I recall
And
this,
that's
yes.
Because Logan, the person in question, lied to them.
The
He
Low
told
Gang,
them he
Logan
needed
Paul,
their help in order to get
real?
the protagonist to leave their
Is
home
he skibbity
so that he
toileting?
could move in whilst they
He
were all
dabbing?
gone. Now I just have one question. How can Fear the Walking Dead's protagonist be this fucking stupid? It's the post-apocalypse. People are going to do whatever they can to survive. Why would you send pretty much your entire crew in a plane to help some randomer who reached out to you over the radio? At least do some research first. I mean, send a couple of people at most to the location to check if it's legit.
Well, that's the thing. Don't make me defend this. Don't make me fucking defend this. See, this is what I'm saying. People don't know how to criticize this show correctly. Because there's a way to criticize this whole scenario in a way that makes sense. This is saying, why don't you send people okay, his main argument is, why don't you send people ahead of time to go scout the area and make sure it's legit? That you're intentionally missing out on lines, because they go out of their way to explain that the reason they even needed the plane in the first place was because this area was so remote from their current location that they needed to literally fly over a mountain to get there. That there was no other way to get there. Hence why they couldn't have sent people ahead of time for a time-sensitive issue. Granted, the whole premise is dumb, but it's not because, oh, they didn't think of this. No, they did think. The writers did think of it. Granted, they are not good writers,
Don't
but
send 80 to 90% of your team and then leave your home defenseless. I mean, have these people never heard of scams before? I bet Morgan is the type of guy who actually fell for those hot single women in your area ads that you see online.
Fair. Another interesting point to bring up is that this is also the part of the story where they're all like really hopeful for no reason. So it's understandable that they would like not see malice in people. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? It's understandable why they would think this, even though the writing surrounding it is fucking retarded.
In summary, these characters are morons.
Howard's death.
Every single episode of Fear the Walking Dead Season 7 is full to the brim with stupid moments. However, for me, arguably one of the dumbest moments of the lot is when Strand kills Howard, his loyal lapdog.
Oh, dude, no, that was... maybe... Okay, stupid? Sure. Was it goated? Hell yeah, I fucking hated Howard. I'm glad he's fucking dead.
Since his introduction at the end of Season 6, Howard had been a complete simp for Strand.
Howard.
Constantly
Hey,
as
I'm
Becky
Howard.
called.
I love sucking
Howard
cock.
is to Strand as Lord Smithers is to Mr. Burns.
a new
He
character.
fucking loves the guy. In Season 7, Episode 12, John Sr. frames Howard as being part of the anti-Strand resistance group at Strand's tower. John does eventually come clean to Strand and admits to framing his sidekick, to which Strand responds by laughing and says, "Aha! You must have really wanted an audience with me to frame Howard," before then telling John to throw Howard off the roof to his death, to which he obliges, and then Strand employs John as his new right-hand man. What the actual hell? This is the dumbest move that Strand could possibly make. Killing your partner and then employing the man who framed him. Strand, you got this round the wrong way, mate. You're supposed to kill the man who framed your partner, not your partner.
Well, that's... do you know how writing twists work, dude? Like, the whole point of the twist is that he doesn't do what you expect him to do. That's the whole point. Granted, is it dumb, like, from a logical perspective? Yeah, sure, but the show is not about logic. TV shows aren't about logic. They're about characters making decisions regardless if they make logical sense or not. I hated how John never got to reunite with his father. Yeah, that was gay.
I have
Bogus.
stumbled across some other Walking Dead YouTubers defending this by saying that they don't feel that Strand was acting out of character in this moment, but I strongly disagree, because Strand was always portrayed as a clever dude during the first 3 seasons of this show. He was a guy who would always plan his moves and think about what he was going to do next and how it would benefit him.
This is true. However, during this arc, he's also completely blinded by his own hubris. This is like a major part of his character in Season 7. Granted, they dropped the ball completely by the end, but that's a huge part of his character, is that, yeah, he is this really smart, clever guy who knows exactly what he's doing, but he's also completely blinded by the fact that he thinks he's king shit.
What does he have to benefit by employing John as his partner and killing Howard? Absolutely nothing, that's what.
That is fair. That is the part that doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, let's kill the guy who I know for a fact is loyal to me and was just proven to be loyal to me the entire time. That doesn't make that is stupid.
In fact,
But I don't think it's a problem with the writing. I think it's more a problem with Strand himself. Granted, I guess it is the writing. That was a stupid sentence. I don't know why I said that. I forget I said that last part.
John ends up betraying Strand and escaping the tower the very next day, leading Strand to then employ Wes as his new partner, and then Wes stages a coup against him. So Howard was the only loyal partner that Strand had, and he killed him. What a fucking chambliss. That's right, I'm now replacing the word idiot with chambliss, as in to do a chambliss means to act like a moron. I think it might catch on.
Got him. I'm gay. Antifreeze.
At the end of season 4, the protagonists are poisoned by drinking tampered bottled water which contains antifreeze. This incredible villainous scheme was concocted by the greatest fear villain ever, the Crazy Cat Lady, whose other grand supervillain scheme had her drawing on walkers with a Sharpie. I truly am so grateful that season 4 completely ignores the Proctors who were introduced at the end of season 3 so that we could get this woman instead. What a great decision.
Shouts out to
She
the
truly is
goat.
one of the best villains
Shouts
in
out to
TV
the
history.
goat, the filthy
10 out
woman.
of 10. Good stuff.
Canon. That's
Anyway,
actually her
back to the
canonical name. That's
poisoning.
real.
So the characters are all dying, at which point Morgan says, wait, beer will save us, or something like that. And then the characters are magically healed by slowly sipping on some beer. Now,
Okay. All right. Listen. I know you're trying to be like the funny, snarky reviewer guy, but they literally do explain that ethanol is the cure for the antifreeze poisoning. Ethanol is in beer. This is like a major plot point in the episode. I don't know why the fuck you're ignoring this.
ethanol does in fact cure antifreeze poisoning, but you would need to drink a hell of a lot of it. I found an article from WND.com which describes how Scottish women accidentally drank antifreeze and then had to drink whiskey every hour for 24 hours to cure it. Now bear in mind that whiskey has an
Dude, even if that is the case, watch the episode. They are drinking like it's nobody's business. They all have like multiple bottles around them. They're clearly drinking a shit ton.
alcohol percentage of around 35 to 40%, whilst most beers are normally between...
Plus, if we're really gonna like take this if you're gonna take a fantastical if you're gonna take a fantasy show and apply real life logic to it in this particular context, this is fucking insane. Like, do you know how many fucking action movies out there have like the fucking, the hero, they like break their fucking leg or whatever, they like staple it together with they like tape a piece of wood to it and they're like fine for the rest of the movie. It's like it's a TV show. Things aren't gonna work exactly the way they do in real life. Come on now, let's relax.
Between 4 and 6%. And in Fear the Walking Dead, we see the protagonists sitting around drinking one beer each whilst laughing and joking with one another.
Do you not see the several other already open finished beers around them? Granted, it's not as many. We only see like a few. This is nitpicking to the highest degree. I don't like this scene either. I don't like anything about this season, but this is 100% nitpicking.
And yeah, this wouldn't work. They'd all be dead. In order to even stand a chance of surviving, these characters would have had to down cases and cases of beer each.
Which they very well might have done off screen, by the way.
Like an England fan when the World Cup is on. Fear got this scenario completely wrong.
Well, no. You admit that they got parts of it right. They just didn't do it to the same level as it would have happened in real life. That's your criticism. That's a fucking nitpick, dude.
Is there anybody out there? 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 I'm gonna need to get shit. Anybody? I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna need to get shit.
In season 4, episode 14, Morgan has a shit, and the writers thought it'd be important for us to see this act of pooing on TV. Now, there's so many things on this show which happen off screen, with little to no explanation at all, but in season 4, the writers thought we just had to see Morgan have a poo, and also later on in that season, we just had to see Jimbo have a piss. I really question their decision-making skills. If you take the time to think about it, there's some really great symbolism to be found in this scene. I mean, the toilet bowl here...
This is clearly like a joke pick. Like, he doesn't have an actual argument for why this is bad. This is clearly just like, haha, funny poo-poo.
...symbolizes Fear the Walking Dead. And here we have Morgan literally shitting on the show, shitting all over it and destroying it, flushing its stinky remains down the toilet. Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. This is the best scene in the entire show.
Goated. The UNICEF
Fear the
videos.
Walking Dead Season 5, Episode 9 is one of the worst episodes of TV I've ever had the displeasure of watching.
Oh, this is the
The
documentary
entire
episode, isn't
episode
it?
is filmed via a found footage perspective as we follow
I actually like that
protagonists
episode.
on
I
their
don't know what
epic
you're talking
quest to
about.
help people. In this episode, they help a mother whose kid needs a new inhaler. No, I'm not even joking. That's the plot of the episode. As this episode comes to its thrilling conclusion, it's revealed that all the footage that we've been watching is actually some kind of promotional video created by the protagonist to help promote their UNICEF charity mission. Their promo video even has a little montage at the end in which all the protagonists stare directly at the camera, asking the viewers for help. Please donate £2 a week so that we can help the walkers of Africa. They're all starving because all the humans they eat over there are malnourished.
Jesus
Now, that was
fucking
dark.
Christ, dude.
Anyway, let's just
Let's
think about this
relax.
logically for a moment. This is the end of the world. Who is going to watch these stupid videos?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I agree. I
Alright,
agree
you
with
can
this
just
point.
upload
I'm not
them
a
to
fan of that
YouTube.
premise of
Fear
that.
the Walking Dead does try to explain this away by saying that, well, the characters left copies of their videos in different truck stops in old VHS players. Okay, so all these truck stops conveniently just so happen to have electricity, even though the world has gone to shit.
I mean, yeah, they literally do explain that. They literally show in the very scene that you're showing right now on screen. This very scene of Wes watching the video. Immediately after this, he goes into the back where the generator is running, and he turns it off on purpose to steal the gas. They literally, like, they clearly had the generator already ready to go. So, like, yeah, they had fucking electricity.
Yeah, makes perfect sense to me. Also, why would anyone watch this 40-minute mess of a video? A promotional video should not be this long. Who has the time to watch this? I would have turned off after 10 seconds. What's even more nonsensical is that later on...
Okay, all right. Fair enough. However, if you're in the zombie apocalypse and you haven't watched TV in like 3 or 4 years, I think you're going to take the first chance you get to watch a movie, even if it is a shitty fucking promotional video. You know what I mean?
Very season, the new antagonist Ginny, she makes a promotional video about how great
Yeah,
her group
this
is,
part was
which then
convoluted. I'll
causes
agree
the
with this point.
protagonist to then make a counter video exposing her group. Why
It's a
is
YouTube
everyone
drama.
running around
The
with
YouTube
cameras pretending
drama
to be
arc.
Louis fucking Theroux in the post-apocalypse? Why is everyone making documentaries? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
It is stupid, yeah. Axe versus the bullet. This is not egregious at all. I'll stand by the point. This is not egregious at all.
In Season 5, Episode 3, an injured Dwight kills a walker which then collapses on him. Dwight isn't able to push the walker off as 2 other walkers make their way towards him. John is in the same area as Dwight and instead of, I don't know, running to Dwight, pulling the walker off him and helping him up, he instead stays where he is and tells Dwight to raise his axe to the
See,
sky.
the problem with this scene isn't the bullet split. It's the fact that he could have just run up and killed them in the time it took him to do that. They didn't write around that. I'm not going to spoil the video because I have a point about this in the video, but that's basically the point of the video.
John fires his gun at Dwight's axe, which splits the bullet into 2, killing the 2 approaching zombies. And I don't think I even need to say any more about this scene. It's just so ridiculously stupid. I mean, Fear started off as a serious drama about a family surviving a walker-infested world. Yet here we have bullet-splitting antics. What the hell am I watching?
Lisa's exit. Yeah, that fucking
How
shit
do you
was...
go about saying
that
goodbye
shit
to
sucked.
Alicia, a fan-favourite character, a character who's been on the show since the very beginning? Well, if you're these 2 morons, you make Alicia's final episode be an episode in which she spends the entirety of it talking to a hallucination of her younger self whilst following a CGI bird that is also a figment of her imagination. You also have her pass out every 5 minutes and then end the episode.
Yeah, this episode
with her
sucked
passing
balls.
out on
I
the
agree with
beach
this
all her
point.
friends just abandoning her for some fucking reason, before then having her wake up and walking off into the distance to be never seen again. We found out that Alicia was bitten by a walker at the end of 7A, yet she somehow went on to survive for months after being infected, with no explanation as to how she did this. She spends much of
Well, retroactively, they explained this in Season 8, but sure.
7B on the verge of
Fair
death
enough.
before somehow miraculously recovering at the end of episode 15. She somehow even managed to put makeup on her face while she was passed out, which is actually quite impressive, really. As things currently stand, there's a lot of debate within the Fear the Walking Dead community
Bro,
as to
she's
whether
so
Alicia
fucking
is
hot,
actually
dude.
dead or
She
not.
has no right
now,
to be
I
this
thought she was
fucking
dead
hot.
when I saw this scene. I thought it was some kind of dream sequence because it didn't make sense to me that all of a sudden she recovered. But
Need
then
right
again,
now.
nothing on this show makes sense, so perhaps she is still alive after all. I don't know, but whatever the case may be, this episode sucks and this is an awful send-off for one of Fear's original characters.
Based. Using radiation as a plot device.
Andrew Chambliss and Ian
Yeah.
Goldberg do not understand how radiation works.
Oh,
and
big
despite not having the
facts.
faintest
Big
idea about
facts.
radiation, for some reason these 2 keep coming back to stories that either involve nukes or some kind of radiation threat. Season 5 features radioactive walkers, which you can't get too close to because you'll die. Except Alicia gets splattered with a radioactive walker's blood, and nothing comes of it. Season 6 has Teddy launching some nukes, and Morgan survives a nuclear blast by hiding under a car.
Yeah, they
Makes
should have been
sense.
fucking
And
radiation
finally,
burned to
in
all
Season
hell.
7, the characters have to navigate life in a radioactive hellscape, yet they are seen constantly walking around wearing no protective equipment whatsoever. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I swear, if Season 8 has the protagonist ending up in another radiation zone or encountering another
that's
type
right, this
of
was made
radioactive
pre-Season
walker,
8 too,
I'm gonna
that's
go
crazy.
insane. During Fear the Walking Dead Season 4 premiere, Morgan somehow runs all the way from Virginia to Texas, and according to Google Maps, that is a distance of 1,577 miles, and it would take 518 hours on foot to travel, and I assume it would take that long if you're constantly on the move, so that doesn't take into account resting, eating, and in Morgan's case, having multiple poos.
Well, it also does show that he drives a couple times, so he probably went through a couple cars doing that too. We also don't know how long it's been, so maybe Season 5 is the best season when they had Alicia wash off naked to wash off the radiated walker blood. That's fair. Implied nudity, I'm down.
I understand that Morgan is
I
an
actually have a joke
experienced
about that in the
survivor,
video.
but this is a dude who doesn't kill.
Not to
I find
spoil
it hard
the
to
vid.
believe that he could make this entire journey without encountering some trouble along the way, but in the Season 4 premiere he magically makes his way to Texas. Also, what are the chances that Morgan would just so happen to bump into the cast of Fear the Walking Dead? It's got to be 1 in a million, right? Because this is a world without communication devices, so Morgan just so happened to stop at exactly the same place where the protagonist of Fear the Walking Dead happened to be.
Well, yeah, that's how coincidences work. Yeah, and it's not really that. I don't think it's a big deal. You can use very standard rule of storytelling. You can use coincidence to get your characters into a situation, but not out of one. This is getting him into a situation. Therefore, it's fine.
He encounters them by completely random chance, which makes the world of The Walking Dead, which makes the Walking Dead universe feel incredibly small. Then in Season 5, Dwight does the exact same thing, somehow traveling from Virginia all the way to Texas, and then bumping into Morgan and the rest of the protagonists. Now, look at the size of the US. Just look at it. There's no way that two people who left Virginia at different times would bump into each other in another state that's 1,577 miles away, especially during a post-apocalypse where there's no long-range communication. It's not as if Morgan texted Dwight and was like, "Hey, Dwighty boy, come meet me in Texas for some all life is precious goodness." No, Morgan's crossover on the show didn't make any sense from the start, and since then the show hasn't made any sense either.
Don't make me defend this. Don't make me defend the beer balloon. All right.
Of course, the dumbest moment from Fear the Walking Dead is the beer balloon scene. Season 5A's story is centered on the protagonist attempting to fix their plane, which, as I already mentioned, was their fault that they crashed it in the first place. In Season 5, Episode 6, Strand stumbles across a poster promoting the Dead Jimbo's beer company.
Shouts out
which
Jimbo.
has a
He was
picture of a
low-key
hot
kind of the
balloon
goat.
on it. Strand then disappears off screen to go to the same place, so that is on the poster, I guess. And then when we next see him, he's travelling the skies with Charlie in a fucking hot air balloon, which conveniently was still at Jimbo's yard after all these years and was still able to work as well. The beer
Well, yeah. I mean, if you don't touch it, it'll probably still work.
balloon scene is just fucking atrocious. It destroyed whatever little credibility this show had left. I mean, remember back in Season 1, when Daniel was torturing a member of the army, trying to find out what they were planning? Well, now we have a show in which characters save the day by appearing in a fucking hot air balloon whilst cheesy music plays in the back.
Dude, no correlation. No correlation at all between those things. Oh yeah, the hot air balloon is so stupid. Remember when Daniel did this completely unrelated thing in a completely different context? Therefore, that makes this new scene bad. No, listen, the reason this scene is bad is because tonally it's a complete departure from what the show used to be. And then they kind of stop the show dead in its tracks just to focus on this moment. When this moment could have worked completely fine in the old Fear if they had just played it completely straight. But they don't do that, which is why people hate it.
Background. It's like something out of a Disney movie. What the hell is this? You've all heard of the phrase jumping the shark, well now I give you flying the balloon. This truly was the day that I realised that Fear the Walking Dead was a lost cause. What little hope I had been holding onto this show to recover was lost when I saw this ridiculous scene. It really is the worst scene of the lot. So that's the end of the video.
It's really not. Like, there is far worse in this show, dude. You're insane, actually. Like I really don't know. I don't know how you watch shows like this. Oh, because look at this video. 8 dumbest decisions made by Walking Dead characters. Yeah, characters are going to make irrational decisions, dude. That's how storytelling works. I want to fist fight this guy.
everyone.
I want to fucking pee on him. I want to... He has a series called The Monday Moan. I love that. You know what I'm talking about? This guy's kind of goated. This guy is kind of low key goated with the sauce. Walking Dead's ending is bad, and I've wasted my life. This is insane. This guy's crazy. Okay. Anyways, next video.
If you haven't heard last week's story time,
oh hell yeah, Blasphemous HD baby. Blasphemous HD story time. How I got fired from my job. Oh, this is gonna be goated. This is gonna be goated. I'm so ready. In the words of Peter Griffin, I'm so fucking ready.
make sure to click on the screen and it'll take you back to the beginning of that. But if you have, without further ado, this is how I ended up getting fired from Bellagio. Oh, this is a horrible story. I can't believe I'm telling you guys this. Okay.
Oh, is this a
As you
squeakle
guys
to a
already
story
know,
about being a cleaning lady at the Bellagio?
As I've stated in my last story time, working at Bellagio as a GRA, you would run into some of the craziest crap that you've ever seen in your life.
The craziest crap? I had to take a freaking crap. I hate the word crap. I don't know why.
Quite frequently. Now, you ask
Did bro did a crap?
doing that job
Bro, I was busy doing a crap.
Stressful. There was a pretty high turnover rate in the job, which meant that you
Speaking
didn't
of
do your
crap, I
job
love shitting
well
at work.
enough or as fast.
Completely unrelated to the video, I love shitting at work. In fact, take any opportunity you can to shit at work next time you're at your job. Shit at work. Because you're just getting paid to shit. And it's goated. Feel me? Time is money. I get paid by the hour. I'll add an extra 30 minutes. I get 30 minutes of overtime. Shitting. Basically, when you do the math, I get 30 minutes of overtime shitting. Not that it takes me 30 minutes to shit, but...
As some of the fastest people could do the job, then you would basically just be fired or laid off, and they would find someone to replace you as quick as they would fire you, because a lot of people were going for this job because it would pay a good amount of money, plus there was usually tips inside of the rooms. With that being said, it was one of the more stressful jobs
I got a
that
tip
ever
inside
had,
my room.
because
It's called my
I had
penis.
a bit of a problem
I'm talking about.
meeting the quota, because I'm not used to cleaning as much as this job needed you to. Now, everyone's had a job, whereas when you first started, you're enthusiastic, everything's cool, you're going through, you're getting stuff done. But as the weeks, the months, and sometimes even the years go by, you start getting tired of the job, as to where you're not really going anywhere near as fast as you used to could.
You used to could.
That's a new word. Used to could. But
Hell yeah. I hear a dog walking around, but I'm not letting him out in the rain. So she's gonna shit on the floor, and I don't really give a fuck.
Just not to get fired, because I still need the money to pay my bills. Everything was cool because I had a supervisor on my floor who was just
Actually, hang on. Is it still raining? All right, fuck it. Fuck it. Sounds like it's still raining. All right, BRB. I let the dog out to Duke. We'll do a Duke cam reel. How to do the how the doggy do is shitty. I did the doggy do stinky dookie. I'll make doggy do pooper. Alright, what are we doing?
That cool, man. He would come in, and even if he would see that I wasn't doing as good as I could have been doing, he would let me slide. One day in particular, this dude just so happened to switch his shift onto a different floor permanently. The new boss that had got put on my floor to supervise all of us, like she would drop in on you unexpectedly just to see what you were doing. And if you weren't in the midst of working harder than you've ever worked before, then you were getting a write-up. This chick was like the military.
So a spaz, an absolute spazoid.
GRA bosses.
An absolute bitch.
Worked jobs before, and you've had the type of boss who would just take their job too freaking seriously. As
I can't stand those types of people.
Go to sleep.
That's why I aim to be the cool employee, where I do them kind of the wrong way, but I do them in a way that gets the job done. So you can't disagree with my methods, you know what I mean?
About your boss, that was how bad this
That's the goal.
chick was. And
The goal is to get paid as much as possible while doing as little as humanly possible. That's the vibe.
That means that the person's super short, so they believe they have to go that much harder on people to prove to them
Where the fuck
that
did dog
they can't
go?
be taken advantage of, because they were more than likely picked.
Carter, what are you doing? Jesus Christ. Hey, I'm streaming it. What are you doing, you gabagool? Oh, yeah. You're being ghoul. Are you being ghoulish? Why are you being a ghoul? You a ghoul? Casper the Ghoul. Why are you brown? Why are you old? You got gunk in your eye. Yeah, whatever. Go on. Go. Go lay down. Hi, you're brown. Go lay down. Bedtime. That's what a dog doing. What a dog doing? Alright, go away. Go away. Bedtime. Bedtime. You just did a poopy. No staring at me. Alright, go. Go away. My supervisor's that kind of boss. It's unbearable. See, I'm kind of lucky in the sense that, like, my boss likes me for whatever reason. Probably because I get the job done. Regardless of if I do everything correctly or the right way. Honestly, I don't think he gives a shit, really. But I'm also the employee that's been there the longest, so I just get like... Well, I'm the only employee aside from my boss that's been there the longest. So I'm the only regular employee that's been there the longest, so I'm like... I can get away with shit, because I know the fucking workarounds. They don't.
This chick had that, and then some.
I can't stand them. I can't stand bosses that overbear.
Ride me harder than she would ride anyone else. She would come into my rooms while I was in there. She would do that thing. That's where she would take one finger and slide it across something, and if it even had a speck of dust on it, I would get in trouble for it. The second time, she gave me a write-up. And so the injury.
You know, it's probably listen. I don't mean to make this offensive or anything, but you know, it's probably because you're black. Yeah, just a thought.
As you for not doing the rooms up to her ridiculously high standard, she would talk to you in such a way. I swear to God, this woman had a talent for belittling people. The way she would talk to you, you would just feel inches high. I would just be standing there looking at this woman like the stuff this chick would say was just that off the chain, man. And she would get right up in your face, or basically up in your belly button because she was short. She would get right up in your face. What are you doing
I like how this
here?
game, I'm completely unrelated. I like how his gameplay just dips down to like 15 frames per second at random points. It's either just like the fact that it was recorded in 360p, or like the fact that it's like a fucking old ass game.
You're not gonna do your job.
What Halo
Find
even is
someone
this?
else to do it. You need to grow up. You
This
are a
4?
grown man. this is the job. If you can't handle it, you're getting fired. You do the job right, or I
Could be
find someone
5.
else who can. Get out of my face. You got a problem?
This is
Like,
10
she
years
would
ago,
ask
so this
you
came
that
out in
after she
2014.
got
That could, yeah,
done
that's probably
yelling
5.
at you in your face. Do you got a problem? When she asked, she would step closer up on you like she wanted to fight. She was just one of the most awful bosses I've ever run into in my history of having jobs. It was just god awful. Pretty sure a lot of you guys out there have had situations where you go to work, you're just like, look, man, this person better not say nothing to me. I'm not gonna be held accountable for what happens.
Oh, every day.
A bottle of shower cleaner down.
Every day, because I like, because I don't do this on purpose. I don't do this to be a dick. I'm just like fucking, I just don't care. I'll just be lazy and I'll just like leave things like in kind of an inconvenient spot for the next person just because I don't give a shit and I want to go the fuck home. But then I come back like the next day, I'm like, nobody better say nothing, all right? If anybody says anything to me, I'm gonna fucking screech.
On this chick's throat and then squeeze it. I did not want to lose my job because that was how I was paying my bills. But at some point, man, I just been like, dude, screw it. If I get fired, man, if I lose this job, dude, I don't care. I would rather sleep at the bus stop with the fat dude that wears bags on his feet and has ticks in his beard hair than deal with this freaking chick talking all demeaning.
That's fucking fine. Guy has ticks in his beard hair. What do you want? What do you want? I just let you out. I just let you out. You just did a poopy and a pee. That's a big old bofa if I ever did see one.
Belittling to me every freaking day. Like after a while, that crap just wears on you. So I go to work, man, and I'm doing my job, and sure enough, when I get into my 5th room, I'm in there cleaning, man, I hear footsteps behind me. I look up just in time to see, of course, it's the boss lady. And she's standing there, she's got her hands on her hip and she's tapping her feet like, yeah, room inspection. She comes into my room and she's looking for stuff. Of course, like I said, I didn't want to lose my job, so I had been getting drastically
This fucking
better
dog
at
sit the
cleaning
fuck
these
down.
rooms. So
My dog's
this
driving me
woman
nuts. She's
wouldn't
just
have
pacing around the fucking
anything to
room.
say
She
to
does
me.
this every fucking
I
day.
made sure to dust everything
She's
super
old and
thoroughly.
doesn't fucking
I've
know
got
what she
the
is.
bed looking right. This place is spick and span. There's no way this woman has anything to freaking say to me. So she gets done dusting everything and she's like, okay, all right, not bad. But you know what? You didn't hear me come in. I could have been a guest. And when you looked up, you didn't say housekeeping. So you know what?
Housekeeping.
Man.
every time I hear housekeeping, I think that Family Guy bit where Peter's a housekeeper. Housekeeping? Dude, go away. Housekeeping. It's like all I could say, like a fucking Pokemon. Back, hope I didn't miss my video. No, he ain't gotten there yet.
Oh my God. When I say I exploded,
We'll
I
get
don't
gay
mean
with it.
Fireworks explosion. I don't mean car crash explosion. I don't mean Michael Bay Transformers movie sequel explosion. I'm talking
What the dog
Hiroshima
doing?
Nuclear Holocaust explosion. It all went on in my head, man. Stuff just went on fire. Like everything burst into flames. You hear people screaming, kids yelling for help, people are running. All of it's happening in my head, man. I'm having a nuclear meltdown in my brain. I was tripping out so bad inside my head, I couldn't even hear her when she was screaming and belittling in my face. All I could think about was, screw this woman and everything she loves.
Just looking for a reason to write them up.
the
Yeah,
unicorn
sometimes,
she probably wrote the
sometimes you do be getting, you do be getting assholes like that. Well, sometimes it's not even necessarily the supervisor that sucks for doing that. Sometimes it's just like the employee, in the sense that like there's just like a particular employee they happen to not like. You know what I mean? Like, for example, there's a guy that used to work at where I work at my job. He doesn't work. He got transferred somewhere else, but he used to work. I used to work with this guy, right? And he kind of taught me a lot of like the sneaky shit that you're not really supposed to do, but you can get away with doing. Kind of like the shortcuts, you know what I mean? The easy way to do some of the shit. And I like openly do a lot of that shit now. Like I just do it in front of people and I don't care. But like when he would do it like much more sneakily. But then like my boss would figure it out and he'd get like mad at him. Meanwhile, I'll do that same shit right in front of him, and he doesn't give a fuck. So it's definitely like a sometimes the boss just doesn't like you type of thing. You know what I mean? Which is weird because it's like, why would you hire them if you didn't like them? You know what I mean?
Work on. Like, I probably thought that at the time. Like, that's how tripping out I was. I probably thought this woman legitimately got into her unicorn and drove it to work. Like,
All right, what the fuck? Up or down? Pick one. Ugh. Okay, no more dog distractions. No more dog distractions for the rest of the stream. I'm gay and have AIDS. Okay.
so when she walked out, man.
Nah, fuck. Let me fix my earbuds. This stream is so fucking scuffed. Not that the rest of them aren't, but like, fuck my ass and come in my fucking throat. Right.
You know, I closed my door, man. I stopped working altogether. I'm just pacing back and forth. I'm like, you know what? You know what? I got my Tony Montana accent on because, you know, you need that.
I'm reloading. You know what I'm talking about? That's Tony Montana, right?
Okay. So talk to me, mate? Like that, mate? The cockroach. I'm Tony Montana. I figured out a way as to where not
He
only
kind of
I
went
can
crazy
get
on that,
into
not
this
gonna lie.
chick, but hopefully not even have to come to work for a while. I go back to the door. I park the cart in front of the door. I get out some bathroom cleaner. Now, anyone who's ever stayed at Bellagio knows that when you first walk into one of these rooms, it's full on tile, right? Really nice tile too. Tends to get a bit skittish when moist, if you feel me. Get it? Moist?
I love moist.
So what I do
I love
is
moist
take the
fucking
bottle, open it up,
thighs. You know what I'm
and I
talking about?
spray it very generously, just basically the whole bottle, all over the tile. Take the bottle, put it back. I lay down on the tile that's covered in this cleaner liquid, and I start rolling around in it. This
That's
woman is
fucking
pushing me over
goated,
the edge,
actually.
okay? I wasn't thinking
He's covering a lot of
like a
area with
normal
his fat
person.
ass too. You know what I'm talking about?
So I roll around in this liquid, just get it all over my back, everywhere. All over my pants, all over my back. The back of me is slathered in this stuff. I call down to the main supervising floor, and I tell him in the best simple voice that I could come up with, like, I need medical. I just slipped and fell on the tile. I had cleaner on it. Oh my God, my arm is numb. Oh my God. So.
But why? Why would you do that though?
After about 4 or 5 minutes.
Why would you
4 or
lie
5
about a medical
supervisors
emergency,
come
my
into
cracker?
my room. I'm sitting on the bed and I'm holding my arm like, oh. Now something you guys don't know is about 2 or 3 days prior to this going down, I went to the skating rink, and I tend to skate a lot. I fell backwards, and as you guys already know, when you fall backwards, your first reflex is to try to catch yourself on your arm. 80% of the time, when you catch yourself on that arm, you land on it the wrong way, which is exactly what happened. I fell back, landed on my arm the wrong way. I felt like I twisted it, but not a lot as to where I couldn't work, but just enough as to where I could feel it every once in a while, right? So technically, it was already getting better by the time this crap had happened. They called for an ambulance. So while the EMTs are on their way up there, the douchebag female manager lady, she comes in there and she sees me. She's like, he's faking. He's fake. She was a Spanish chick. He's faking. He's not really hurt. He's faking. One of the supervisors is like, he's been working here for 1.5 years. What reason?
He not faking. He not real. I can't do a Spanish accent. I can only the only time I can do a Spanish accent if I'm doing like Consuela. I could do like a cholo and I could do Consuela. I can't do like a Spanish woman.
Not let up, man. She's still sitting there accusing me of faking until one of the other.
I could probably bust it out like randomly.
Arguing with the lady on my
Not even thinking about it.
How could
Type
you even
beat.
say he's faking? There's cleaner all over the floor. Look at his back. His back is covered in the cleaner. He clearly slipped and fell. Dude, what is your problem? You call yourself a supervisor? I'm talking to the hotel manager down below about this, man. You can't treat our employees this way. I believe everyone gets a moment where they get some get back, which is what I like to call revenge on someone. And there's a certain split second where you get to non-verbally, almost telepathically communicate with the person that you're getting revenge on, that you just got them. Everyone gets that moment, and this was that moment
I feel the vibe.
for me. But I got to do it because she looked at me and as if on cue, like the split second when she looked at me in the corner of her eyes, I smirked. But it was only for a split second. But she saw it. And when she saw me do that, she knew. I have never seen someone become so infuriated so fast, so quickly.
If he didn't smirk, he would have gotten away with it.
You just see him just smirking at me. He's faking. I'm telling you, he is faking. He's faking. I go right back into my routine of holding my shoulder. So supervisor looks at me and sees me clearly in pain, and then looks back at her and is like, you know what? No, you get out of here, okay? Or I call down the hotel manager right now. You cannot treat our employees like this. This lady ferociously turns around and stomps off, man, cursing the whole way down the freaking hallway. The ambulance people get there.
Cursing in Spanish, like, "Ay, caramba, pendejo."
They put it in a little temporary sling and whatnot. They take me to the hospital. And they give me an x-ray.
Nobody fucks with El Pendejo, you know what I'm talking about?
The whole time I'm getting this x-ray, I'm just thinking like, oh my God, I'm pretty sure I'm going to jail. This is a lawsuit. I'm screwed. But he comes back with the results and he looks at me. He's like, yeah, well, it's not that horrible, but you did hurt your arm. You're just going to have to lay off of work for a little while. You know, but when you're feeling better, just make sure to call up your job. We're going to go ahead and send your paperwork into the HR department of your job. Let them
The
know
plot's
that
an
you
episode
did
of a
what you
sitcom.
showed
Oh,
up.
100%.
But
Sitcom. There's definitely at least 4 sitcoms that have done this exact premise to the T. This guy has greatest storytelling. Yeah, he's Blasphemous is the goat, low key.
This is the messed up part, man. I did not go to work for 6 months. But here's the kicker. It was paid leave. I got paid for 6 months of work that I didn't do. Every 2 weeks, I would
That's
just put
actually
on an
goated.
arm sling. I would catch the bus up to my job, and I would pick up my freaking check. And it was only like $60 less than what I would make in 2 weeks of full paycheck. So I was still getting a good amount of freaking money. I could still pay my bills. I was still getting a good amount of freaking money. Now,
That's
when
actually
I finally
goated.
did go back to work, a lot of the supervisors kind of gave off the energy of, yeah, we knew you hurt your arm, but we don't think it was that bad. When I went back,
That's what I need. That's what I need to do. I need to get injured on the job so I can collect workman's comp. That's what I need.
Properly anymore. So you guys got to train me again. Dude, they trained me, and even after they
I need to get
trained
hurt
me,
on the
they
job
did
so I can
something
get
else.
workman's
Now,
comp, and then
what
I
they
can
call
just stay
that
home and
is
make YouTube videos all day.
Where they only give you, half the work or whatever.
Instead of
You're only
working.
supposed to do a little bit of work. Once I got duty, they fired me. Yeah, they fired me. That was basically instantly. Oh man, and boy did I deserve it. But by that time I'd already had like another
That's
job.
what you got to do. You got to
set
get
up
hurt
or
on the
whatever. So
job.
everything was cool
That's the
financially.
goal.
But that was pretty bad.
I'll give myself
That is
myself
nowhere
chemical
near the
burns in my
end
fucking leg.
Of my horrible
That's what I'm gonna
crazy
do.
job
I'm gonna
experiences.
pour
So,
sulfuric,
yeah, I hope you guys
sulfuric
enjoyed
acid on my
the video. If you
fucking
did, be sure to
arm.
like this
Watch
mug
it
up.
wither away
It
into
all helps my
fucking
channel. If you're
goo.
brand new to the channel, if you're just not watching
Whoops.
the story, make sure to subscribe. I tend to do one of these stories every single Sunday. And with that being said, man, I'm up out of here. Twisms.
Shouts out Blasphemous. He's kind of the goat. Woo! All right. What the fuck was that? All right. Unami Gang. What video was this? Like the scary game iceberg, whatever the fuck. The slap my pecker iceberg. The fucking I'm gay iceberg. The fucking wiener dick cum iceberg. The fucking smelly fucking dick ball fucking cum iceberg. The gooning ice, the gooner iceberg. Oh, somebody please remind me. By remind me, I mean I'm gonna replace Inside the Fire with this. Alright, what do I say? Wendigoon drama. Where's this fucking guy? We gotta look into the Wendigoon drama. This is a fucking insane image. What the fuck is this? Watch the first hour and then do the next one next time. Okay, I got you. I want to fucking hunt down a video for this. What's this fucking... I'll have to look. I think Boblex posted it on his Twitter. I'll have to fucking hit that up. Okay. Reminds me of that deep web game. I think it was called Sad Satan. That sounds fucking hot. I'd come to that.
We're going to be exploring the deepest depths of creepy video game Easter eggs and other secrets. Bonus points if you're watching this at night, in complete and total.
All right, we'll get to like
This
tier.
iceberg
We'll get to
video
tier
starts
6
up
tonight. I
here,
think.
with the more well-known and less creepy entry.
Wow, dude, really great fucking creepy vibe you've established here with fucking the Wii Sports music. My dog's still. Is she still running around upstairs? She's a spaz. Okay. Real creepy vibe you've established here with the Wii Sports theme. Really, really crazy, dude. This guy's a real Nexpo.
Then we head all the way down to the more obscure
There was cheese pizza and Sad Satan, quite possibly the worst words you could have said in response to my message. What? I actually don't. I don't even know what Sad Satan is. So.
Ones. This list is compiled from various other icebergs and my own research, so I guarantee there's something on here you haven't seen yet. By the way, take note of these two symbols that will pop up before either a major story spoiler or a jump scare entry. With that out of the way, let's get started right at the top.
Give me jump scares. Jump scare my little pussy.
Hex Maniac Ghost. In
Pokemon.
X and Y,
This is
when
a
you
classic.
enter
This is a
Lemoyne
certified
City's
hood
Fighting Dojo
classic.
building and take the
Yo,
elevator
G,
up
we're
to the
going. We're going back to Kalos and Pokemon Legends ZA. The Ghost Girl confirmed canon. Gaming.
second floor. You get
Just give
this
me Mega
cutscene
Raichu
of a
and I'll
ghost
fucking
girl
buy your game day
appearing
one.
behind you.
I'm not kidding. I low key want to. I low key want to replay X and Y, but like
She then slides off and says that you're
XY
not the
kinda
one
sucks,
before
so-
disappearing without a trace. She can't be found
I still have
anywhere
to
else
finish
on
my
the
fucking
floor
Emerald
or the rest
playthrough
of the
first.
building. Ever since this first happened in 2013,
We
fans have
Wii
been
music and
left
lullaby
wondering
music.
the
What a
meaning of this
combination for a
encounter
creepy.
was.
That's what I'm
As the
saying.
mystery grew, so did Hex Maniac's popularity.
wild.
So much so that I'm not even sure I could show you what pops up for her in
Dude, there is so much fucking porn of the Hex Maniac. It's insane. I don't understand the appeal. because they have no personality. Because like, at least other like if there's like porn of like other Pokemon characters, right? Like Cynthia, or like fucking, you know, any other character in that franchise. It makes sense why there's porn of them because a lot of them have like established personalities and shit like that. Especially with like fucking Pokemon Masters and shit. Why the Hex Maniac? A nameless NPC, dude. I like watching Nexpo and Nick Crowley's second channel called Nick and Ryan, where they just jerk around while ghost hunting. Super fun series. I might have to check that out.
Google Images.
See, my thing with Nexpo is like I like Nexpo's videos. I watch them and everything, but like he's so formulaic that it's like to the point of cringe. You know, like he's so good at doing what he does that it's kind of cringe. Like every Nexpo video has him like it's like slowly fades into black. It's got some fucking analog horror fucking glitching VHS filter on it. Today, we are going on a trip into the disturbing. He says 3 words at a time. He has like fucking have like a minute pause in between them. It's like fucking Elon Musk when he was on Joe Rogan. You know what I'm talking about? That reminds me of the other streamer John that I reference and show clips of when he does small horror games for a whole stream. I could not fucking do that. You guys saw me play Amnesia that one time. I fucking almost shat my pants.
City of that encounter at the Hotel Richesheim's 4th floor. There's another hex.
You found a
maniac.
Minecraft
When
horror
you talk to
game
her,
called A
she tells
Craft
you
of
not
the
to speak
Mind.
to her
That's
so
hot.
She could hear the elevator. Unlike the other one though, she doesn't disappear. She shows up again in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire at the Mount Pyre graveyard. Once again, telling you that you're not the one. But this Hex Maniac also doesn't disappear afterwards. She has more appearances throughout the games, but that doesn't mean they're all the same one, as Pokemon reuses models for each type of trainer. Years later, we're no closer to figuring out the bigger story here of this particular Hex Maniac ghost, if there is one. There are also other mysterious ghost sightings in the game, but we'll get to those later. Ratman Dens.
The Ratman. Oh, the
Portal
Ratman's a
and Portal
classic,
2,
dude.
as
I
you're
love the
making your way
Ratman.
Past all the puzzles, you can find these hidden away dens that look like someone's been living in them. That someone is Doug Ratman, who was the
I know
only
all the
survivor
Portal
of an
lore, dude.
employee
I'm fucking
neurotoxin
huge. I'm a
attack
huge
from
Portal head.
GLaDOS, one of the
You
artificial
shat yourself
intelligence
sometimes playing
antagonists of
Dark
the
Souls.
games.
Yeah, that's
Although
true.
you never see Ratman when you're playing,
Dark Souls just
he
fucked me
leaves
up.
behind paintings
Not
and
scary
scribbles
though.
to document
Dark
his
Souls isn't
struggle
scary.
against
Amnesia
both
is scary because it
schizophrenia
fucking
and GLaDOS's
it gets you in a
pursuit of him.
false sense of security and then it fucks you.
Golden Freddy. In the first 5 Nights at Freddy's, there's a
I only
1
played the
in
first, like, I've only played it for, like, an
32.7
hour and a half,
chance
maybe
that
2
when
hours.
checking Cam 2B, the Freddy poster on the wall becomes a Golden Freddy face. Once back at the office, Golden Freddy will be there alongside flashes of Freddy and "It's me." If you stare at him for too long, his face fills up the screen, and unlike other
Need to replay
deaths,
Portal.
this one causes the game to
Honestly,
close out.
same.
And in Custom Night mode,
Portal is one of the few games I think Portal and Portal 2, or actually, now that I think about it, are 2 of the only games that I have played all the way through multiple times. Portal 1 is easy to do. It's a fucking really short game, but you can't judge the Ratman's rapping. Is he a rapper? The Ratman's a rapper? I'm the Ratman, and I'm a fat man, and I'm giggity giggity because I'm black man. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know why he's Quagmire also, but... We're pixies, and since the 1960s. I played Portal for the first time in December 2023. That's goated. I want to do that whenever in the inevitable. I have a lot of plans for if I do a 24-hour stream, which I will do at some point. Maybe once I like move out and shit. I don't know. We'll see. I one day will do a 24-hour stream, and one of the activities I will do on that 24-hour stream is I want to play Portal with RTX because there's a version of Portal. If you own the original Portal on Steam, you can also get like Portal with RTX, where it's just the same game but with ray tracing, so it looks fucking way better. I've never played it that way before, and I want to play it that way. Though I feel like it's gonna lose some of that Valve charm. You know what I mean? Imagine Ted and FNAF. What the hell? What the fuck is going on here? You know, look up the song he sings. Fucking Ratman, the Ratman's rapping. I'm not looking that up.
when inputting the difficulty
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he
levels
sings
to
a little. He sings a
1987,
little
the
song. He
year
does a
of
little
the
jig.
fight, Golden
You know what I mean?
Freddy's face
I know what
shows
you're talking
up
about.
before Force
I don't remember what it
exited
sounds like, but I know what you're talking about.
Resident Evil 4 Lake Jump Scare. Going up the lake area and shooting at the water causes the giant mutant salamander Del Lago to come up and eat Leon. The 2023 remake also keeps this jump scare.
That's me when I
Assassin's
fucking
Creed
nut.
Squid. As you explore the Visitazione Assassin tomb, you flip a switch, and if you stand at this spot to stare at the water for a while, a giant squid swims by. If you flip the switch again
That's a
and wait,
Cthulhu
it'll come
motherfucker.
back and put a tentacle out of the water. This wouldn't be the last time a giant squid would appear in the series. In Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, if you dive at the coordinates 630-650 and make your way to this sunken ship to look through the window, you get to see a giant squid taking down a whale.
Oh, speaking of giant squid, you guys see there's footage now? Like there's high quality footage of like a legitimate giant squid, just like near the surface of the water, just chilling, just running around, not running around, swimming around. It's fucking wild.
World of Warcraft Kraken. If you're north of the Voldun area, swimming down takes you to a sunken ship. Below that is the writhing Leviathan, a kraken. You can swim up to it to get a closer look, and if you use the abysmal horn that's found on the sunken ship, it'll react by moving its tentacles around. Sims Kraken. In the
This is
Sims
the
3
Kraken
Island
tier.
Paradise, if you stay in a boat
We go
long
in
enough
Kraken
on a
mode,
deep ocean
Kraka.
world, there's a 4% chance that a kraken will swim by and a 1% chance that it'll attack the sim. That chance gets an extra 1% if it's already swum by the boat. There's actually a lifetime reward called Friend of the Kraken that can be unlocked with 30,000 lifetime happiness points. It makes it so that a kraken will never attack a boat you're on, and it allows you to command it to attack other boats. Witcher 3 Whales. When you're out sailing in Skellig Sea
Sperm.
or doing
They
some
should-
diving, the waters themselves
They only call
can
them
seem
sperm
pretty
whales
much
because they didn't want to
empty.
call them
That's why
cum
it can be
whales.
quite a shock when you find a giant whale coming up beside you.
Look at that.
Part of Liberty City.
Oh,
In
this is a-
Grand
this is a
Theft Auto
herd- a
4,
certified
there's
hood classic.
secret hidden inside the Happiness Island statue.
Got a
It's
literal
not an
beating
easy one
heart.
to get to though. After getting a
I
helicopter,
actually had that
you have
happen
to
during my
get close
playthrough one
enough to the
time. Oh,
balcony
that's
where you have
fucking
to time
goated.
it right so you can safely jump off. Next to the entrance, there are signs
I had to play The
that say,
Sims.
"No hidden
Problem with
content
The
this
Sims is
way."
that Sims
Once
3 doesn't
inside,
work on
you
modern
can go up a
computers 'cause
ladder
it's so
and
fucking
see
old.
A big beating heart at the top. It doesn't react to any weapon, and the only way to get out is either by reloading a save file or by an explosive death. Team Fortress 2 Ghost Room. In the Halloween event Harvest map, there is a small room underneath it all. In it is a single ghost. As odd as this may be, it's
This video
actually a
is-
functional
this
part
video
of
is
the
taking me
map,
back.
as it
This is
serves
reminding
as
me
the
of,
spawn
like,
room for the ghost before it's needed up above.
This is reminding me of like all the
Statues.
creepy
If you
gaming
go to the
videos from like
graveyard in
fucking
Lindenvale,
2010.
You see a mausoleum with 2 winged stone statues standing beside the entrance. Once you go inside and come out, those statues have moved. If you turn your back on them, they'll move again to get closer to you. This is a reference to Doctor Who's Weeping Angels, who also only move when they aren't being looked at. Skyrim statues. Once you enter Sovngarde, you're met with these
Laugh so
giant
hard the Kraken
statues.
did that to my
As you
sim.
walk
I'd laugh
down the
hard if
path,
the
they
Kraken
slowly
fucked my ass
rotate
with a
in
fucking
place to
tentacle.
face you. What adds to the
That
creep
seems to work
factor
on my current
here
computer. I
is
just
that
have to use the
Sovngarde
EA
is a
app.
place
Oh, the
of
fucking
death.
EA
It's
app.
essentially the equivalent of
The EA
Valhalla,
fucking
where
gap.
soldiers who died in combat arrive to
EA.
be rewarded with a pleasant afterlife. Dead by Daylight statues. On the Sanctum of Wrath map, the statues around the center will always stare at you. Whenever you move the camera away from them and then look back, all of them are looking right at you. By the way, it'd be really cool if you followed me on Twitch. I stream D&D
No,
and
fuck
other
you.
spooky games
Fuck you,
every
dude.
Monday and Friday at
I'll
7
be
p.m.
pee. I'll somebody
Central.
pees on
So
your
stop
fucking
on by
dad.
if you ever want to play with us, or
Somebody
just to
smells
talk.
you with a
Thanks.
fucking-
I really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you there. Far Cry 5 balloons. On the map, there are multiple red balloons.
Oh, boy.
This is a
That's
reference
so
to
creepy, dude.
Pennywise the Clown. If you go through
That's a
O'Hara's
creepy gaming
haunted
Easter egg
house,
right there.
you end up in this room with a red balloon and a note called Clown Thoughts. There's also a ringing phone, and if you answer it, here's what you hear.
Okay, that maybe it is a little bit creepy. That's the
Red
sound I
Dead
make when I
Redemption
bust a fat
Tumbleweed.
fucking nut.
The town of Tumbleweed used to be a thriving community that has since been abandoned. When exploring the area, you could hear a dog barking, but they're nowhere to be found.
What a dog do?
If you go into the church, you find some writing on a pedestal. The devil has got into that beast. And if you go into the mansion, players have reported hearing footsteps and voices along with doors being slammed shut. A newspaper in the game does claim that the mansion is haunted, but it seems that this wasn't the intended experience from the developers. That message in the church, that was for a scrap cheat code. The mysterious mansion encounters can be chalked up to an NPC spawning glitch, since there's an inaccessible room where bandits are supposed to spawn later for a special encounter in the town. As a result of this glitch, it left players wondering what exactly was going on in the town.
That's one hell of a
and that was
coincidence, though.
fueled
That's
by
crazy.
low-resolution fakes passed off
Yo,
as
I feel
proof
like
of
Rockstar is
spiritual
really
activity.
great with like Easter eggs and shit like that. Like GTA has and all of its like rumors and shit about like fucking Sasquatch and UFOs and whatever. They're goated for that.
Sign, you'll find a dark corridor. If you go to the bathroom and look at any of the mirrors there, a ghost will appear behind you, and if you explore some more, you can find a murder scene and the ghost out in the hallway. Now, that's fairly spooky, but when you're Agent 47, this is nothing. That's why you could actually use fiber wire to take out the ghost. And on top of that, you could drag it around, and if police see you, they'll react the same way as if it was a normal corpse. GTA 5 Infinity
Oh,
Killer.
hell yeah.
There are various clues
Give me them
around that
GTA
allude
5
to a
fucking
serial
Easter eggs,
killer's
bro. Give me
work.
all
The
that shit. I
Infinity
need that
Killer,
shit injected
their
into my
name
fucking
given due
veins.
to their
My
obsession
pecker,
with that
dude.
symbol and the number 8, has killed 8 joggers 14 years before the events of the game. He then hid their bodies around San
I'm gonna speed
Andreas
this up just
and
a
was
little bit.
eventually caught soon after his last. Although he never shows up in the game, you're able to find the locations of all 8 bodies based on the clues he left behind. However,
I think I
there's a
remember.
good
I think I
chunk
remember
left.
hunting this down. I think because I 100%ed GTA 5 when I got it on PC like years ago. I think this is part of the quest, like part of one of the quests you need to do to 100% the game.
To the details
So I
of
think I
these
remember
murders that
vaguely
fans
doing
have been
this.
speculating
I think I
over
probably looked
ever
up a guide
since.
though, so I probably didn't do it on my own.
GTA 5 UFOs.
Hell
There are
yeah.
multiple UFOs that can be found around in the sky, and even one that's sunk into the ocean. But the most notable is the one that you could see when you complete 100% of the game. At the top of Mount Chiliad, there's some writing that says, "Come back when your story is complete." Once it is, and it's 3 a.m. and raining, a bright and active UFO pops up. It doesn't take any damage, and it'll fade out when you get too close. Halo 3 Cavemen. On the Sierra 117 level, you could find multiple caveman creatures around in the distance. You could even climb up
Are
some
they
rocks
caveman
to see
creatures,
a
or
whole
they-
family of them. But this isn't
Oh
the
yeah,
last
they're little
you see of them
Sasquatch
in the
creatures.
franchise.
Look at those
the end of Halo
critters.
3 ODST,
Little monkey men.
If you move the camera to the left, you can see one sitting there. As for how these creatures came to be, apparently they're supposed to resemble Marcus R. Leto, the co-creator of Halo. And the idea for these
They
came
basically-
from a
they just
female
said that
prank
guy looked
where
like a
employees
fucking
would
chimp.
Photoshop his face on a female gorilla, dubbing it the Gorilla-Leto.
That's
Half-Life
so
2
dumb.
G-Man sightings. Throughout the game, if you pay enough attention, you could actually spot the mysterious G-Man observing you at various points. If you spot him, he leaves soon after and disappears. He's responsible
Yeah,
for
Half-Life
your
2 is
character
low-key
being
like a
involved
schizo
in the
game.
events of
I
the
fuck with
story
it.
as he uses
I had to
you
play
to
it.
his
I had to play that
benefit.
one
So
day. I
it
had to play
makes sense that
Half-Life
he's
one day.
keeping tabs on you. PT Lisa. In the horror game demo, the majority of the game takes place in a hallway where you're being haunted by Lisa the ghost. This is a claustrophobic enough environment, and part
I
of
mean,
the
that's not really
experience
an
is
Easter
seeing
egg. That's
figures
just
on
the
screen,
game.
causing you to think someone is behind you. But when you turn around, no one's there. Or is there? In 2019, a fan was able to get into the inner mechanics of the game and found out that once you get the flashlight, Lisa spawns in right behind you. That's what causes those weird shadows and what makes her breathing more noticeable. But she disappears as soon as you turn around. Pokemon Ghost People. We talked about the most famous instance of a ghost person earlier, but there's a lot more throughout the series. Here are some general ones. In Diamond and Pearl, if you go inside the old chateau, you'll end
That's
up in a
Platinum,
bedroom
you
and see a
fucking
girl
fake
appear in
fan.
another room. She'll leave and won't
I
be
mean,
able
it's
to be
also in
found
Diamond and Pearl.
anywhere.
Fuck
Also,
you.
in the room is a framed picture with glowing red eyes that follow you if you go to the
Dude,
other
it's in the
bedroom.
remakes, dude. The
There's
fucking
also a
gross
butler
remakes.
that disappears once you see him. Then there's Route 217. If you go inside of this house, a woman will give you a spell tag, which is an item that boosts the power of ghost type moves. If you leave and go back inside, she's disappeared. In the demo version of Sun and Moon, you can talk to this girl at the marina. She tells you that she's sailing away in 24 days and that she's nervous. If you tell her that you'll be there to see her off and are actually there 24 real-life days later, she talks about finally seeing her parents again, and as she walks off, she disappears. In Ultra Sun
Yo,
and
what?
Ultra Moon, a kid tells you that
I actually
ghosts have
never
been
knew
appearing
that.
at the trainer school.
That's
when you go there at
interesting.
night, there's a kid with a drifloon. She talks to you about how scared she is of the rumors going around, and she asks you to investigate them. As you do that, you'll experience spookier and spookier encounters, all leading to this classroom. If you talk to the kids, they give you strange responses. Once you speak to the teacher and ask her who she is, this happens. you were just experiencing
That's a
illusions
pedophile.
from hypno-psychic powers.
You've just
When
been
you go outside to
bamboozled
speak
by
to
a
the girl again,
pedophile.
a security guard shows up. You look away from her, and when you turn to face her again, she and her Drifloon are gone. And the guard notes that you were the only person here. It's worth noting also that Drifloon is a ghost-type Pokemon that's known for kidnapping children. There are more
That's
ghost
up.
people entries,
I mean,
but
what?
I'm saving them for later based on how creepy their stories are. Life is Strange, Warren Stalking. In episode 2, when you wake up and are exploring the room, it's pretty easy to miss this.
Life is
If you
strange,
look
more like
outside,
life is
you could see
gay.
someone looking at your window. That's Warren, who has a crush on your character. For further context,
He's waiting out there to ask you out to the movies once you leave your dorm.
however, fans of the game have mixed opinions on him and his crush on you, so if they already feel like Warren is a bit obsessive and creepy, seeing him out there probably doesn't help his case. The Sims prank calls. In The Sims 1, you will occasionally get these phone calls that don't really make sense. Nothing comes out of them as they're just pranks, but it's easy to get thrown off guard the first time you get one of the more threatening ones, especially at night. 1313 21 Chic Street. In The Sims 4, the 1313 21 Chic Street apartment is surprisingly very cheap for the area, but if you remove the living room carpet, you can see why that is, as a body chalk outline has been left on the floor. GTA San Andreas
fucking
Mass
awesome.
Grave. If you head to the north side of the Bone County Desert, you'll find an abandoned car. Getting closer to it reveals a pit full of what appear to be body bags. This doesn't seem to have any other connections with the rest of the game, but rather they're a nod to how the mob would dispose of bodies in the desert. GTA 5 Alien. During the prologue mission, if you turn right towards the first bridge you see and go under it, you'll see a xenomorph
I
like
fucking
creature
love the
under
aliens,
ice.
bro.
You'll
I love the
actually see them
aliens in
later a few
GTA,
times
dude.
since they appear on a movie set, and Michael also hallucinates that he's getting probed by them on a spaceship. GTA 5
They're canon,
Mount
dude.
Gordo Ghost. If you're around this particular
More class-
campsite
more
on
GTA
Mount Gordo
classics,
between 11
bro.
p.m. and midnight, you'll hear some strange noises as if someone was talking or screaming.
I found that one by accident playing some sport. That's goated. See, this shit must be scary as fuck and or
If you look
cool
up
as
the
fuck
mountain,
seeing it
you'll
on
see
your own.
This sliver of light at the edge. If you go up closer to it, you see a 2D ghost woman with Jock spelled out in blood where she stood. This is the ghost of Jolene Cranley Evans, who was murdered by her husband Jock Cranley. They were fighting over if they should stay or leave the county. Jack wanted to leave so that he could pursue his dream of being a stuntman. Jolene wanted to stay to look after her parents and their successful guest house. During an argument, Jock threw her over the cliff, damning her spirit to this spot. Although he was arrested, he was released as the police concluded that her death was an accident. World of Warcraft Goldshire Children. If you're in Goldshire at around the server's 7:30 a.m. mark, you could see this group of children walking around. What makes them interesting is their formation. No matter what, they will always come together and walk in this shape. This is in reference to The Children of the Corn by Stephen King, which is about a cult of children that worship a demon. If you follow them into this building and wait around, you'll eventually hear a voice tell you that
You will die.
That's
there are
hot.
also other lines of dialogue similar to this, and you sometimes might even out of nowhere hear this. Witcher
Oh,
3
the bit
Ghost
crushing
Ship.
somehow
If you
makes
sail
that
out
even
towards the
fucking
Skellig Isles
creepier.
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., you'll see a ghost ship flying. It'll eventually sink down into the water and disappear.
Dead by Daylight Sadako. If you have Sadako selected and you stay idle long enough on the menu screen, she'll teleport to jump scare you. And that's not all. After buying the Sadako Rising DLC, if you play 7 days afterwards, instead of seeing the usual opening video when you boot the game up, you're met with this.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't even fucking do that to me.
This is a recreation of the video that's on Sadako's tape seen in the Ringo movie. Skyrim Headless Horseman. If you play between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., you could stumble upon a ghostly headless horseman riding around. He spawns randomly anywhere, he's not hostile, and he can't take any damage. If you follow him, he'll lead you to Hamvir's Rest, where you could fight some enemies and get some loot off of the area. It's not entirely clear what
Some
his story is,
freaking
given that
epic
there's no
loot.
quest tied to him, but that hasn't stopped fans from theorizing. Interestingly, there's a tomb and a displaced skull in the same graveyard that the Headless Horseman leads you to. Skyrim Mannequin Glitch. In the game, you can have mannequins in your home to show off your favorite outfits. However, a good chunk of players have encountered this unsettling glitch. Sometimes, the mannequins will move to face you as you walk around, as if they were actual people. But don't worry, it is possible to reset one when you change one of their options. Even though this isn't intentional and Bethesda has tried fixing this bug, it's still a really unnerving thing to happen in the comfort of your own home. Black Ops 3 Mannequins. If you go into a custom game on the Nuketown map and shoot the head off of every mannequin in less than 2 minutes, you'll hear a bell. and they'll all essentially act like zombies. They'll huddle up to you and can even kill you if you're not prepared. And that's not the only thing you could do with them. If you instead shoot off every single one of their arms, a bell will ring and they'll turn into weeping angels. They'll only move when you're looking away from them, and they could of course still damage and kill you. Halo 2 reversed audio. In the Mausoleum Suite
hell
song,
yeah.
there's a hidden message if it's played backwards.
Oh, this is ethereal. We're getting ethereal out here, bitch. Let's go. This is me. That's literally me. Literally me.
This has led fans to speculate on who the speaker is, with many believing it to be O32 Mendicant Bias, a Forerunner defensive AI that got corrupted and turned against its creators, killing off most of the Forerunner species. Viscera Cleanup Detail Deerhead. On the House of Horror map, if you excessively clean this mounted deerhead, it'll come alive and laugh. Afterwards, it'll look at your direction and laugh again a few times. This is a reference to Evil Dead 2, where a mounted deerhead also comes back to life to have a good laugh.
If I saw that in real life, I think I'd
Winter
kill myself.
Lodge. Once you open up the demon door in Bloodstone, you could get transported to this Winter Lodge area. Once you see the lodge itself, it's warm and cozy and very inviting. But once you get inside, the atmosphere takes a quick 180 turn as the building becomes dark and decrepit, full of skeletons and torture devices. Dying Light Teddy Bear.
Freaking
If you go to the kindergarten of
skeletons.
Old Town, you'll see this pink teddy bear. If you continuously poke at it, it'll gradually be more and more annoyed.
I said I love you. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Stop it. You asked for it.
That's fucking funny.
It also, for some reason, leaves behind a stasis field projector, which is a sort of out-of-place science fiction item that causes enemies to levitate. BioShock Infinite reverse audio. Once you get the
I love the
possession
reverse
trigger,
audio
you'll
ones.
hear
They're so
some
clever.
whispering,
Because like,
but
who would
nothing
think to
can be
do
made
shit like
out
that?
of
You
it.
know. I mean, I guess you kind of know what
That is,
reverse
until
audio
you
sounds
reverse
like.
the
So like,
audio.
oh, let's just put this in reverse.
These reverse lines are from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, and are also heard whenever you use possession on enemies. This ties in with how the enemies behave at the end of their possession. They off themselves. Spoiler
that's
alert,
based.
but that's what Juliet does at the end of the play. Speaking of which, she dies by stabbing herself in the heart, as seen on the bottle of the Vigor. GM Big City. On the very popular Gmod map, Big City, interacting with the Cafe Baltic door releases a scream while your character is pushed back. Portal Jellyfish. Towards the end of
There's a
Portal 1,
jellyfish?
after the final test, there's a room off to the side, and when you go in there, you find this crude drawing on the office wall. It says, "The Big Bad Jellyfish. Wanted." This connects to another jellyfish drawing found on the same level.
Never
The
would've
nice
known
little
that.
Jellyfish. It's speculated that these are supposed to be GLaDOS, and were either drawn by Ratman, or maybe even the children that were brought in on Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, which is the day that GLaDOS turned against the scientist and took over. Super Smash Bros. Melee Daisy's eye.
There's a
If you
secret
take a
eye on
good
her
look
on the
at
back of her
Daisy's
fucking
trophy,
head, right?
You'll see that she has a secret third eye on the back of her head.
That's fucking awesome.
Yakuza 6 spirit
What'd you guys do if
photos.
you're fucking your
After
girl from the
finding a
back
picture
and she has
of
a
dead
fucking eye in the
former
back of her head?
acquaintance, you'll be able to capture their spirit in a photograph. There are many spirits at multiple locations that are able to be
She doesn't.
captured.
Neither of you
Metal Gear
acknowledge it, but
Solid
she's
4
looking you right in the
spirit
eye
photos.
the entire
After
time.
reaching Act 4 and being on Shadow Moses
Honestly,
Island,
I'd
there will
low-key be a
multiple
little bit into it.
opportunities to take photographs with your camera in specific spots. If you just so happen to take a picture at any of these locations, you'll catch a ghost on your camera. There are 30 in total, but if you collect just 5 of these pictures, you unlock an achievement. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire Ghost Girl. When you go to fight Phoebe in the Elite Four, at the very last frame before the transition, there's a girl sitting on what was once an empty seat. The transition then goes to that girl's point of view as she gets up and walks towards them. Right afterwards, she's there next to both of them, but they don't react to her at all. According to fan speculation, based on other interactions, this is believed to be the spirit of Phoebe's grandmother, but as a kid. Dead Space Chapters. Your character's main motivation is to find his missing love interest, Nicole Brennan. Unfortunately, at the end of the game, you find out that she had died before you even started on your journey. If you take a look at the names of the game chapters all lined up, the first letters read out, Nicole is dead.
Star Fox out
Oh,
of this
that's
dimension.
huge
When you're
brain.
on the asteroid belt level of 3-2, destroying the second
I love it
big
when I
asteroid
love that
on the
kind of
right
shit too, when like
releases a
fucking
giant
titles
bird.
make an
If you don't
acronym.
fight it and instead go through it, you'll be taken somewhere else. Communication is lost as
Oh,
General
this is like the
Pepper
time
frantically
zone
tries to figure out
fucking.
where you went. Once the level
I know
loads
this
in,
one.
you're met with what's essentially an acid trip. There's a boss with no health bar that uses a slot machine where you have to hit 777 to advance. Once that happens, the credits roll and you could shoot those too. After getting letters to spell out the end, the game will continuously throw enemies at you, and since no supply rings appear, you're left to die. Watch Dogs Legion Queen Victoria. In Watch Dogs Legion, during the Inside Albion mission, you go through catacombs and you'll find this statue of Queen Victoria. Whenever her line of sight with you is obstructed by the walls, she'll rotate around to where you'll next enter. On top of that, if you get close, you could hear a crying woman.
That's fucking scary.
For further context,
That's fucking
these
terrifying,
catacombs
actually.
once held prisoners, where they were tortured and even executed.
Probably
This is
fucking
room
butt raped
302.
too.
After beating the game, you can find a key that unlocks a safe. In that safe is a note telling you to go to room 302. Once you open the door, you'll find yourself in a recreation of the famous room 302 from Silent Hill 4. As the lights slowly start to go out, the suspense rises until...
Oh, that's fucking goated. I was expecting an actual scary jump scare.
darkness phone calls. As you
That's
unlock
fucking
phone
awesome.
numbers, you could then obviously
What are your
call
thoughts on the
those numbers.
paranormal?
There are a lot of joke ones.
I don't know. I myself have not had a paranormal experience, but I'm open to the idea of that shit being real. I kind of hope it's real because that's kind of cool. It'd be kind of cool if it was real.
But every now and then, you'll get something
But
more
I don't know.
unsettling.
Mary, why did you leave me? I don't know what to do without you. I feel so lost. Please come back. I love you.
And there's also a Keeper of Secrets side character here that you accidentally call. He then gives you the task of finding and calling 18 secret phone numbers. And once you do that, he'll tell you
I
a secret
feel
that
like
he has
I've
a
said
bunch
enough
of stolen
blasphemous
documents
shit that
belonging to
like
a secret society. But
I
before
feel
he
like
can
I feel
reveal
like
more
if
to
there
you,
was a ghost in my presence, it would fuck with me. Like I've said some satanic shit. I've said like, "Hey man, fuck God, he's gay," or whatever. I haven't had weird shit happen to me, so.
I couldn't find
Knock
the
on
image of
wood.
this next part, but apparently, if you keep calling these secret numbers, you'll get a threatening, raspy voice telling you to stop calling them. But if you keep calling all of these, your character actually just dies on the spot. Arkham City Boat. Off of the industrial district, there's a seemingly unimportant boat floating around. On top is a hatch that can be hacked into. Once inside, you'll find a bunch of cockroaches and a creepy atmosphere. There's also a
Big
thug
ol'
in the
fucking
corner, but when you
roach.
get too close to him, as you look around, you realize that this is actually Jonathan Crane's boat, aka Scarecrow. Although he doesn't make an appearance in the game, it seems that he's been keeping himself busy with his
Jesus,
fear-inducing
it's the bat.
research. Super Mario Galaxy 2,
The Hell Valley Sky
Trees.
Trees, baby. Woo, go dude. Let's go. This
This
guy looks like Calypso from Twisted Metal. This guy looks like
See just how
fucking.
mysteriously off-putting they look. Adding on to all of this is the fact that the mountain background in the game is named Beyond Hell Valley Sky, and these figures are under the name Hell Valley Sky.
Arkham games are goated.
Also,
Low
the
key,
figures
yeah.
themselves are
I've
about
only
30
played
times
City.
taller than
I think I
Mario.
played
As
City
of
in like
now,
maybe an
they're
hour
almost
of
just as mysterious as when they were
Asylum.
first discovered,
I
as
didn't
they
get very
haven't
far in
really
it.
appeared
I have
anywhere
all of them
else.
though.
That is
I should
until
play them
more
again.
than a decade later in a minigame for WarioWare Get It Together. But they're a lot less imposing here. Hanging Luigi. In the original Luigi's Mansion, if you go to the telephone,
This is
there's
a
chance
classic.
that a lightning strike outside could cause a really dark shadow glitch that makes it seem like Luigi is hanging from the ceiling.
Hello?
Romero's head. In Doom 2,
Another
facing the
classic.
final boss, if you no-clip into it, there's a head on a pike inside. It can't hurt you, but you could hurt it. When it dies, the level ends. The head itself is actually a prank from the developers because it's the head of John Romero, who was the co-founder of id Software. If you reverse the demonic-sounding chant his head makes, you get this.
To win the game, you must kill me, John Romero.
Bendy and the Ink Machine art. In Chapter 1,
I feel like it's
kind of
cheating to use horror games, but sure.
There'll be an illustration of Bendy. If you move far away enough and come back, it'll be different. Fans have speculated that this is because the artist here might have used cursed ink, and thus the drawings have come alive.
Harvest Moon Animal Parade Kappa. If you go to this spot in Harmonica Town and bring out the camera, you can spot a Kappa lurking around
I love
in the
Kappas.
water.
They're
In
awesome.
Japanese folklore,
I look
Kappas
like
are
a
thought to be
Kappa.
dangerous and
I look
even
like
pull
I'd be looking
people
like a
into the
Kappa
water.
right now. My
These
fucking
are tower
hair is all
jump
fucked.
scare. If you don't make any inputs after the intro cutscene and you just stay in the dark for about 40 seconds, this happens. Runner 2 Slenderman. On the Bushwacky level, most players
Oh,
are
another
probably
classic,
too
another
focused
hood
on
classic.
not hitting anything while running that they'll initially miss Slenderman in the background. He actually appears multiple times in the level too. Plants vs. Zombies Slenderman. In
Oh,
the
hell yeah.
original Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare, if you look towards the woods of the Zambos estate, you can spot Slenderman staring at you in the distance.
Like a
Later on,
motherfucking
when the game
Slenderman.
got updated, going back to this
It's
spot
a
reveals that a
Slender
chopper
Man.
got
You
to
guys ever see that
Slenderman
video?
and is eating
Yeah, this is the one. You guys see this? I love this guy. Butchie Kid video. Butchie Kid is the best. Was one of my favorite YouTubers back in the day.
I'm here at my grandmother's house, where, unless she escaped from the nursing home, it appears that someone is here. What the hell? Holy shit! It's the Slender Man! And the...
This isn't the one. This isn't the one. Hang on, where's the... This is the one. Doing yourself a disservice not playing all the Arkham games. I'm gonna get to them. I think I played a little bit of Arkham Knight too now that I think about it. Back when that first came out. I didn't play get very far in that either.
Talk about a rude awakening. It sounds like somebody's here. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, I highly doubt it's my nymphomaniac girlfriend, because I just woke up. What in God's name is going on here? Son of a midnight snacking bitch! It's a Slender Man, and he's using my treadmill. So that's how this binge-eating junk food junkie stays so skinny. Wait, he just wasted a whole bag of popcorn. Yo! Whoa, Wipeout! Wow, that workout almost knocked him out. Good, that's what you get for pigging out.
There's another
Yeah,
one though.
Same to you.
This
Get
isn't
your
the one I'm thinking
squirty
of.
ass out of here and stay out. Look at this nightmare. So much for getting laid in my wet dream. Stupid Slender Man. Now I gotta clean.
Which fucking one is it? He has one where it's like rhyming. Slender Man, MF Doom. Yeah, here we go.
Keep hearing these strange sounds come up in the kitchen. Holy shit. It's the Slender Man. And he's cooking hot dogs on the stove. Hey, you hungry home invader. Stop raiding our refrigerator. Yikes. He just whacked me with the warm wiener. Twice. Wait.
Let's show his treadmill doing that.
You ain't
Yeah.
got no lips. How can you eat potato chips? God.
This is MF.
You're not gonna believe this. I think that starving Slender Man is back again. Because I know I didn't forget to shut the fridge door. And there's donuts all over the floor. What in the world is that noise? Oh man, this malnourished moron is using the John. He must be sick. Sounds like his butthole is bulimic. Hey, you anorexic prick! Stop taking a shit in our toilet! Nah, screw you! Pull up your pants, pal, and beat it! Holy crap! Is that a skid mark stain or your butt crack? Wow! What an ass wipe! You queefing queer? Get the smelly
Jesus
rear
Christ.
outta here!
I forgot how homophobic that was.
Keep eating all the junk food
You
you can.
queefing queer.
And pretty soon they'll be calling you Fat Man.
Anyways.
him up.
GTA
I'm a
Vice City
Slenderman.
cement shoes. Going to this spot on Washington Beach reveals someone in cement shoes.
I'd be
It's
looking
a
like
form of
Slender Man
body
on a good day,
disposal
you know
that
what I'm
was
talking about?
popularized by mobs in TV shows and movies, where the feet were covered in wet cement, and once it was dried, they were thrown into the water to sink. GTA Vice City Apartment 3C. If you go to this apartment building,
Is this the
in
one with the
South Ocean
sex
Beach
mod?
and head up to 3C, it'll be empty. Go into the bathroom and you'll find a chainsaw and a lot of blood around. This is a reference to a scene in the movie Scarface, where a chainsaw is used for a murder in a bathroom.
And you
Metro
can call me
Exodus 2. When you're on
Scarface,
the
not
Casper
mountains
level
of
and you smoke from this
cocaine.
hookah, your vision will get wobbly as you start to hallucinate, during which the TV turns on and a baby Dark One appears, which is essentially a mutated human descendant who humans have grown to fear. Lon Lon Ranch's remains. Lon Lon Ranch was a beloved spot in
Oh yeah,
Ocarina
this
of
is
Time.
the Breath of
However,
the
in
Wild,
Breath
right?
of the Wild,
Yeah,
it seems to be in
that place
ruins.
is fucking
Although
gone.
it's not 100% confirmed to be the real location, it does have a striking resemblance
Yeah,
to
no,
the original
there's like a
area.
online ranch. And there's
Gyroid
like a you
base.
can
In
find
the
Castletown
original
as
Animal
well.
Crossing, if you were to take the train to
Wait, no,
another
Castleton's
village
an
that
actual
was on the
proper
second
area in that
memory
game.
disk and something
There's other
interrupted that
areas that
trip,
are similar to
either
that
the
where you can just
console
find like the
turning off
remains
or
of
the
areas
console
from Ocarina
reset
of
button
Time.
being pressed. Either one. When you come back into the game, one of your villagers remarks why you're here, considering that you were just traveling. They can let you back into your regular save file, but any items or cash you had on you would be lost. As you load in, you see that your character now has a gyroid face. Luckily, this is reversible. All you have to do is save the game and then come back. Although this has been mistaken as a glitch, it is actually a deliberate Easter egg put in by Nintendo to get the player to talk to their gyroid to properly save the game. Battlefield 5 Gnome. On the map Eris, if you see a garden gnome and you break it, it'll appear behind you for the rest of the game. It can't be injured. It'll just stare at you with its piercing red eyes. The only way to get it to stop is to make amends and rebuild it with the build tool. Hitman 2 Live Exorcism. If you bring
That's
a
awesome.
sniper rifle to the Miami map and make your way to the aquarium, you could zoom in on these mannequins up above. If you do, it changes the saying on the sign from exercise in progress to exorcism in progress. The mannequin hanging there will start to move and it'll eventually face you. Once you exit out of the zoom, it disappears and teleports right behind you.
That's
BioShock
fucking freaky.
Infinite Corpses. In the second episode of the Burial at Sea DLC, when you're on the boat with the
Oh, I've
Luchesses,
played that, so
if
I
you
don't need
look
to get
out into
spoiled.
the water, there will be floating corpses beside you. The source of them are somewhat debated, as there are theories that these could be the bodies of the plane crash victims from the first game, or maybe even
believe
that
it.
they're all of the other Elizabeths, as the game focuses heavily on alternate universes. Mob of
That's
the Dead
also
jump
possible.
scare.
I
On the
believe
Black
that.
Ops 2 map Mob of the Dead, if you equip a sniper rifle and go onto the plane assembly roof, specifically at the end of the roof, and look through your scope at the fireworks in the distance, a face will pop out. I Am Not Me room. In Cyberpunk 2077, if you go into this abandoned building east of Delamain HQ and go up to the third floor, you'll find that room 301's door is slightly open, and there's something interesting inside, but you can't enter without a mod. The room has a bloody wrench on the floor, alongside a bunch of blood and handprints. On the wall, amongst lots of scribbles, is "I did not want this. I am not me." This room isn't tied to any mission, but that hasn't stopped fans from speculating that it's from either cut content or some hidden overarching story, since there are other instances of this type of writing on walls, probably having to do with the BD addicts.
Yeah,
in
put
game.
that shit in
BD
your like
standing for
Edge Runner
Brain Dance,
season
a type
2,
of
dude.
complete immersion technology
I
that
haven't
lets
seen
people
season 1
record
yet 'cause I'm
and
a
play
fucking
back
hack
everything that
fraud.
someone experiences as if it were happening to them. Arkham Asylum's Raj Al Ghul. If you head to Dr. Young's office, you'll see the body of Raj Al Ghul. However, if you come back later, he's gone. This fits in line with how he could be repeatedly resurrected, and it makes sense here because we see him make multiple appearances in later games down the line. Layers of Fear
He's kinda the
2
goat. Rachel
twins.
Ghoul's the
Towards
goat,
the end
dude.
of the game, a ghost tricycle comes out of nowhere. If you go down the hallway it came from, a set of twins show up. This and the tricycle are references to the hallway scene from The Shining. Gears of War Library Reaper. In Gears of War Judgment, if you get into a free-for-all library multiplayer match and find this bookcase and push it, it slides up. Throwing 2 grenades above causes a painting to fall. When you shoot the paper that fell with it, a fire is lit. You have to then go find all the other paintings on the map and do the same thing. Once that's done and you return to the original spot, a Reaper will emerge from the frame. After it leaves, if you shoot the painting,
That's very
you'll have
elaborate.
the
I wonder how
chance to
people
fight
figure
it.
this shit out, aside from like just like digging into the game
Has
files.
a wide range of horror frights, from a slasher to
Really
one
not
of
that
those.
scary if
But
you
during
say,
the
yeah, a
Gears
lot
of
of these
War
are
scene,
not.
the
A lot of
characters
these are
are
really
trying to
not that
communicate
scary.
with their dead friend. It seems
They're
to
kinda
work since
fucking
the ghost
lame,
could be seen
low
in the
key.
background. However, the characters don't take notice, and the ghost isn't really seen again. There's a lot going on in the game already, so this adds another spooky layer on top of everything else. The notion that the location is also haunted. Wizard 101 Void Face. If
Fucking
you look over to the
Wizard
side of the map
101,
on
you
Lucy
shitting
before
me.
fighting the Death Oni, some faces will appear for a few seconds. They're not tied to anything in the game, and some players think they're actually the faces of the developers. Evil Within, Laura's Ghost. In the DLC, The Assignment, down in the biometrics lab, there are these doors that are repeatedly opening and closing. If you look inside, Laura's ghost gets up close to you before disappearing. Goat Simulator Moo Man. In the Payday
The Moo
DLC
Man.
map, near the spawn is a cow pen, and in that cow
I'm
pen
the
is a
fucking
man
Moo
just
Man.
standing around. If you approach him, he'll start following you. Whenever you're not looking at him, he'll teleport to be near you. There's no way to interact with him, and he'll keep following until you leave the game. Just Cause 2 Lost Monster. In the game, Hantu Island is essentially a giant Lost reference, and that includes an homage to the show's Smoke Monster. It appears as a soldier, and although it follows you around, it doesn't attack you. You could shoot at it, but it has an incredibly high amount of health. Rainbow Six Siege Well Zombie. On the villa map, shooting this well causes something to scream out. The growls and what sounds like a die sound makes it seem like a zombie is trapped down there. Rainbow Six Siege Submarine Screaming. On the canal map, shooting at
Glad
this
Hero
submarine
Brian is in
causes
this
some
video.
screaming
That
to
would be
happen.
too scary. Don't speak too soon. Well, actually, that's, Hero Brian
This was
technically isn't
actually here
real.
prior to the map's rework,
He's technically
where the
not an
noises
Easter
instead
egg.
came from a cargo ship.
Hero Brian.
Serious Sam Secret Watcher. In Serious Sam, the second encounter, if you're in the Serpent Yards level and take in this pill, a secret watcher appears. Up above, there will be a pair of eyes staring down at you. If you shoot at it, it turns into a mighty kamikaze and explodes. Security Breach Balloon Boy game. If you take pictures of 4 mascot cutouts in the Pixaplex, this poster turns into a door. Once inside, if you go through this hole, you'll see an arcade game.
Five
Balloon
Nights
War.
at
It's a Flappy Bird style game, and as you
Freddy's.
progress through
That's
it,
where
the
I
song
wanna
becomes
be.
more wicked and corrupted. If you complete the whole thing, you're
What
met
you'd
with
say,
hiss
fucking
and
creepy
scream,
dude.
with the glitching text reading "Good night." Modern Warfare Giant Teddy. If you equip 2 LMGs and go into the station map, go and break all 6 of these train station decals. 5 will have numbers and the other will have a keypad. The numbers are randomized, so these steps can't be skipped. When facing the panel, shoot at each of the numbers as they appear left to right. Once that's done, a giant teddy bear with piercing red eyes drops down. You can shoot at it, but fighter jets are what takes it out.
You know, say what you will about Call of Duty. They're really good about their Easter
Black
eggs and
Ops
shit.
Zombies Deez. If you go to the Deez map and stand by the
Wasn't Hero
Stilton
Brian a
station,
hoax?
you'll be able to hear children
I'm
singing.
pretty.
and
I don't know
some
about a
sort of
hoax
nursery rhyme.
necessarily, but like there was definitely. I don't know if there was any truth to it.
Something also worth mentioning
I
on
don't
this
know.
map is that when
I
you
used
go
to look.
near this
I used to know
balcony,
the
when
answer to
there
that
are no other
question, but I don't know
noises
it
at
anymore
all,
because
you
I'm
can hear
fucking
a
dumb.
woman crying.
Back in my Minecraft days. I could get to Minecraft again.
Modern Warfare 3 Grave
I gotta start like
When
I
you're
wanna
on the
start a
Sanctuary
YouTuber
map and get
SMP.
close to the gravestones,
That's one of my
you can hear
goals as a
3
content
separate
creator, a
voices calling
YouTuber
out.
SMP. But it's like it's gonna be like edgy. It's gonna be like not the Dream SMP where we're all wholesome and gay with each other. Where it's gonna be edgy as fuck.
These
It's
are
gonna
the
be
voice
awesome.
lines from the game's infamous Davis family vacation clip, right before the truck in front of them explodes. Verruckt Dentist Chair. In Call of Duty World at War, if you go to the bloody dentist chair on the
More
Verruckt
like a
map
legend.
and
Yeah,
interact
Herobrine's
with
more
the
of a
wheel, you
legend,
get to
like a
hear
myth.
drill and the screams of a former patient.
Though I'm sure
Zombie
somebody
Army
can dig into the
dolls.
game
Throughout
files
the
and see if
game,
he's
you'll
actually
encounter
there.
multiple creepy dolls. They can't attack you, and although you could shoot at them, they bring an eerie presence just by standing there. Not to mention the fact that some of them can talk and move their arms. And even hold
If I
their
saw
heads
that, I'm
after
killing
they've
it with
been
a
shot
gun.
off. Harvest Moon 444. In Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town, when the clock displays 444 and you go up to a TV, 444 will be repeatedly written out. This might not seem like something too spooky, but in Japan, the number 4 is essentially bad luck because 4 and death have the same pronunciation. In a sense, for them, it carries the same weight as the number 666. Here
That's
lies
awesome.
Link. In Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls, when you go to Elfheim, a village full of elves, and you go to the gravestones, one of them reads, "Here lies Link," as in Link from Legend of Zelda. Payday Witch.
You
In Left
fucking
4 Dead,
that
the
Link
witch
is
one of the
canonically
most
a dead
formidable
person.
enemies, as she could instant down if she's disturbed. In the Payday Mercy Hospital map, which is a location in Left 4 Dead, the witch makes an appearance in a locked closet door in a hallway. If you get close,
That's fucking cool.
Psychonauts Mila's Children. On the Mila's
I didn't
dance
know
party
Payday
level,
was
you're
chill like
essentially
that.
in
I used to
Mila's
play a lot of
mind as
Payday
you
back in
learn
the
how to
day.
levitate. But if you go into this secret room, you unlock a memory labeled Mila's Children. This is where you find out that Mila used to work at an orphanage and was passionate about her job. But one night, when she came back from getting groceries, the orphanage was on fire. She has psychic powers, so she heard the children's screams loud and clear as they all burned to death.
Afterwards, if you go into this chest, you meet her memories of these children as they cry out for her. Spiritomb Wisps. In Pokemon Arceus, you meet Vesa,
Oh,
who
I've been
asks for
playing
your
that
help in
lately.
repairing a broken seal, one that was put in place by someone with strange magic, all in an effort to contain a destructive being. In order to repair it, you need to collect 107 wisps. So once you do that and go to Vesa, they reveal that there are actually 108 wisps that are needed, and then they say, after this, the traveler who used that strange magic will finally forgive me, right? Then they ask you to close your eyes, and once you do, they're gone, and the final wisp is right there. After collecting it, a voice tells you, making you gather all those wisps was my last bit of mischief. Thanks for playing along. Please, don't forget about me. Then a Spiritomb appears. It is a Pokemon that's formed from 108 spirits, and Vesa was the last one. Vesa was trying to make amends for its destructive nature in the past, and didn't want to cause any more trouble, so they asked for your help to get all the spirits contained. Sword and Shield Old Letter. In Hammerlock, there's a little girl named Paula that asks you to deliver a love letter to
See, my
someone
thing
named
about
Frank
Pokemon,
in
the Pokemon
Bellingham.
ones are like never
Interestingly,
scary.
This item is called Old Letter. Once you get there,
It's like,
you see
oh,
that
there was a
Frank is
little
kid.
girl,
So
and
once
then you
talk
do
to
a
this
thing,
one,
you do a
he
side
tells you
quest,
that
and then you
Frank
come
is
back,
his
and she's
grandpa's
not there.
name. When you give the
Ooh,
letter to
scary!
Frank,
It's a
he tells you that
ghost.
Paula was the name of a girl he spent a lot of time playing with when he was younger, but she got sick and didn't tell him exactly how bad the situation was. They got into a fight over it, and he moved away soon after. They haven't spoken since then. He then asks you how she is. Dear old Paula. You can either say nothing or lie to him. Either way, he'll reward you with a choice scarf. When you go back to where Paula originally was, she's gone, and in her place is a Reaper cloth item. And then you hear a voice thanking you for delivering the letter. Black White Ghost Girl. On Marvelous Bridge, there's a chance for a girl to appear on it. Once you get close enough, she fades
The Sims
out.
ones are
Then at the
creepier.
gate nearby, there's an old
I
lady
feel like
that
the
talks about a girl who played with her
worse the
Abra around
graphics, the
here before
creepier it
bridge
is. You
was
know what I mean?
built. In the sequel games, Black 2 and White 2, there's a strange house outside of Reversal Mountain. When you go inside, that same girl appears and talks about a dark
Like
tree,
shit in like
and
The
she mentions
Sims or
looking
like
for her
GTA
parents and
4
her
or something
Abra.
like that.
Later, in
Like
another
all that
part of
shit's
the
kind of
building,
is
you pick up
inherently
a lunar
creepier to
woman.
me.
That prompts her to appear. She asks you to take it to the Pokemon Cresselia. That's why she was on the bridge in the first place. But what happened to her exactly? It's theorized that she succumbed to Darkrai's Darkness spell. Darkrai is a Pokemon that is able to protect itself by making others fall asleep and experience terrible, unending nightmares. However, it can't really fully control this power and doesn't intend on hurting others. It's a self-defense mechanism that can inflict serious collateral damage. The only thing that could wake up someone in this state is Cresselia's
Pokemon seems
lunar
to be
wings.
obsessed with dead
This
girls a
context,
little
it
bit,
seems
like
that the
he,
girl died before she could wake up, before the lunar
Like
wing
that's,
was
I
brought
mean,
to her.
granted, that
And
is as
so
much
she's
as they
been
can get
protecting
away
it,
with
trying
and
to
being
give
like a
it back to
children's game.
Cresselia for
You
someone
can't just
else
be
that
like,
might
oh,
need
there's
it.
a fucking
Chloe's
dead
Dream Journal. In
fucking
the Life is
homicidal
Strange prequel
maniac
game before the
whose
storm,
fucking
you play
spirit
as
still
Chloe
haunts
as
the
she
fucking
deals with
victims
a
or
whole
whatever.
lot of problems. Her dad's dead,
Or like the
her
other way
mom has
around, like
moved
there's a
on with
bunch of
someone
dead
she hates,
murder
and her
victims who
former
died
best
of a
friend moved
fucking
away.
brutal
During the dream
murder.
sequence in
You
episode
know what I
1,
mean?
she's in a
You
car
can't do that in
talking with her dead
Pokemon
father.
game.
If you go into your journal
A
during
funny
this,
monster
the first
game.
page has a drawing of your former best friend Max hanging from a tree. And
That's
if you go to
awesome.
your text, you see that your mom messaged you that it's going to be okay. For me, not for you. I've got David now. You, though, you don't have anyone. Max has also sent you some messages. Don't worry, I'm going to
That's
see
so
you real
funny.
soon when you're dead. Once again, these are in a dream sequence, so they're not actual texts she's received. This is just a peek inside of her dwindling mental state and how she feels.
I just
about
find
the
it creepy in
people she cares
Pokemon how
about.
Hypno would
Before
kidnap
the storm
children.
reversed
There's a
the
bunch of
game,
Pokemon
the
that
game
kidnap
has hidden
children.
messages in one of its
Hypno
songs.
kidnaps
The band
kids,
Dogger
Drifloon
produced the
kidnaps
soundtrack
kids.
For the game, and in the song titled "I Can't Live Here Anymore,"
That's all I can think of off the
there
top of
are
my head, but I know
number
there's a
of
couple
whispers
more
that
that
can be
kidnap
heard if the
kids.
audio is
A lot of
reversed.
ghost types kidnap kids.
Outlast 2 reverse messages. There are several messages you could collect, and if you reverse the
Okay.
audio on certain ones,
I
you
just
unlock
spit all
some
over my
cryptic
fucking arm.
recordings.
Sweet Jesus, forgive my sins and accept my gratitude. Thank you, God, for killing my child.
Doom 3 Mirror. Near the beginning of the game, if you go into this bathroom and look at the mirror, Tokyo Extreme Racer 3 Ghost. After defeating the Death
Was that a
Driver,
meme or
who
was that
presumed
actually
to
in the
be a
game?
ghost,
I could-
you
I
unlock his
actually
car, and when
legitimately
you
couldn't
drive it,
tell.
all the vans driving beside you will have ghosts
That looked like
looking
a
out at
bad,
you.
like, fucking
Silent
YouTube
Hill 4
reviewer shit
Hole.
post.
If you look through this hole in the apartment, you'll see Eileen Galvin and her Robbie the Rabbit doll sitting on a bed. If you check it again after she goes to the hospital, Robbie is now facing you and pointing at you. Please don't touch anything. Is she here? In the VR version of Please Don't Touch Anything,
Pressing this button 16 times unlocks a hammer. Then you'll use it on the clock to break it.
once you set all 3 of the hands to 6, the screen turns static and this happens.
Oh, it's not scary at all. Dude, imagine seeing that in VR. I'd shit myself. Oh, fuck you.
Red Dead
Yeah, fuck
Redemption 2
that.
Haunted Forest. If you go to the Roanoke Forest, you could hear some ghostly whispers.
Oh, Roanoke, dude. You know some fuck shit happened in Roanoke, dude. You guys familiar with that story? It's one of the more like iconic, like early America stories, but like.
The source of these voices can actually be found in a movie that can be watched in the game. It explains that a couple once went out into the woods and stumbled upon a ghost army of redcoats who cut the man's head off. The woman was able to get away, and when she came back to town to tell them what happened, they accused her of witchcraft for raising the dead and burned her at the stake. Arkham Knight New Game Plus intro. When you beat the game and start a New Game Plus, the intro cutscene where Joker is being cremated is pretty much the same, but the ending is a bit different.
That's me when I wake up in the morning every day.
Arkham Knight Man-Bat Jump Scare. In the game, Man-Bat will eventually jump out and scare you. That's part of a side mission to capture him. If you've already completed that side mission and go to Arkham, you'll see him locked up in his human form. But if you play the game on Halloween, he shows up to jump scare you again. Going back to Arkham reveals that he managed to break out. You can't capture him again though, as he just disappears after that. Half-Life 2 Zombie
That's
Screams
fucking cool.
Reversed. The zombie screams in the game are unsettling.
Oh, this is a
enough
classic.
already, but they're arguably even worse.
Oh,
when they're
something like
reversed.
that's another like kind of vibe that's kind of creepy is like any like Source game like not Fallout, like Gmod, fucking Half-Life, Portal, all that shit has a vibe to it. I think I talked about this in a really old video.
Sonic
The fucking
CD
zombie
sound
sounds.
test. On the sound test screen of the Sonic CD, if you set these values up and press start, you get taken to this screen.
Sonic.exe is real. I am God.
Text translates to Infinite Fun, Sega Enterprises, Mazine Pictures. This version with the creepy music can only be found on the American version of the game, as the Japanese and European ones came with a more upbeat song.
All right, this will be the last one for the day. We'll call it after this.
Captain
Maybe
Toad
not call the
Ghosts.
video.
In
I
Captain
don't
Toad
know.
Treasure Tracker, when you're on the bizarre doors of
I still
Boom
wanna get into
Mansion
that Wendigoon
level, if
lore.
you go to the back wall and stare at it around the 300 seconds mark, handprints will appear. That's not the only ghostly secret in the game either. When you're on the freight train flight level and you go to the front of the train and wait until the 312 second mark, a laughing ghost face will appear under the track. Mario 3D Land Ghosts. If you wait around at the end of any ghost house level, you'll see
The
a
Mario
ghost
ones are always the
appear
gayest
before
ones because
fading
it's like,
out. This is
oh,
the most obvious
a
visual,
critter
but in
appears in
reality,
Mario
this ghost is in
game.
the background of
Scary.
the start of every single ghost house level. The Crew End of the World. If you head to the south and drive off the road here, you'll find an abandoned car. Nearby are a pair of legs sticking out of a bush. Keep on looking and there will be a newspaper that says the world is ending. This exact same Easter egg can be found in the original Crew as well. It's theorized that the man here saw this newspaper, got freaked out, and drove to this spot to off himself instead of facing the coming apocalypse. Life is
Real.
Strange Neighbor. When you're in Chloe's room and you go out of bounds to the outside, you see someone just sitting there at the window. From the normal camera, there's absolutely no way to see this, so who this is and why they're there is a mystery. Arma Santa. In Arma 1 and 2, and also in DayZ, if you look through a chimney, you'll find a creepy looking Santa staring back at you. Red Dead
That's fucking
Redemption
awesome.
2 UFO. If you go to New Hanover and
Oh,
inside
Red
the
Dead got
shack,
UFOs
you'll
too?
find a piece of text detailing a cold
Makes sense, it's
savior,
Rockstar.
a voyager of time and galaxies, who will appear at the second hour under the moon. If you're there at 2 a.m. and go inside the building, this happens.
That's actually fucking
After a while,
awesome.
it just leaves on its own.
That is so
Hot Shots
fucking
Golf
cool.
4,
I wish I
Flatwoods
could have seen that
Monster.
for
On course 5, hole 6,
for
If you
realsies.
take the camera towards the edge of the course, you can see this creature in the distance.
Hey, it's the
It,
Flatwoods
however,
Monster.
disappears once you get closer. This is the Flatwoods Monster, an alien-looking cryptid from West Virginia. Rainbow Six Siege Waco Compound. The Oregon map is based off of the infamous real-life Mount Carmel Center from the 1993 Waco Siege. That was basically a 51-day standoff between feds and the Branch Davidians, a millennial Christian sect. The FBI was trying to arrest the group's leader, David Koresh, for violating federal firearm regulations. But what ended up happening was a shootout with casualties on both sides. 51 days later, the FBI set the compound on fire in an attempt to draw everyone out. But what ended up happening is 76 cult members dying inside, 25 of them children. It's regarded as one of the
the most controversial FBI operations ever for that reason.
That's the FBI for you. What do you
Mortal Kombat
expect?
9 Crypt Monster. There's a simple but effective jump scare that shows up at random when you're in the crypt, which is basically where you can spend your in-game points for characters and collectibles. Outlaws Aliens. On the
That's
first
the
level,
fucking
if you blow up
stupidest
the
jump scare of
outhouse,
all
you'll
time.
be able to go inside it. Swimming through it leads you to a weird-looking area, and when you interact with this window, there'll be 2 aliens holding a saw above a cow. Another alien comes up to close the window. Silent Hill 2 opening. If you turn up the brightness of the game's intro, it reveals that when James is looking at the mirror, he's actually looking straight at you. Death Stranding Shower Ghost. In Death Stranding Director's Cut,
There's also a bunch of
chance that
cum
when
in the
you're in
mirror.
your room, this cutscene will start to play. Someone is in the shower. This is odd because this is your room, and you're waking up to this. But for some players, they've already woken to another character, Fragile, showering before, so they might just assume it's her again. But either way, as the cutscene goes on, you realize that something is wrong. The figure then starts to violently thrash around before stopping.
That's me, literally.
This reference is actually 2 in 1. The first is that it's a callback to the cancelled horror demo by the game's director, Hideo Kojima. PT featured a ghost called Lisa that would thrash about in the same way. The second reference is to Kojima himself. He makes an appearance in another cutscene, and from that, we get a good look at his face. Going back to the shower cutscene, if we slow it down, we could see glasses on the face, pretty much confirming
Oh
that
yeah,
this
that's
is the
Kojima,
model
baby.
jump scare.
Kojima on Twitter is so fucking crazy. Kojima, like, he reviews like current movies and shit. And you can tell when he likes a movie because he has like a really detailed explanation, like a detailed review and shit. But when he hates a movie, he's like, "Yo, just saw fucking this movie." Just post, and he always posts like an unrelated picture of himself too. I honestly respect the grind. He's kind of goated for that.
Scaring you. Night of the Consumer's secret room. If you go into the storage room and break open this cracked wall, you'll find a secret room with a skeleton inside. On the wall is "Don't trust the manager" alongside a lot of scratch counters, indicating how many days the person has been there. Harvest
Real.
Moon Teddy Bear. In Harvest Moon, A Wonderful Life, if you buy a teddy bear for your kid, you'll soon realize that it's alive. Every now and then,
Hey,
you'll
it's
get
Ted.
small cutscenes of the bear being up and doing something. Battlefield 4 Ghost Voices. On the map Zavod Graveyard Shift, if you go into this building and take out the light source so that it's pitch black, you'll hear this voice. If you speed it up, you'll find that the voice is actually just reading the back of the Battlefield 2 box. Roller Coaster World Haunted House. Roller Coaster World for the PS2 isn't the type of game that you think of when you think of scary games. However, the developers
And that's
took a
exactly
sudden
where you
turn
need to
when
see
it came
scary
the
shit.
haunted house
That's
you could explore.
where the
In it
best
are
creepy
several
Easter eggs
long-haired
are, and they're in
blurry-eyed
games that are
ghosts
otherwise
floating
not
around the
scary.
dark hallways. On top of that, this
Or
is
like
the actual
serious in
background
nature.
music track that's
You know what I
played
mean?
during this. With the audio reversed, you could clearly hear a voice saying,
Satan comes soon. Evil devil comes alive. You can live no more.
Real.
He takes you to his old world. It cold hell.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
That's
Did I
fucking
Scare You?
awesome.
In Act 3, when you're talking to Monica,
Doki
while
Doki
you're
Literature
recording the
Club
game,
is literally
she'll take notes
psychological
and
horror.
comment on it. She
So,
says that she was
not
subconscious on
not
camera,
surprised by
and then
any
she'll
of this.
perform a trick for you and the audience. The camera slowly zooms in on her face in anticipation for a jump scare. She's just kidding. She'll continue talking, and mid-sentence, when you're caught off guard, Time Splitters 2 Game Over Screen.
That's
if you
so
stay on
silly.
the Game Over screen for a while, you'll start to hear a mysterious voice speak. As creepy as that is, there's an explanation for it. If the audio is sped
This
up,
is something my
it becomes
butthole makes when it
obvious
has
that
to
the
shit.
speaker is
You know what I'm talking
actually
about?
Captain Ash, a character from the game.
Now, stay right where you are, Gollum.
Gold Silver Radio. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, when you use your Pokegear radio in certain spots, you'll find some pretty chilling stations. If you're in the ruins of Alph and you set your radio to channel 13.4,
Oh, where's Lavender Town at? Why is Lavender
This is
Town?
actually
If
the
Lavender
legendary
Town is on this
homeless
list, why
guys
the
mixed
fuck
in
is
with
it
the
not
unknowns
in like
speaking to each
the
other. Another
higher
creepy radio
tiers?
transmission happens if you tune in to channel 20.5 in Mahogany Town, Route 43, or Lake of Rage. This has to be before Team Rocket's headquarters have been cleared. Creepy Watson. In Sherlock Holmes' Nemesis, Watson doesn't have a walking
Ah, yes, my
animation,
favorite
so he
game,
instead
Sherlock
teleports
Holmes
behind you
Nemesis.
whenever you turn away.
The iconic hood
Stardew
classic.
Valley deleting children. In the game, you're able to start a nice wholesome family and have kids. But what if you don't want your kids anymore? That's where this neat trick becomes useful. Once you unlock the witch's hut and you go up to the dark shrine of selfishness, you could permanently delete your children from the game by turning them into doves and setting them free. On top of that, the spell makes it so that your spouse and everyone else don't remember the children at all. That's not the end of it either. After a while, you'll hear the phone ring in your home, and when you answer it, you'll get this. On Fall 26th,
That's
if you go up to
fucking
the TV,
crazy.
you'll see a mystery channel. Going to it brings up a doll on screen with text saying, "You've brought this upon yourself. Now, I'm free." The doll then teleports out of it, and it gets added into your inventory.
What
That's
the
not
fuck?
all. The
You
most
get a tiny
interesting
person?
thing about it is how if you go back to the witch's hut, there are dolls there that will attack you. And once they're defeated, they turn into birds and fly away. If you return to the hut later, they're there again. It's theorized that these dolls, based on their name and description, are actually the spirits of other children that have been cast away and are seeking revenge.
That's insane.
More in
Yo,
the mirror.
Stardew is
If you
low-key
look in a mirror
goated.
in
You can
either
fucking
Headspace
just
or
kill
Faraway
kids.
Town,
That's
you'll
awesome.
see you and your
We need more
friends who are
games where you can
smiling
kill
warmly
kids.
behind you. A wholesome scene on the surface. However, there's a random chance that no text will pop up and this happens instead. Finest Hour Ghost Room. In Call of Duty Finest Hour, when you're in the underground passage mission and you throw a grenade in this spot, a secret room is uncovered. There are floating candles above and pictures of kids and a cat up on the wall, amongst other things. If you go up to the empty crib, a boy suddenly appears. Interacting with him causes him to stand up and walk around. World at War, Hanging Corpse. In Call of Duty World at War, on the Shino Numa map, if you throw grenades
Is he
at
really
his hanging
censoring the
corpse, bring it
corpse?
down,
It's a
and
fucking
then
video
walk
game,
over
dude.
to it, you instantly die. That also applies to any zombies that walk over him. This is probably not intentional though. The most likely case is that since his body is in an exposed area of the roof, it acts as a barrier. So if a player ever glitched out and went up to it, which shouldn't be possible in normal gameplay, it would instantly kill them to respawn them and get them back into the game properly. Modern Warfare Demon Goats. On the livestock map, there are a bunch of hidden
I think I'm
toys
familiar
around.
with this
They come
one.
in sets, so you'll have to destroy all the toy pairings at the same time. Afterwards, going to the two teddy bears in the barn and
Third
destroying
version of
them
a
at
scary
the same
Easter
time
egg is
causes a
make a
symbol to
random
appear,
ass
followed
room
by
and fill it
goats
with
closing in on
with
it.
the
You then die
creepiest
once you
crap
reach the center.
possible. A big old freaking
Manhunt
crap.
2 jump scare. In Manhunt 2, if you go up to the red light
Yeah, there's a lot of
district's
those where
middle
it's just
window
like
for a
hidden
few
room
seconds,
with
the corpse of your
vaguely
characters get
scary
white
shit
shows
in
up,
it.
appearing to be hanged. It then quickly goes back to normal. No More Room in Hell, Jason Mask. On the Camp Blood map, there are multiple Jason Voorhees references, but the most startling one has to be in the attic of this building with an X on it. Once inside, you find multiple creepy things, including the iconic Jason mask, but you'll also get to see that up close and personal.
So you come to the room and he fucking kills you. No.
Alien Isolation Early Alien. In the game, it's actually possible to have the xenomorphs show up extra early outside of cutscenes. If you take your sweet time leaving the tram, it'll get impatient and chase after you. Goat Simulator Windows Jump Scare. In the DayZ DLC parody, Goatsy, if you go into the mall's Windows store and break Windows 95, Slender the Arrival out of bounds. If you manage to break the boundaries of the game and glitch out to somewhere you're not supposed to be, you'll get a message saying, not even a bug in
And
this
he's
game
eating
will
my
save you from
hot
me."
dogs.
This was actually added in because players would break their way into these areas and Slenderman couldn't follow after them. So this was a way to punish those trying to escape him like this. Metro Janitor. In Metro Last Light's Developer Pack DLC, which is essentially just a DLC for players to mess around in, there's a strange old woman with a broom at the entrance. She stands around at first, but as you make your way around the level and turn your back on her, she'll teleport and start doing some really weird things for no reason. It's not entirely clear who she is or why she's here, but her odd presence has caught many players off guard. Little Big Planet Bloody Man. Little Big Planet is a pretty fun, kid-friendly platformer, so it comes as a shock to know that in a very early build of the game, this cutout of a bloody man is in the game files. For years, the mystery of this cutout's
Real.
purpose and true origins has gone unsolved.
It's what
Luckily,
happens
something
when
new
I
has been
fall in
discovered.
pain and
It was
also I
actually
murder
used
my
in a
wife with a
promotional image for the
fucking
game in a
fucking
magazine
weapon,
showcasing
dude.
a castle level. Half-Life 2 Playground. If you go to this empty playground in City 17, you could hear screams and the distant echoes of children playing. The file for this is called Playground Memory, and it sounds even more eerie when heard clearly. Ultima Fridge. In Ultima 9, if you open and close the fridge 8 times, several body parts will spawn inside of it.
fucking
Mother
cool.
3 Deleted Boss. There's a whole deleted boss fight that features some really creepy looking imagery. It's not entirely
Mother
clear why
3,
this was
more like
deleted
that
and
game
where
that you're
it
never gonna
exactly fits
see in
the story,
English
but
because
that
it's
hasn't
not
stopped
gonna get
fans from
fucking
coming up with
ported.
tons of theories, including
Watch
that
them
this is
announce
cut
that at the
because
next
the age
Nintendo Direct.
demographic for the third installment of the game is
Nintendo
getting
Switch
younger,
2,
and this would've
also
been
Mother
too
3 is
much.
gonna be a
Red
launch
Dead
title.
Redemption 2, Mass Grave. There's a mass grave in the woods of tall trees. They're all in sports uniforms, and some have hoods with clown faces on them. A newspaper in town mentions that the Blackwater Athletics Club had gone missing. This is them. They're a part of a bigger side story involving a serial killer, but this scene specifically is a reference to a real-life event, the Los Maniceros Massacre, where 12 Colombian football players were kidnapped with only one surviving. Red Dead Redemption 2, Gertrude
Just that shit that would have kept 9-year-old me up at night.
was mentally ill.
Low
and
key,
physically
yeah,
deformed.
same.
She became such a trouble to her family that they decided to lock her up in an outhouse. During
I remember
epilogue
the
of
the
game, you
classic
could
days
actually
of
go
watching
visit
old
her,
school
but
fucking
all you'll
creepy
find
gaming
is her
videos.
remains, as it seems she starved to death. Fallout 4
Mother game is
UFO.
the
In
creepiest shit
Fallout
I've seen in my
4,
life.
you could
No,
randomly
the fuck
see
it does
something
not.
fly up ahead and crash.
Gaius
Follow it,
Gaius
you'll
is
discover
scary
a
when you're like
UFO.
12,
Next to
but
it is
like
green blood that, when tracked, leads you to a cave with an alien inside. They'll attack when spotted, but defeating them earns you a very unique gun, the Alien Blaster Pistol. Braid Metaphor. Braid is a platformer where you could reverse time to advance through levels, all to save a princess. However, there's more than meets the eye here to this story. There are 8 secret stars that can be collected throughout the game. They're so secret that they aren't tracked at all, and the game doesn't reference them in any way that would send a player to go after them. They're also incredibly well hidden, as 1 star even requires you to stay on the screen for 2 hours. For full context here, in the regular ending of the game, you find out that the level is actually in reverse, and that the princess was running away from you the whole time. So once you get all of the stars and play this final level again, you're actually able to catch up to her, and when you touch her,
motherfucker broke time.
when you get to the prologue, there's a quote from Kenneth Brainbridge, the director of the Manhattan Project's Trinity nuclear test. And at the end, there's a city on fire alongside the game's title. The princess is seen one last time as a constellation. The general consensus here is that the whole entire game is a metaphor for the atomic bomb, and how its creators wish they could go back in time to prevent its creation. That goes hand in hand with another theory that it's also a
I'm
metaphor
moving
for
like
one's own
Oppenheimer.
destructive drive to complete something. Given how much it takes to get this
Ops
ending,
wanted
we finally
initiative,
reach the
blew up
princess,
their
and
whole
now she's
quadrant.
further than ever in the stars. Steam Music Player. Steam's native music player has given plenty of people a good scare, but not intentionally. This is because it was possible to accidentally activate it. For example, pressing spacebar on the Steam app started it up, and what it would usually play is audio
I didn't know
files from
Steam had a
Amnesia: The
music
Dark
player.
Descent,
What the
because those
fuck?
files start with 00. So
That's
there'll
the
be
scariest
moments where
thing about
someone
this
is idle
video.
and
Steam
they
has a
just
music
hear,
player. Alright. Remind me where I left off. Tier 6. More like tier dicks. Fucking got him. What did you just send me?
I have to start today.
Mr. Ballin. A forest so evil it's illegal to enter. I'm gonna guarantee that's probably not true, but let's get sexy. I think I've seen this guy before. He looks vaguely familiar.
Today's video with a disclaimer. Don't go to Dudleytown, Connecticut. This is not a prank. It's not a
Oh,
stunt.
Connecticut? Shittsville. I'm a fucking shameful resident of Shittsville, Connecticut. Fuck Connecticut. The state sucks.
It's the truth. I'm confident that at the end of this video, there are going to be people that want to go. Don't do it. 1, it's illegal to go to Dudleytown. It's private property. And 2, as you'll see in today's video, there is a reason why people abandoned Dudleytown. It is not a safe place for people. But before we get into the story about Dudleytown, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is playing an intense game of online FIFA, wait until they get the lead and then unplug their Wi-Fi. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
As no balling on the jeans, then I get a motherfucking penis in my ass.
It was a bright summer day in 1906, and Dr. William C. Clark and his wife Harriet were driving slowly through a beautiful part of northwestern Connecticut called Litchfield County. Litchfield is a rural, very hilly area with lots of winding country roads, and the Clarks were there to try to scout out an area to build their second home. The couple
Country
lived full-time in New York City, where Dr.
roads
Clark
take
was a
me
oncologist and he was also a
home
professor
to
at
the
Columbia College of Physicians
place
and Surgeons. And
I
while Clark's lives were very exciting and
belong.
fulfilling in the city, they were also very hectic and chaotic.
Litchfield,
and so the reason they had settled on Litchfield as the
Connecticut.
place to look for a location for
I
their second
wanna
home is because it was the
die.
total opposite of the city. It was
Take
quiet,
me
it was peaceful, it was
home.
perfect. And so as this couple from New York City
Cunt
drove along these winding
hole.
backcountry roads, they eventually reached this beautiful covered wooden bridge, and after they drove across it,
You're gonna play
view up onto
multiverses
this
tomorrow?
mountainside off
Not
to the
unless they
right,
add Ben
and high
10.
up
I'm not
on
touching that
mountain
game
was
until
this
Ben 10 is in the
huge,
game.
shaded, beautiful forest.
I
And they
refuse.
saw there was a road that appeared to kind of spider off and go into these woods. Now the couple had no idea what was up there, but it was just so beautiful, and they were immediately so drawn.
Because why the
to it,
fuck would they
decided
announce a
would go check it out
beta
and see if maybe there was a spot for their second home
like a
in these
fucking
woods.
year and a
So
half
Dr. Clark
before the
took
game
the
was
car
actually
and
gonna
went
come
up this
out?
access road, and very quickly, as they began climbing up this hillside, the road became very bumpy.
Doesn't make
and
any sense.
overgrown.
I don't
It
know.
was pretty obvious that not many cars were driving into these woods, and so before they even reached the tree line,
Nah, I'm not
Dr. Clark
touching the
had to
game
pull
until
the car
Ben 10
over and
comes
park it
out.
on the side of the road, and then he
That
and Harriet
motherfucker
got
better
out,
be in the
and then
game.
on foot, they continued up towards the forest. And once the couple actually entered the forest, immediately the sunlight faded because the canopy over their heads was so thick, and the air became cool and refreshing. And after walking for only a couple of minutes, the forest, which at first seemed very still and quiet, suddenly became alive. They could hear birds chirping and animals running around and insects buzzing, and then up ahead they saw there was this field off the side of the road that was full of all these wild apple trees growing in all different directions. And as they got closer, they saw there was just a deer right in the middle of the apple trees eating apples directly off the branches. And then just past all these apple trees, the couple began passing these huge, beautiful patches of roses and lilacs and bright yellow bitter tansy flowers that lined the road. And then before long, the couple was stepping over these babbling brooks, and off in the distance, they could hear the sound of running water like fresh spring water coming down off the mountain. And then, as the sun did begin to poke through the canopy above them, it almost looked like the forest was sparkling. Literally, this forest was sitting on a hillside.
This
and
is
the hillside,
clearly
which was made
fucking
up of rock,
embellished
had
truth. This
mica
is not
inside.
real.
And mica is a kind of mineral that when sunlight hits it, it almost looks like it's shimmering. And of course, there were the owls. As Dr. Clark and his wife walked farther and farther into this beautiful forest, they heard more and more owls hooting off in the distance. And to the Clarks, this made the
Hooting and
forest feel
tooting and
enchanted.
pooting
It
and
was like the owls were
shooting
personally
fucking
greeting
black
them.
tar
By the time the
heroin.
couple had turned
I fucking
around
hate
and
owls.
heading
They're
back to
scary
their
as
car,
shit.
They had already made up their mind that they were going to
Maybe
build
not
their
scary,
second
but they're
home
creepy.
in that forest.
Fuck
And
owls.
So, after returning to their home in New York, they promptly put in the paperwork to purchase 1,000 acres inside of that Connecticut forest. And that forest had a name. It was called Dark Entry, and it was named that because it looked like from the outside, the forest was basically dark all the time. There was shade cast on it from mountains nearby, and then
Ugh,
also
after this
inside
video, I
of
have to
Dark
fucking
Entry,
stop this. My
exceptionally
fucking eyes are
At one time, there
bleeding.
actually had been a town inside of Dark Entry Forest. However, all the people who had lived in that town were now all gone. The only remnants of this town were a couple of crumbling stone walls and a couple of home foundations that were scattered about the Dark Entry Forest floor. The Clarks had seen some of these ruins as they walked along this overgrown path through the forest, but they weren't concerned. Instead, they felt like these ruins actually added some charm to the forest. After the land purchase was finalized, Dr. Clark began looking for local builders in Connecticut who could help him build this second home inside of Dark Entry Forest. But no matter how much money he offered these local Connecticut builders, they all said no. Now, none of them gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they were
Probably
turning
'cause
it
that place
down.
is fucking
So Dr. Clark
haunted,
kind of
dude.
assumed that, hey, this project is not huge. It's just one house, and the forest is pretty isolated and hard to get to. And so he thought, probably these builders think it's not worth
I'm
it.
gay.
But Dr. Clark was not discouraged. He decided he would just build the house himself. After all, he was a very handy, competent guy who had grown up on a farm in New Jersey, and so he knew how to build things. And so for
Jersey,
the next
baby.
several months, Dr. Clark would travel from New York City to Dark Entry Forest every weekend, and he would build this home. First, he cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees on this one flat patch of his land, and then with all this lumber he had cut down, he built his rustic two-story cabin on this flat part of his land. And then nearby on this hilltop, there was a freshwater spring at the top, and so he laid piping from the spring into his cabin so they could have fresh water. And then at the bottom of this nearby hill was this brook, and Dr. Clark loved just standing and watching this brook because inside of it were all these trout that would dart all around. And so Dr. Clark built a swimming pool with beautiful mossy embankments right up against this brook so he could sit there and watch the fish. By Thanksgiving of that year, the cabin was done, and so Dr. Clark and his wife Harriet, they stayed at the cabin to celebrate the holiday. And as they were sitting in their
And they all
swimming pool
fucking
watching the trout
died, now they
listening
haunt
to
the
owls
forest.
hoot off in the distance, they both agreed that this second home was like their little piece of heaven. So every summer from there on out, and every major holiday that they could manage it, the Clarks would travel to their home in Dark Entry Forest, and they would swim and hike and relax, and they'd watch the leaves on the mountainside turn from green to bright yellows and oranges and reds. It was perfect. That is, until 1918. That summer, the couple was in their second home in the forest when Dr. Clark was suddenly called back to New York to attend to a medical emergency. Harriet was very upset at the prospect of suddenly being left alone in this cabin in the middle of the forest by herself for who knows how many days. And so when she dropped her husband off at the nearby train platform, she made him promise that he would come back soon. And he said he would. And then Dr. Clark got on the train, it took off, and Harriet just stood there with her arms crossed, watching it as it chugged along off into the distance. From his comfortable seat on that train,
Something bad's
Dr. Clark had
happening
no
to this
idea that
bitch,
his
I can
wife
tell you
was about
that.
to endure a nightmare while he was
She's
gone.
fucking dead, dude. She ain't coming
We've all
back
been there.
alive.
Your guests are on their way over to your house for your big New Year's Eve party, and right as they pull into your driveway, you realize you've overnogged your smoked chicken gallbladder eggnog. And so with minutes to spare, you leap out of the window, shattering the glass and cutting yourself up badly, and then you jog up to Canada and dive into Baffin Bay, and you jump on top of a narwhal, and after some intense underwater hand to flipper combat, you take its horn off its head, and you beat it to death. You take its horn, and then you swim back to land, and you jog back to your house, and you leap in through a different window.
This
shattering
is a
the glass,
sponsor.
and
Is
as
this
you
an
stand
ad
up,
read?
You make your way into the kitchen, and you whip up a quick narwhal horn iced soup right as your guests are walking through the front door. Crisis averted, right? Wrong. Smoked chicken gallbladder eggnog and narwhal horn iced soup are both just gross, so your party was doomed either way. But you know what isn't gross? HelloFresh. Even
Fuck
veg
you,
clerks go
fuck
to help in the
you.
dark entry forest. They did virtually no research on the forest or the surrounding area. If they had, they very likely would not have purchased that land. You see, the town that used to be inside of the dark entry forest, that was now just ruins, that the Clarks saw when they first walked around inside of the forest, was abandoned for a very specific reason. It was cursed. At least that's what the locals say. And in fact, that was the reason why no builders in the area were willing to go with Dr. Clark into the forest to go build his house, because they were too scared to go anywhere near the ruins of this cursed town. This town, which was known as Dudleytown, was first settled sometime in the 1740s. At first, it was just a couple of people and a couple of small structures, but pretty quickly, 30 families had moved in, and it was a thriving little town. But as the 1700s came to a close, terrible things began to happen to residents of this town. First, there was the Carter family. They moved to Dudleytown in 1759, and shortly after arriving there, 6 members of their family all died suddenly from cholera. The remaining branch of the Carter family.
Well,
was
I
so
mean that's kind of to
grief-stricken
be
from their
expected.
losses that they
I mean,
left
you
Dudleytown
didn't really mysteriously die if you clearly died of cholera, as many people did back in that day. Like that's why people had like 80 kids, because like they knew that maybe 4 of them would survive and not die of like easily preventable diseases that they wouldn't have gone if they just cleaned their fucking water correctly.
And went to New York, where they resettled. But almost immediately after getting set up there, Native Americans raided their property and massacred them, and the 3 people that survived this massacre were 3 of the kids, and they were all kidnapped and taken away. In 1792, a Dudley resident named Hollister died suddenly. Now, we don't know if he fell off a roof or if he was murdered, no one really knows, but what we can agree on is that his untimely death happened in the home of a man named Tanner. And Tanner, following Hollister's death,
Tanner, that
suddenly
guy's a
just
white
began
name.
obsessively
That guy's
talking
white
about these
for sure.
strange creatures he was seeing out in
That
the
there's
woods at
a
night
white
and roaming
name, I
around
tell
the
you
dark
what.
entry forest. And he talked about it all the time, and nobody listened to him. And eventually, Tanner went insane, and his daughter had to care for him for the rest of his life. And while Tanner was slowly losing his mind, his next-door neighbor, named Abel, also began reporting that he was seeing weird creatures roaming around the tree line all around the town. And as Abel continued to report seeing these strange creatures lurking in the shadows, he too slowly went mad and had to be cared for until his death. In the early 1800s, a famous Revolutionary War hero, General Herman Swift, who lived in Dudleytown, lost his mind shortly after his wife was struck by lightning. And then, in 1813, an unknown
Oh, let's play.
epidemic
This joint
rolled
is
through
fucking
Dudleytown
haunted as
and
shit.
killed many of its residents. After that, more and more residents of Dudleytown either died suddenly or died mysteriously, and also more and more residents began coming forward with stories about having seen these strange, shadowy creatures moving around the tree line at night. By
Yeah,
about
fuck
1900,
that.
all the Dudleytown residents had either died or simply just left, abandoning their homes, except for one family, the Brophies. But in quick succession,
The
Brophy
Broskies.
family's sheep all died, then the mother died
The
of
skis,
tuberculosis,
dude?
then the 2
Hell yeah,
sons
dude.
were accused of theft in a nearby town, and then they just disappeared, leaving one person, John Brophy, the father. But the Brophy family home burned to the ground, and so John, who was overcome with grief, just wandered off into the forest and was never heard from again. At that point, Dudleytown officially became a ghost town. No one lived there. And it was at that point, in 1906, when Dr. Clark and Harriet had their beautiful summer's day walk through the forest and discovered where they wanted to build their second home. So, fast forward back to 1918, and Dr. Clark, he's on his medical emergency leave to New York. It winds up being very quick. He's back on a train within 36 hours, and he pulls into the station right near Dark Entry Forest, and he's expecting to see Harriet waiting on the platform for
Oh
him.
no, he's gonna
But when
find
the
his
train rolled into the
his wife's gonna be dead as fuck, and then the fucking entire everything he thought he knew is gonna be fucking gone, and it's gonna be he's gonna go in there. He's gonna be like, that whole town is there. I didn't know this whole town was here the whole time. It's a literal ghost town. It only appears sometimes, and I'm gonna walk right into it and get my fucking soul eaten by a ghoster.
the station, she wasn't there. Now, Dr. Clark was not a superstitious person, but for some reason, when he didn't see his wife there, he just felt like something was off. There's no reason she wouldn't have come out here to greet him. I mean, she was worried about being all alone.
He went to a
cabin, and
fucking
she knew
dimension
he
or
was
some
going to be
shit.
arriving at that moment. And so, feeling a little bit panicked, Dr. Clark left the train station and on foot made his way over to the Dark Entry Forest. And when he got there and began walking on that overgrown road path that led to his house, immediately, as soon as he was within the shade of the trees, he began hearing these owls hooting very loudly off in the distance. Now, normally, the sound of these owls hooting made him feel welcome, but this time he felt scared. He felt like something was wrong up ahead. And so he began jogging through the forest, and it's very dark, and all he can hear is the sound of these owls, and it's getting louder and louder and louder, and then finally he reaches the clearing where his property is. And at this point, it's a cacophony of owls hooting practically right on top of him, and he looks up towards his house up on this hill, and he sees the front door is slightly open. And so now, with his heart racing, wondering what's going on with his wife, Dr. Clark runs up to his front porch, he gets to the door, and he flings it open the rest of the way, and then right before he stepped into his house, this sudden high-pitched noise began up on the second floor inside of his house. And it was so startling to Dr. Clark that he just froze where he was. And so suddenly it's so loud from the owls all around him in the woods behind him and whatever this noise is that he just stood there unsure what to do. And so as he's sitting there getting the courage up to go investigate his house, he realizes what this high-pitched noise is. It's the sound of maniacal, insane laughter coming from the second floor. Sensing his wife had to be in danger, the doctor charged up the nearby steps up to the second floor, and he could tell this laughter, this high-pitched laughter, was coming from the master bedroom. And so he ran down the short hallway.
Fuck this. Fuck you. This is actually getting scary now. What the fuck?
In the back corner of his room was his wife. She was on the ground, rolled up in a ball, facing the door. Her hands were clenched in fists. Her eyes were open and unblinking, and her mouth was open wider than was humanly possible. And as he's staring at his wife, wondering what's going on, he realizes this insane, high-pitched laughter is coming from his wife. But it doesn't even look like it's coming out of her. Her chest is just heaving, her mouth is staying open, and the laughter is just coming out of her. And so the doctor just stood there watching his wife, who's staring directly at his eyes. And finally, he just got so scared, he turned and he ran. During Dr. Clark's 36 hours he was away in New York, something happened to his wife. We don't know what it was, but it caused her to lose her mind. The only thing she would talk about was the strange creatures she saw out in the forest.
What the
By some
fuck?
accounts, Harriet spent the rest of her life in a mental asylum.
That's fucking
By other
scary.
accounts, she went back with Dr. Clark to New York.
I can't. I have to watch other. I have to watch
Today,
fucking
Dudleytown
funny
is not
videos
always
now.
abandoned, but it is also illegal to visit. However, people do still sneak into Dudleytown and walk around the ruins, and many of them have reported feeling these pockets of cold air where there shouldn't be cold air, and also some others have said, as they've been walking, they've felt phantom hands slap them and push them. Some have said they've taken photographs inside of the Dark Entry Forest near Dudleytown, and they've captured strange, shadowy figures that they couldn't see with their naked eye. The famous paranormal couple, Ed and Lorraine Warren, shot a special series in the 1970s inside of the Dark Entry Forest, and they declared the area around Dudleytown was demonically possessed.
Oh yeah, fuck you.
So,
Absolutely fuck you. I will never be. I will never be stepping foot in that area ever in my life. Let's learn about Wendigoon. Fucking didn't Bo? I think Boblex posted about it on his Twitter. Fucking Wendigoon. How do I call this? Let's go to Boblex. That's TikTok, not Twitter. You fucking retard. Go to twitter.org, dude. Oh, is it because it's not called Twitter anymore? It's called fucking X. All right. There we go. Boblex. Oh, nice. He posted the whole fucking chapter. All right. Goated. So this is this fucking breadtube motherfucker made a video about Wendigoon, or he had a segment about Wendigoon, calling out Wendigoon. Watch a little bit of this. It's a 30-minute segment, apparently.
If you're not aware, Wendigoon is a horror conspiracy theorist YouTuber with several million subscribers that, as you will hopefully come to see, should not be seen as the wholesome southern friendly dad persona that he has publicly constructed around himself in the past several years. And that, like many people who talk about being Christians as much as he does, has a dark past with deep ties to far-right extremism. On a base level, his work has never been of personal interest to me. We share a similar focus on topics that we like to write about, but our similarities basically end there. I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire who got famous around the age of 19. And I know that is probably the most boomer thing that I've ever said. Apologies for that. But I say that to argue that I really do think that there are some works that are really not intended to hit the right way until we are older. There are some works that fundamentally...
Nah, that's... Okay. You're not setting yourself up right on the... Like, just right off the bat. Like, oh, this guy's young and wealthy, therefore his opinion doesn't matter. Fuck you. Fucking bastard.
Will not be understood by you if you are wealthy and have always been upper class your entire life. And this may all sound condescending, but that doesn't stop it.
Yeah, that's because it is condescending, because you're a fucking prick. You're a bitter prick.
From being somewhat true. I don't mean that to think that you shouldn't be able to say or publish whatever you like at any point in your life. You're obviously free to do so. And I also don't want it
Are we now?
to be seen as if I'm talking down to young people, because I'm not. Politically, they are frequently the most with it, and their voices should be heard on issues that pertain to them. They are looked down upon too often in our culture. What I'm talking about here pertains to the very act of writing itself. And with that, perspective. And I don't know if you can actually really truly be a good cultural critic with a voice that has a definitive perspective without several years of genuine independent lived experience away from the home that you were raised in. And in his case, he became exceptionally wealthy by the time that he was 19 or 20. And so if you leave the home and immediately become famous and rich without having to ever actually truly struggle, can you be considered to have ever actually had lived experience at all that would qualify you to give criticism on works of art about the experience of average and poor people? I would argue not. And if that is the case, why would your perspective matter as a critic? Not to mention the fact that Wendigoon was raised in a very wealthy family, and with that comes from a wealthy perspective.
Where are you getting it? How do you know he was raised in a wealthy family? What the fuck? Where are you getting this from, dude? Look slicked my hair back and looked like a lesbian for a second. Anyways, this is real fucking. We're only 2 minutes into this. This is already really bad. Holy shit.
He himself has inadvertently admitted that his family at one point had millions of dollars. When he said once on stream, "Would you believe me that when my dad was young, he used to be in an organized crime gang and is now a Sunday school teacher? Very wild life that guy's lived. He was in an organized crime gang that my grandfather ran. A lot of bad things went down. They got investigated by the FBI. My grandpa went to jail. My dad had to testify and tried to take up the business. The business fell apart, and he ended up losing millions of dollars to the state. Lost everything. Found God, became a Christian, and is now both the best man and the best Christian I've ever met. But also, I'm not even here to criticize his body of work. I think his videos are very uninteresting. But ultimately, that is secondary to what makes him worth talking about. The first of which are the very strong beliefs that he seems to hold as important, that are in my opinion the antithesis of what horror should be about. There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership, the flagrant use from my perspective, of his...
The bizarre gun ownership. Cracker. He's from like the fucking... the boonies, dude. Of course he owns a fucking gun, dude. Everyone from the boonies owns a fucking blammer, dude. Come on.
Religion as a shield from criticism, to the belief that he at one point followed many far-right accounts on Twitter, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler, the social media website.
Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. I love Kyle Rittenhouse is so fucking funny because he's just like a fat fucking goober. I love it.
The January 6th insurrection was in part planned. People said, oh, he only followed them. But that doesn't mean that he agrees with them. But there are screenshots of tweets that may have been deleted. They clearly, in my mind, show a support to Rittenhouse. Although, since I did not take these screenshots, they do have to be taken with a grain of salt. But in relation to everything else that we're going to talk about here, to me it seems to fall in line with his general beliefs. These have been widespread across the internet, and to my knowledge, I can find no examples of him directly saying that these are not real. So he may or may not have actually followed these accounts or supported them. But I do not believe that he has ever outright said that this did not happen, so take that as you will. We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called the Boogaloo Boys. His online...
The Boogaloo Boy? How do you take yourself seriously? How do these political guys take themselves seriously? I'm like, yeah, I'm a Boogaloo Boy. I tell you what, you sound like a fucking dolt, dude. You sound like a goddamn fucking hick. And you probably are. I mean, if you're like a far-right extremist, you're probably like some kind of fucking disgusting cretin hick who deserves to be fucking shot for the inbred fuck you are. But like, what the fuck? What are we talking about? The Boogaloo Boy. How do you take that seriously? You know, at least like the fucking like, you know, the alt-right that's got like a kick to it. Like the KKK, that's like all right, that's pretty raunchy. That's pretty crazy. Antifa, all right, not the strongest, not the coolest name out there, but you know, kind of gets your message across. The Boogaloo Boys. Sounds like a fan of some like fucking gay YouTuber.
Username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claims to be the first to have started using it, but that he left the group and became Wendigoon after things started to get out of hand. And this is not a conspiracy theory in itself. Shockingly, he literally has said so in writing. As you'll see, he was just like, oh geez, sorry guys, about starting a violent hate group, guys. Sorry that people got killed. I totally didn't mean to do all that. My bad. I'll do better next time. Also, it should be noted that the Boogaloo Boys are known for wearing Hawaiian shirts. And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt? Despite the fact that he publicly totally does not share in their beliefs, guys. I'm just saying that if at the
What the that's just fucking evidence. That is your dude. That's your evidence for why he's tied to a fucking alt-right hate group. Is that he once admitted, like, yeah, I used to call myself Boogaloo Boy, but then changed my name when I realized it was like tied to this fucking hate group. And I wear Hawaiian shirts. What? This crack is insane. I want to punch this. I would torture this guy in a shipping container for up to a year. Fuck this guy.
very least, I, in any way whatsoever, somehow, accidentally, inadvertently, started a hate group. I wouldn't continue to still dress like them if it were me. It would make me look like I still believed in their cause, and that I just couldn't talk about it because people would publicly get mad at me. If I accidentally started a hate terrorist organization, I wouldn't rebrand as a horror YouTuber the next year, and instead would try and fight that ideology as much as I could. And if I didn't do that, then it would probably be fair for people to assume that I still agreed with their actions. At one point, he posted on his subreddit and wrote, "Someone asked me about my old Boogaloo Boy persona, so I made my response and thought I'd share it to set the record straight. Again, I hate being political, but I wanted to clear this up. Love y'all, thanks." The statement that he included with this read, "Alright, so I'll go ahead and make my official statement here, because better to come straight from me. Over 2 years ago, I was among the first to begin using the term Boogaloo. Originally, it was a rendition of Che Guevara's, not that he was a good person by any means, code word for revolution, and I have always been a proponent of freedom and liberty. I believe in the divine rights of every human, and therefore, aspects of self-independence are important to me. So I began using the word in small settings, and then decided to make a meme page using the name as no one had yet done so. To give you an idea, my name was Boogaloo Boy, and several have pointed to me as being
it's
the
boy
original
with an
and
I.
started the Hawaiian
That's not
shirt,
even a word.
as I've always
Fuck
just
you.
worn those shirts. However, as the term became mainstream, more ideas
That shit
began to
pisses
come
me off.
together.
I have no clue
Everything
why.
from
I have no
Antifa
clue why it
members
pisses
to
me off when
fascists
people
wanted
type
in on it,
boy like
and the original
BOI.
idea became muddled and broken. I always
It's like,
meant it
yeah,
as a
boy,
for the people
fuck
thing, yet
you.
it quickly
Kill
became
yourself.
something else. To give you an idea, I watched the same news station call it a far leftist movement and a far right movement in the same day. It became something I didn't want to be a part of, and so I left. I dropped the name, took a break, and decided to talk about things I enjoyed, like conspiracies and movies, under the new title, Wendigoon. It was something I acknowledge, but am not a part of anymore for what it became. Some of my current followers and friends were with me then, but I'm not a part of that anymore. So, do you remember when armed men were arrested a few years ago for planning the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmire? That was the Boogaloos. Do you remember when white people showed up at the George Floyd protests and caused property damage and violence in the hopes that black people would be blamed for that? That was the Boogaloos. A great deal of their members were spotted in the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection. In 2020, they killed several police officers in a drive-by shooting in Oakland, hoping that black people would be blamed for the violence, in an attempt to create racial tension. The reason they use the word Boogaloo is in reference to a meme that says Civil War II Electric Boogaloo, obviously in reference to the 1984 film Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. Okay, so let's take a...
What the fuck? I don't even know what to say to that. There's so many like fucking bizarre. I don't even listen. We live in such an age of like disinformation. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know where to start fact checking such a thing. Fuck me.
A closer look at some of the phrasing of his official statement. First off, I have tried and failed to find any connection to the word Boogaloo to Che Guevara. In fact, when you Google Che Guevara Boogaloo, you just get things related to Wendigoon. When you type in Che Guevara word for revolution, you get things related to Wendigoon. Che Guevara died in 1967, and the earliest example of the word Boogaloo that I can find was in 1966, in relation to the musical style. So I would wager that that is more than likely a lie, to cover his actual intentions and sympathies that he held as a seemingly radicalized teenager. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the word Boogaloo began to appear in online
There's
forums
shadow
related to
behind you,
hate
man.
content on
Fuck you.
4chan somewhere between 2010 and 2012, when, Wendigoon would have been about 10 to 12 years old. Specifically, I have seen multiple times that it is believed to have been born on gun-related forums. I can find no evidence that within their organizational structure, that they have any allusion to their values starting or being connected to Che Guevara in any capacity. So claiming he was the first to start using it, or among the first, is not true, and is frankly a bizarre claim to make. By the time he would have made his...
This is really, we're not like attacking his character or like trying to have like an actual criticism. We're just this is the fucking the fucking train we're gonna die on. Is he didn't actually invent the word Boogaloo, therefore he's lying. Fuck you, dude.
His Boogaloo Boy username.
Pee on
The word
yourself
would
and
have already had a
fucking
near decade of being
drink
entrenched
it.
into the deepest layers of alt-right internet radicalized extreme racism. He wants to simultaneously be seen as distant from the organization, but still dresses like them on a daily basis, and fully takes responsibility in claiming that he started their movement that was already in motion at least 7 or so years before his involvement, which to me just kind of seems like he enjoys taking the credit for that. As historically, he already had an out that he was in middle school when it truly actually began. And if he's lying about these things, it just makes me wonder, what else is he lying about? And the difficulty in seeing the lies in between the things that are true is always the point.
That might be one of the worst arguments you can make to discredit any person. Is like, oh, they lied, or I interpret what they said as a lie. Therefore, what else have they lied about? That is a fucking insane take.
With these kinds of people, who say, for instance, that they do not believe in far-right hate, while doing something else at the same time, such as wearing a distinctly coded Hawaiian shirt that would be understood by the initiated. as Jared Thompson puts it, who works with the Transnational Threats Project that focuses on the evolution of digital terrorist networks. Boogaloo memes and slang are often deployed in similar formats, and using similar language to more mainstream internet discourse, creating a challenge in parsing the difference between complex inside jokes and memes that are used as a tool of Boogaloo extremism. Then Wendigoon would go on to say that the organization was corrupted by the left and the right equally, but I can find no evidence that the left ever tried to co-opt an organization that actively desires a race war within America. Just on the surface, that makes no sense. And on top of this, people who are centrist, or on the left, do not use the phrasing Antifa members. The only people who say that are the ones that see Antifa as some sort of homogenous radical left-wing activist group, as opposed to a general term for anti-fascist movements. He is kind of telling on himself by saying Antifa members, as if they are a part of an
classic libtard is like, oh, we ain't no motherfucking the Antifa, we're not a homogenized group. We're just a bunch of random people. You can't pin this on all the left. But I'm gonna do the exact thing on all the right. We're gonna take all those rightoids. They're all the same person. They're all the same homogenized group. But Antifa, no, that's not all of us. Fuck you. We look up the Multiverses trailer. I guess I could do that. Yeah, I don't know if I have much to say about it, but yeah.
Organized political militia, like many alt-right groups are, such as the Boogaloos. And saying that there was harm and violence perpetrated on both sides is the kind of language that other fascists, like Trump, say to disorient people into not seeing far-right extremism for what it is. He makes the bizarre false claim that he invented the use of the word Boogaloo as a for-the-people kind of thing, and he doesn't believe in what that group did with his idealization of anti-government ideals, and also wants it to be very clear that he is not a political person. But to my ears, this is all conservative doublespeak. And I hope that this is becoming obvious to you as well. In my opinion, there is a regular pattern of behavior there, from supporting Rittenhouse to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures, that I think a clear picture is painted that he does not mean this as a communist kind of thing, and seemingly more so means people as a very select group. Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together on multiple occasions, and I've seen online mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was invited. Tom has been accused of using the N-word multiple times in private.
He's been accused? Nah, bro, looks like he said it, dude. He definitely said it. I've heard him say it, actually. He said it in a really old video. Remember the guacamole N-word penis meme? You guys remember that? He said it in that. He had a video telling about that a long time ago. He said it then. Honestly, based.
Conversations, including these screenshots of texts that are alleged to be real. And he's also been accused of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for Jews with deep pockets. Wendigoon is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and has even appeared in his videos. The Internet Historian publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not, and has only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Low-key. Because everybody knows Hitler, the bad, evil Jew hater guy. He was born on the funny meme weed day, dude. Everybody knows that. Or better yet, he had no actual intention of mentioning Hitler. Because 420 is the funny weed number.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut Operator, and even retweeted a photograph of the two of them hugging. Donut Operator is a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers, whose career consists of him reviewing footage of police officers shooting and killing people. He was once a cop himself, before he made more money making YouTube videos and retired. His
Hey, dickweed, if you're gonna edit your fucking video to have show relevant things in the background, maybe move your fucking self to the side so we can actually see what you're fucking talking about instead of covering it because you have to be in the center of the screen at all times because you're a narcissistic fucking bastard. Fuck you.
Content is very pro-state, pro-cop, pro-gun, and
Eat
pro-death
dick.
to people who don't share his beliefs propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified man about to be executed by cops, with the text that reads, head removal.
Hi everyone, Donut here. We got a couple of shootings for you today. The main shooting just warms my heart.
And you know, for someone who supposedly is so very anti-government.
Okay, listen, I don't know anything about that guy. That does seem a little weird that he's really gung-ho about watching people get shot in the face. Listen, I like watching a good old-fashioned gore murder video every now and again. I wouldn't say I get excited for it the way that guy seemed to be excited for it. I don't know. I don't know anything about the guy. I'm just saying it's a little weird. Could be a good dude for all I know. Fuck do I know.
Wendigoon seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state. He's a man of no conviction, claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet. And the only thing that one could reasonably gather from this picture of them hugging is that he too is a fascist bootlicker himself. He has collaborated with Nick Crowley, who constantly makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content, of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed. Crowley is similar to Wendigoon, in that on the surface they seem fairly edgy, but clean enough. But then you notice that he follows less than 200 people on Twitter, and among them are the same circle with names like Wendigoon, Plagued Moth, Turkey Tom, Mr. Ballin, and Donut Operator. Wendigoon has collaborated with Plague Moth, a completely shameful content creator who reviewed snuff films on his Patreon before it was taken down, and has been accused of showing genuine gore content to minors on Discord, and whose main YouTube channel consists of him reviewing censored videos of horrible acts of real-life violence and death. He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist, who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content, complaining about SJWs, who says stuff like, Karl Marx rising from the grave finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers. He is friends with Brandon Buck.
Low-key, Shoe on Head's base for that, not gonna lie. Shoe on Head has a couple like really bad takes, but like more or less like she's pretty reasonable. Like I don't know why people think she's like a fucking rightoid alt-righter or whatever the fuck. Just because she has some moderately conservative takes that aren't even really that conservative. They're just like pretty common sense.
Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape. He is friends with Oompaville.
Craig just said he is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber, which is not true, who has been accused of making fun of a rape or whatever the fuck he just said. Brandon Buckingham's not a gun YouTuber, you fucking idiot. If you're gonna call people out, at least know who the fuck you're calling out, you daft retard.
A gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nakado Avocado's mental decline for fame and for money, and on top of that has made content with the human trafficker Andrew Tate. He is friends with Mutahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites, and has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
Oh my god. He's one of these. He's one of these guys who actually thinks that video is transphobic at all. You can fucking suck me fucking dry, dude. Guzzle the fucking cum out of my bum.
He has publicly interacted in a friendly way with the account Rock Solid on multiple occasions, and with just a quick look at their profile, I saw them liking anti-trans posts and neo-Nazi content. He interacts positively with Disclose.tv, a far-right propaganda website that uses hate speech, engages in Holocaust denialism, and platforms neo-Nazis. He has appeared in content with Mr. Gunzengear, whose Twitter bio reads, dedicated to restoring the civil rights of Americans. But despite that, he's tweeted negatively about trans people many times. He has interacted positively with Garand Thumb, who has said, the traditional family should be encouraged and strengthened. I see little to no support from the government or big media. He has said anti-trans statements. He has called people degenerates, and has said that non-traditional sexual interactions are a disgusting, hedonistic lifestyle. That is the breakdown of the family unit. Wendigoon is publicly friends with Brandon Herrera, who has made jokes that implied that he was sympathetic with public shooters who killed leftists, and collaborated with Kyle Rittenhouse, who has posted images of himself with an MP40, which is a gun used by the Nazis, that he described as the original ghetto blaster. I've also seen people insinuate that
the original ghetto blast. That's crazy. That is a crazy sentence. Let's calm down, bro.
Herrera was with Wendigoon in the days of being part of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot find substantial proof on if this is true or not. But I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally...
Listen, like, his whole takedown of Wendigoon is like, oh yeah, he follows some people that say bad things. Or like, oh, he knows people who have associated with people. Or like he's friends with people who have associated with people who have done bad things. This is literally guilt by association. That's his whole argument, is guilt by association to other people he doesn't like. Oh, he hangs out with other people I don't like. Therefore, I don't like him. What are you, fucking gay?
He has appeared in gun-related content with Haley Luan, an influencer whose content is based entirely around making the United States military appear fun and bizarrely sexually appealing. Which again, for someone who is supposedly anti-government, he sure does seem to have a lot of wealthy white friends who actively work to uphold the values of the American empire. Or we could talk about the time that he stole art to use in promotional material for his videos, and then blamed it on his editorial team instead of just taking the responsibility. Then of course, there is his username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a hypocrisy there on my part, but we kind of do have to say it for academic purposes, so apologies for that. Starting with Algernon Blackwood's horror short story called The Wendigo. People have for hundreds of years taken the creature...
See, that's why the left can't do shit. I say this as a libtard. This is why lefties can't fucking get anything done, is because they have to, like, apologize for words every 15 seconds. Fuck you.
And used it for their own means, including Wendigoon in his very name, which is something that indigenous people have been very critical with him now for years. This next thing that I'm trying to argue is not to discredit his feelings regarding to his own personal history. But what I will say is that Americans who are white or partially white in rural areas love to claim a percentage of native heritage for bizarre conservative reasons, relating to, like, reverence for the land and fascistic nostalgia for a time that never existed and stuff like that. He has attempted to deflect from criticism over the use of the name by saying that his grandfather was Native American, and that he learned these things culturally through him. But I personally have to look at it from the hypothetical perspective, where, say I had had a black or mixed grandfather in this situation, and black people were telling me that I was doing something that was racist or offensive to them. I would then listen to what they were saying instead of claiming that I had the right to do it because I had some melanin in me, especially if I were more or less raised within a primarily white cultural area like the Appalachian Mountains are. And also on top of that, just, frequently associated myself with white supremacists. There are 26 million people in this region, and well over 80% of them are white, with the majority of the others being Latinos. And if I had no cultural connection around me to that non-white percentage of my history, then what really would give me the right to dictate whether or not what I was doing was appropriate? I really would have no ground to stand on. The other thing that I would add to this is that Wendigoon and I are practically neighbors, and I know this area very well. Okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and between that and the reservation, you have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually even a real town. You can walk across the whole thing in a matter of minutes. You got Waynesville, you have Maggie Valley, and a few other small drive-by communities. And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation. That is not me doxing him. He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee, and I'm not even saying what town he lives in. According to the latest census,
Tennessee,
there are only
baby.
23 black people who live in Maggie Valley. There are 15 Native Americans despite it touching the reservation. Most of this area used to be sundown towns. It is about as white as you could possibly get. Deep Appalachia is very white country, and for the most part, is exceptionally racist. Genuinely in this part of the country, you have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise. Almost all of these little towns
That
are
is
well over
fucking insane. That is fucking insane. You have to assume that every person in this area is racist until they prove otherwise. Listen, I get it. The South got a lot of racist motherfuckers out there, but like, you can't just, if you go through life just assuming everybody's a piece of shit, how the fuck do you function? What's the matter, bud? Why you do that? Why you making noises? Why you staring at me like that? Why you give me the light skin stare?
90% white. But if you were to drive through Maggie Valley, you would find antique stores selling busts of Native American braves, carved wooden eagles.
Isn't it racist to assume white people?
Generalizations that idealize the idea
Isn't it
of the noble,
racist to
good
assume
kind of
white
Native
people are?
American. And then you'll drive onto the reservation, and it's just run down and boring shit except for the casino.
There's definitely a level of racism to be like, oh, look at that guy, racist. I mean, in fairness, you can like look at a guy. You could totally look at a guy in real life and be like, "Oh, he's definitely fucking racist." Like if you see, like if you're driving on the street, you see a guy with a big old, like a big fucking pickup truck, massive wheels. He's got a wife beater on. He's got like a fucking trucker hat, a red, white, and blue trucker hat, mind you. And he's blasting "I Am a Real American" by the Hulk Hogan theme song. While he's like sipping beer out of a fucking soda drinking hat. That guy has definitely said the N-word with the hard R to a black person. You know what I mean? Like that, you know what I mean? But at the same time, he's just like a regular southern looking white guy walking down the street, like wearing normal clothes. And you're just old and white and from the South. It's fucking insane. It's probably more racist to assume that guy's racist. You know what I mean? Believe me, if you see a truly racist person, they'll fucking tell you. You know what I mean?
He has said that the Wendigo name
You'll
came
know.
from his cultural connection to native lore through his grandfather's side. But I can assure you that unless you were on the reservation itself, then actual native culture has no aspect in the general lives of the people around here, other than the racist trinkets that depict them. And as I said a moment ago, the Wendigo is Algonquin, who are nowhere close to the vicinity of the Cherokee, who are in the southern Appalachia region and throughout the lower sections of Middle America. The Algonquin people are Canadian and a little bit Northern American. To insinuate that he can use the Wendigo name by citing local cultural native customs is completely absurd to a person who lives in the same general vicinity as he does. It is obvious that he just thought Wendigos were cool and has come up with some seemingly strange backstory lie that is easily proven to not be true, unless, his grandfather is Algonquin and just moved to Tennessee. But if that were the case, I don't know why he wouldn't just come out and say that by now. And the reason why he doesn't is because it isn't true. There's a lot of bizarre religious-like mythologizing around his past that I particularly hate. Like it always being said that his interest in cryptids and horror began with oral folk tales in Appalachia that are passed down and told to children. I assure you, as someone who lives near him and has for most of my life, this is total bullshit. And is some weird, false, cultural, imaginative idealization of the American South that is not actually true to the real Appalachia. We aren't sitting around at night talking about the goddamn Mothman and shit. I even came from a poor family, and he didn't. When I was a kid, I have seen people riding into towns on horseback. He admits to being raised by millionaires who got their money from crime. He just likes spooky stories, which is fine. So do I, obviously. But to come up with some weird, folksy reason as to why he became a folklore YouTuber that somehow culminated with the destiny of local oral tradition is the kind of language that is used by members of a cult of personality. They might as well claim that he was born on a fucking mountaintop. Nobody talks about it. But
Dude, who fucking gives a shit? You're like pointing out like inconsistencies in his backstory. Who gives a fuck, dude? Like, sure, okay, you want to criticize him for hanging out with people you don't like. Okay, kind of weird that you give a shit, but fair enough, right? That's that's, I guess, fair. Not the way you handle it, of course, but like the premise of that is fair. But we're gonna just criticize him because, like, oh, he talks about scary stories and he likes mythology and crypto shit. Not crypto like cryptocurrency, but like cryptozoology. He's into all that shit. Oh, but he's not allowed because his backstory that I inferred from other things that he has said doesn't match up with what I think he does, what I think his motives are. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm tired as shit, so I'm not making any sense right now. But like this is fucking retarded. This is fucking absurd, dude.
Don't you think it is extremely weird and off-putting that all of his fans call him Dad? Isn't that really strange? What follows is an exchange between two anonymous indigenous people about how they feel about him and his behaviors. I've been watching a YouTuber named Wendigoon for a long time, and I noticed that his username always made me feel weird. He often uses Wendigo imagery in his merch, and made it a part of his brand. He says that his grandfather is Cherokee, and taught him the legend, and I'm not going to make assumptions on if he is lying or not. But I feel really weird still. It feels really disrespectful to me to use that name. I'm not sure if I'm being a baby about it, or if there's something wrong here. He has also said some shit about cultural appropriation that put up some serious red flags for me. The Wendigo comes from the Algonquin people. I don't think Cherokees come from them. Plus he's presenting...
See, the fact that he's just putting text on screen without citing who's saying this, or like showing a screenshot of that person saying that, proves to me that he just made this the fuck up. His source is that he made it the fuck up. What a fucking douche.
The white people concept of a Wendigo. You can call him out, but he has 3.5 million subs. His community will probably hunt you down before you ever get him to shut down. What follows is the comment that they were referring to about cultural appropriation, where a native person called out Wendigoon for his use of their spiritual symbol, to which he said to them, I'm actually going to make a video on this in order to make a direct response, but for now, cultural appropriation is a good way to alienate one group of people from the other. Whenever a society makes advancements in art and literature, and then another society gatekeeps others from interacting with it, it makes the creator seem inhuman and odd. The easiest way to create prejudice is to convince others that a group of people should not be interacted with. I have spoken to several natives who love the concept, yet only those who have no value in its existence say I shouldn't talk about it, inciting an indoctrinated superiority. Furthermore, when we stop talking about cultures, they die. This is especially applicable to Native Americans, who use spoken word to pass down their stories, and if we do not continue to speak their stories, their culture dies before we do. Lastly, I was raised in Appalachia, and my entire life has been filled with stories of the mountains, and creatures that lurk in the dark. My culture is as American as any, and I recognize the importance in keeping the fire alive. I in no way mean this to attack, or to be direct, just a simple reply. If we develop the idea that we can't speak of certain people, then we're no better than those who silence them.
That is so fucking based. It's insane. Like that is literally based. Like that is an incredibly reasonable response. How is he gonna fucking flip this? I'm really curious.
Basically using the I have a few black friends excuse to tell indigenous people to fuck off and to not bother him, so that he can continue without criticism to make a lot of money by selling plushies of a monster that was invented by a white British man that is ultimately making fun of their culture, as well as plastic figurines, posters, shirts, and other merchandise that depicts Wendigos. I don't know if he fully realizes the irony of being a rich and famous person taking a symbolic figure from a smaller native group of people that he is not connected to in any way, that is at least in part to them originally used as a metaphor for colonialism. The reason that this comment is publicly still available is because Wendigoon archived it by posting a screenshot of it early in his channel's live to his Reddit page, as a clarification of his official position on why he should be able to use the name, saying, hey everyone, so I hate getting political, but this keeps coming up. I'm showing this comment reply now, so my opinions can be made known going forward. I've also blocked out the original commenter, and please do not show hate if you see it on the video. Also, I'm at 50k. I love you all so much. Also, I have received comments from natives who advise me not to use the term Wendigo, as it is a bad omen and is dangerous. That is entirely different from not talking about a group of people altogether. They genuinely believe the legend and want me to be safe. They're cool. Thumbs up emoji. It has become a more common thing for people to call him out on his beliefs, his behaviors, and at the continued use of the Wendigo in his name and the merchandise that he makes a lot of money off of. It became so much of a conversation that he even put out a statement trying to shut this down, saying, some rude and slanderous things have been said about my character, and I just want to clarify that I am not right-wing or bigoted or anything besides thankful for my opportunity to make goofy YouTube. The only thing I believe in is loving God and my wife. Donut operator. You know, the ex-cop who makes death content. The Wendigoon shared a picture of the two of them hugging not long after this. Can be found in the comments of this post asking if Wendigoon wants him to start killing people who said that he was right-wing. I think that this is an all-time bad public statement that says absolutely nothing substantial. And that's the point. I quote tweeted this and said, not that I have a stake in this whatsoever, but this is such a non-statement that doesn't even address any of the issues that folks are criticizing him for. Someone using their religion as a shield in the same breath as claiming that they believe in nothing politically is a red flag. Oh, I'm just a goofy wholesome boy. Please don't ask me why I follow less than 500 people and one of them was Kyle Rittenhouse. Don't ask me about all the guns that I post pictures of. I promise.
Oh, he's just gonna read his own quote tweets. You're just gonna self-report as like a weirdo, a fucking obsessed weirdo. You're really just gonna You're really just gonna self-report like that, dude? That's crazy.
I have no strong beliefs. Apolitical, really. Why are you slandering me? I really only care about this because if you have that large of a platform and make your money from being a public persona, then you are no longer fully a private person, and your political beliefs do in fact matter and are a fair topic of debate. You can't get mad if people call you unquestionable things that are said or done if you are making money off of them. And what resulted from some good faith criticism of his use of language was days upon days of people calling me offended, amongst other things, but that was their go-to word. And to be honest, if you're a public figure
I
who's
fucking
being-
hate this guy's editing style, by the way. Everything is either like mirrored, so like there's like a defined center. There's that last shot was a fucking crime. Because it was like, oh, so Twitter screenshot that we're talking about. Instead of just showing it on screen or like zooming in and panning it, we're going to just put it on screen and then put it on screen 2 other times next to it for no reason, just to fill the screen. Dude. The fuck? Then he's like bouncing between like tiny and big, never moving from the center of the screen ever. It's fucking distracting, dude. Listen, I like making green screen shit. But I take advantage of the green screen. I go all over the fucking place. The spasticness is part of the appeal. This guy's just a fucking bitch.
Criticized publicly, and the only people who come to your defense are Nazis, then that can only be read as 2 ways. Either
I almost did something to get me banned.
Money from them, and are comfortable with that ideology being the backbone of your base. And this did go on for like at least a week, where every single time I said anything, my mentions were just filled with the most vile far-right rhetoric from Wendigoon fans. And if anyone ever criticized me, and people's reaction to it was to immediately start using hate speech, I would shut that shit down so fast. I think that most decent people who work online would do the exact same. And if they don't want to be seen as a big group of Nazis, then let's see how they react to this video's existence, because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this. Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened, and that Wendigoon followed me on Twitter. I was not following him at the time. He never publicly told people to stop calling me a friend. He never once reached out to me privately, but he did follow me, which means in my eyes that he 100% knew what was happening because I did tweet about it several times, and then followed me to let me know that he knew, and that he was watching and that he intended to do nothing to stop it. Why else would he follow me in that exact moment? He has never interacted with a single one of my posts, not one like, not one comment. We are not friends. But he does follow me. He follows next to nobody on Twitter. What other motivation could he have had there to follow me in that specific moment, other than to be a method of quiet and deniable intimidation?
This is literally schizo. This is so schizo, it's insane. Why did this guy follow me despite not having any interaction with me prior to this? Why is this guy following me even though I made a call-up posting on him? This is therefore an intimidation tactic, and he's clearly leading a hate campaign against me, bro. If the internet if you weren't making like fucking commentary videos on YouTube, you would think you're being fucking gang stalked, dude. If you like worked a normal job, you would think people are fucking gang stalking you because you're a fucking schizophrenic. You're a bitter fucking schizo.
What other way could that have been read from my perspective? If you think it was entirely coincidental, which he may argue it was, then I've got a sack of magic beans I'd like to sell to you. That was the moment that pushed me over the edge to make this video. There are other very public instances from him of transphobia and homophobia. Like when he allegedly said, calling Chris Chan, a man who mutilated his body with a box cutter because 4chan said he was a girl, holds a deep hatred for men and most women, decided to be a girl so that he could hook up with lesbians, and now abused his mom. She is disrespectful to and delegitimizes trans people. Like he, a very publicly straight, married Christian cis man, somehow is the authority on what legitimizes a trans person's identity. He has tried to cover this up and has...
Oh, come on. If you're going to talk about like legitimizing a trans person's identity, Chris Chan is not the fucking example. Because Chris Chan literally admitted to like, or in some roundabout way says this, I forget the specifics of it, but like basically said like, yeah, I'm being trans specifically because just to get women. Like he doesn't actually give a fuck about like gender identity. Or maybe they do now. Maybe they didn't at first, but now they do. I don't fucking know. I don't know what actually goes on in Chris Chan's head. I imagine it's not very much. I imagine it's a lot of shit about the dimensional merge, but whatever.
Deny that it happened, but I think there's enough evidence to say that it most likely did. One user said at one point, he's been constantly misgendering her on Twitter despite being corrected numerous times, to which Wendigoon said, show me one time I misgendered her on Twitter. Actually, please don't watch my content if you're going through my replies and monitoring followers, who may just be unaware of Chris Chan's entire lore. Perhaps people just not knowing something doesn't mean that they're a transphobe. But if we go back and look at old screenshots from this time, you can see that this account is quote tweeting Wendigoon's transphobic tweet, but if you go to that account today, that post is now quote tweeting a deleted tweet, which to me shows that more than likely Wendigoon went mask off with his transphobia, and then deleted the tweet sometime afterwards, when he realized that people would be mad about it. But there's a very small chance that this is not true because I did.
Well, no. Fucking being critical of Chris Chan doesn't make you fucking transphobic. And he probably deleted it because he didn't want to deal with the smoke from it. Because of fucking freaks like you who are gonna call him transphobic for a minor fucking criticism. Suck a dick, dude.
Did not take the original screenshot, so make of that what you will. We could talk about the time that Nick Spheres did a video about the disturbing movie Iceberg, who is a great horror trans creator, and I really hope that she's not mad at me for mentioning her here, because I think she's very cool and you should definitely go read her books.
She would probably be fucking mad at you for doing this, for bringing her into this fucking argument that she has no fucking part in, because you're a fucking bitter prick.
But Wendigoon famously did a very popular video on that particular Iceberg challenge as well, and in the comments of her video, he said, "We will be watching your career with great interest," which is just kind of gross, because in a way it is similar to him following me.
What the fuck are you talking about? This guy is a schizo, dude. What? You are insane, bro. What is this cracker talking about, dude? Just leaves a nice comment like, "Oh wow, you're gonna blow up one day. We're goated. We're goated together." He's like, "Well, clearly this is an intimidation tactic. It's meant to display his transphobia." You're a fucking schizo, dude.
It is him telling her that he sees that she's doing similar content to him, and his presence in the comments is undercutting her video, while he also at the same time seemingly makes it look like he supports trans people. Like in the responses to his comment.
Of course he fucking supports trans people. If he didn't like trans people, he wouldn't watch this person's video. He wouldn't have engaged with the video. If he was a transphobic person, he would not interact with this person at all. And if he was interacting with this person and was transphobic, he would in fact be being very negative to this person. But no, he's being very nice to this person. This is fucking literal schizo behavior, dude.
People are saying things like, Wendigoon says trans rights, while meanwhile he's simultaneously tweeting about Christian multiple times. We could talk about another time, where someone made a YouTuber gay sex alignment chart and put Wendigoon as a sub-bottom, to which he responded to them and said, "What did I do to hurt you?" Which, you know, clearly is a joke, but also the worst kinds of straight guys when they make jokes related to queerness, almost exclusively direct the punchline at femme gays and bottoms, because they view them as lesser than masculine tops. He has multiple times...
Nah, it's because gay sex is funny, dude. That's the only reason.
Said that he supports queer people, but I think his actions in private clearly paint a different picture. He once tweeted, saying, "I do not care if someone is gay or straight. Sexuality is no one's business but the individual. Don't make assumptions. I make an effort to stay away from politics and social issues." Which, you know, first off, equating sexuality with politics kind of already shows what you kind of think of the issue. And second off, clearly, as we have seen, everything that he does has deep political motivations, and to argue that he's just a horror YouTuber is comical. Far-right figures are often the only ones who hide their harm under a false shield of wanting to seem like they have no strong beliefs at all, because their real views are so socially abhorrent. And the thing that people kept saying to me in all of this was, "Why do you even care?" Which, if you watch the comments under the video, I guarantee you will happen again, with takes like, "Oh, he's just a YouTuber. Why does it matter?" Or, "So what if he's a conservative? Is that a problem?" Which, the answer to that is yes. But the reason that I care is because this does not belong in horror, or anywhere. I care deeply about horror, and everything that he does has demonstrated so far in his career that he should not be welcomed in our spaces, or even, you know, just in public in general. I think that these things clearly showcase a repeated pattern, in my opinion, of racism and homophobia, while on top of that, being very irresponsible and dangerous with his large platform. Like, I think that anyone who supposedly accidentally starts a neo-Nazi hate group, and fully acknowledges that they did that, should not be accepted within society at all. They should not be celebrated. They should be treated for what they are. Because, remember kids, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
This guy's a fucking schizo, dude. This is actually fucking insane. What a fucking douche, dude. I hope this guy gets fucking peed on, dude. I hope somebody pees on him. I hope this guy goes to VidCon and then just gets verbally harassed the entire time for being a fucking freak. I hope this guy lives every day in fear of being fucking brutally gang stalked by the US government for his fucking takes on Wendigoon. What an absolute maniac, dude. What an absolute freak of nature, dude.
You're not gonna believe this, but I think that starving Slender Man is back again. Because I know I didn't forget to shut the fridge door, and there's donuts all over the floor. What in the world is that noise? Oh man, this malnourished moron is using the John. He must be sick. Sounds like his butthole is bulimic. Hey, you anorexic prick! Stop taking a shit in our toilet! Nah, screw you! that a skid mark stain or your butt crack? Wow, what an ass wipe! You queefing queer? Get your smelly rear out of here!
Queefing queer gets me every time,
Eat
dude.
all the junk food you can, and pretty soon they'll be calling you Fat Man!
Bars. Alright. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for this one, fellers. Lady fellers. We might do this again Wednesday. We might do a stream Wednesday. We'll see. Wednesday, probably hop on that Dark Souls. It's gonna be goated. Hop on them Dark Souls. Fucking, we got some vids probably. It's probably gonna be some shit goes down in the next 2 days, right? I don't know. I have to work out a fucking stream schedule to work with my new work schedule, but we'll see. Gaming, Reddit gaming, real. All right, shitheads. That's gonna be it for this one. If you sucking dick, make sure you're getting paid.